l'irruption de la fin. Du passé, faisons table rase, fous l'esclave debout, debout. Le monde va changer de base, nous ne sommes rien, soyons tous. C'est la lutte finale, groupons-nous, et demain, l'international sera le genre humain. Il n'est pas de sauveur suprême, ni Dieu, ni César, ni tribun. Travailleurs, sauvons-nous nous-mêmes, décrétons le salut commun. Pour que le voleur ronde gorge, pour tirer l'esprit du cachot. Soufflons nous-mêmes notre forge, battons le fer quand il est chaud. C'est la lutte finale, groupons-nous, et demain, l'international sera le genre humain.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from relatively not so sunny, relatively decent temperatured, beautiful Paris, France. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, oui, oui, salut. We are live, and we are alive. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live, we're alive. It is actually 10:04 a.m. in Los Angeles, California. However, here it is 64 degrees in Paris. Oui, oui, omelette du fromage. You already know what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you already know what it's about. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Omelette du fromage time. We are live. We are alive. You already know what's up. You already know what it is. I'm Hasan Piker, and I am coming to you live. Salut. Bonjour. Coming to you live from beautiful Paris, France. It is 10:04 a.m. in Pacific time, Wednesday, October 1st, 2025, first day of October. And we are early. We're early. I'm very early, as a matter of fact. And there's a good reason for that, because there is a tremendous amount of news. There is a tremendous amount of news that I have to get to. Okay. Omelette du fromage has been overused in the past and is grammatically incorrect. Please renew this joke. Pool like colonialism or not showering. Okay, calm down. It's spooky season technically, but the reality of the matter is, what's spookier than just like regular ass news? You know what I mean? What's spookier than that? Anyway, it's Spooktober. It just started. Are we cooked because of NSPM 7? Potentially. Oui, baguette. Oui, baguette. We might be cooked. I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to let it play out as always. But before we get to all of that stuff, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm in the land of the free, the home of the brave. I'm in Europe, everybody. And I'll be honest with you, I never felt this way before. I never felt like when I was leaving the United States of America that I always felt as though I was leaving the land of the free and the home of the brave when I left the United States of America. Having said that, this is one of those moments where I do feel like I am actually coming to a more free society for the first time ever. You staying in France? No, I'm not. I'm not going to be staying in France, but Valorant VCT is also happening here. I ran away because the phase subathon is kicking off, and I just didn't want to be there for that. You know what I mean? I didn't want to be there for that. I was too scared. I was too worried. Them boys are gonna go crazy. They're gonna be taking over. They're gonna be taking over the goddamn website. You know what I mean? Yes, I know there was a South African ambassador who was found dead outside of the Paris hotel that he was staying in. I know. That freaked me out a little bit as well. Okay, I know. I am aware. I'm aware that there's dudes out here that are getting. He fell out of his 20th story window. Anyway. I will, of course, stay vigilant. Anyway. Does everything look like Expedition 33? Yes. It's crazy. Bro, I didn't know France was real. I thought it was just like an Expedition 33 type situation. I thought that was just in video games. It turns out there's a whole nation state. Turns out there's a whole nation state dedicated to Expedition 33. It just looks like Lumiere. I walk around the city. And it just looks like Lumiere, you know? Did I imagine this? Am I in a canvas? Am I in a painting? You know what I mean? That's what it feels like. Have you seen many French baddies? No. But yeah, personal news wise, obviously it's Fashion Week in Paris right now. And the only reason why I realized that is because I got I was on the plane. And I see this lady that I've seen before. She's a model. I'm like, this is definitely. I think she was dating Kyle Kuzma, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Winnie Harlow. And I was like, the fuck? That's crazy. Oh, that's right. It's Fashion Week. But yeah. So, was she dating Kuzma? Am I crazy? Yeah, she was on my flight. Winnie Harlow was on my flight. Anyway, personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. You already know what it is. You already know what's up. But basically, I got off the stream yesterday when there was like so much to cover, but I had to get to the airport early because I just keep missing my flights. This has become a legitimate issue, and my mom was my mom was on my case. Like, she straight up was like, you have to leave. You have to leave at a reasonable time, otherwise you're gonna miss your flight again, and we can't be having that. You know, all this stuff. It's become a bit of a legend here. Hold on. I gotta fix some lighting stuff here. Also, everything is jerry-rigged as always. You already know. Everything is jerry-rigged. Hold on. Let me turn this on. Maybe this will be helpful. Boom, boom. Okay, that's good. And are there any Asian bare feet floating baddies? Bro, everywhere. So, basically, you sound muffled. Okay, well, it is what it is. Okay, hopefully you can make out what I'm saying. Yeah, there are hella Asian bare feet baddies out here that are just floating around. It's crazy. I'm like, why aren't you walking? And then they're like, no, this is just how we walk. Like, we just float around. Yeah, their names are all Lune. Anyway, I ended the broadcast. I put my stuff together, and then I got to the airport. I got on my flight. I was so early. I was like first in line, straight up. Group 1. I'm like the fourth person. You know what I mean? I'm watching all the I'm watching all the families with their children walk in front of me. And then I'm like the only person without a child that was I was like the 8th person total that got on the flight. Okay. So I was very proud of myself. In any case, got on the flight, flew out here, and boy, did I not sleep at all. And that's not because it's like business class and I don't really fit in the freaking beds, even though it was lie flat, because I'm, swagged out like that. That's right. Get your money up, not your funny up. I mean, it was a free flight, but whatever. The reason why, hold on, Mike is peaking. Hold on, maybe this will help. Okay, is this a little bit better? But the reason why I didn't sleep is because I was watching Code Gay Ass. Okay, I was watching Code Gay Ass, and I had watched Code Gay Ass before, but I stopped watching it. Right, I stopped watching it because I don't know, for one reason or another, I just like stopped watching it. And it is truly peak. And I think it was because, like, as you guys know, even when I see like any kind of like autonomous robot style situation, I get like annoyed with it and I just don't want to watch it. But I was wrong for that, because Code Gay Ass is straightforward peak. Okay. Code Gay Ass is peak, honestly. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm like, how many episodes deep at this point? I'm like, hold on. No, that's wrong. Oh, there it is. Yeah, let's crank this up. Crank the heat up on this bad boy. Lazy went back to the Egger. Okay, calm down, dude. I didn't do my hair today. Okay, wait. HasanAbi knows peak gay ass. I do know peak gay ass. Wait, why is there no audio on this?
Life I was never able to fit into. All the time that was lost.
Bro.
Ever since that day, my heart simply couldn't accept it. This fake life I was never able to fit into. All the time that was lost. These false memories planted in me, giving me a life as one of the herd. And yet, the truth continues to guide me toward itself. That's right. It wasn't me who was wrong. It was the world. The world has to change, so I will change it. I am Zero, the one who will crush the world, and the one who will recreate the world anew.
Bro, I'll be honest with you. This is a total cooking, okay? A cooking, a chefing. Let me tell you something, okay? It turns out when you got Japanese nationalism as an emancipatory cause, okay, in a unique, ahistorical setting, those motherfuckers know what's up, okay? Obviously, Japanese nationalism in the form of imperialism, colonialism, fascism has been the only form of Japanese nationalism that we have seen throughout history. But the way that these dudes were able to make emancipatory nationalism work so goddamn good. It turns out that's all they needed. All they needed was a just cause. They were just gonna, Japanese motherfuckers were gonna do nationalism no matter what, but this time at least it's like appropriate, you know? So it's not just weeb garbage. No. It's literally, you're a terrorist. You're the head of a terrorist cell. Like that's the whole point of the anime is that Britannia, this colonial superpower, is basically dominating the entire world through military might, and you are a fucking terrorist. You are like half-blood nobility, and you are invested in liberating Japan after the British basically destroy it and dominate it and engage in this like incredibly violent colonial occupation. All mecha anime is very, very political, but this one is like It's really cool. I mean, as long as you like, in my mind, I don't really like mechas, but in my mind, I saw it as like knights, you know, like paladin armor, like Warhammer 40K style. And that made me more comfortable with watching a mecha anime, basically. The manga doesn't even have the mechas? Wait, really? Oh, that's probably even better then. In any case, bro, there's this one chatter who just keeps saying, show the Jacquemus Nike collab shoes. No, I won't do it. Anyway, watched a lot of Code Gay Ass, okay? And it was gay as fuck, and I love it. It's not gay at all, actually, but you know, it's there's a lot of lesbian stuff in it though. There's not like any homosexuality, but definitely another apolitical anime, if you know what I'm saying. But it was incredible. Got off the flight, didn't really sleep too much. I'm running on fumes over here, but got to the hotel. It's one of those basic ass hotels, not great. I'll keep it $150. I'm very, very used to my comforts now. You know, highfalutin lifestyle, because as long as there's internet, I'm happy with it, and it seems like everything is fine. You know, Allah korusun. Allah nazardan saklasın. But like, I've been spoiled for sure, because I got here and I was like looking around. I'm like, damn, dude, this is like one step above like a Japanese salaryman hotel room, you know? Any IRL today? Probably not. Probably no IRL today. Actually, for sure, there's no IRL today, because I mean, there's so much news to cover. And read French anti-fascist, anti-imperial manga, Radiant. Okay, I'm not reading no French manga. Get out of here. Okay. There's obviously a lot of flotilla news that's happening, because the flotilla is like super close to Gaza, the Gaza coastline now. So get ready for chat to be incredibly fucking annoying about it. I will be participating in a protest tomorrow. So I will be out and about tomorrow. I've been talking to Jean-Luc Mélenchon's team as well ahead of time, to try to figure out if we can do another collab like we did last time. But I don't know if we'll be able to this time around, but I'll be hanging out with the France Unbow boys regardless. You look like the animated version of yourself from this camera angle. Yes, dude, because everything is rigged up, okay? Everything is put together with ticker tape, as always. And for that reason, the camera is actually propped up to the back of the fucking laptop. Okay? The camera is propped up to the back of the laptop. The light back there is flickering because it's like a different hertz, and this camera is not used to it. And that is just what it is. Okay, calm down. There's gonna be some issues. Okay, there's gonna be some issues. March is here, yes, but he's sleeping. Having said that, what else was I gonna say? Yeah, I'm spoiled. I'm a spoiled little brat. I went downstairs. I walked around a little bit, did a little bit of shopping, got the essentials: créatine, monohydrate et efforts intenses. Améliore les capacités physiques lors d'efforts très intenses de courte durée. Got some wee French creatine. Got some baby wipes because there's no bidets in the bathrooms, as always. Got some freaking coffee. Did you purchase la zine? No, but I brought my zine canister. Do not worry. I did not bring le zine. Also, this is France. Like, they don't do zine. They just smoke cigarette. But yeah. Do they think you're weird because you shower? Okay. French people shower too. That's a OG. That's an old meme. I'm not here for Paris Fashion Week. I'm here for GP Explorer. And that is my friend Lucas Squeezie's event, major event, international event that he does. We got an American team, Michael Reeves and Ludwig participating in it as well. And I, myself, alongside Pokimane, are going to be the American English-speaking broadcasters for the entire event. So that's very exciting. I'll watch the GP Explorer trailer in a little bit. But having said that, personal news-wise, blast off, we didn't get alerts. You might have to switch your Twitch schedule for alerts this trip. What? You didn't get alerts? How the fuck are people in here then? I think it's because I started off at a different hour. Anyway, I do know about the protest plan for tomorrow, yes. And I plan on participating in them. There's 2 different protests that are taking place. One against Macron and his administration and the austerity protests. And then later in the afternoon, later in the evening, at night specifically, there will be a pro-Palestinian protest as well. I might actually live stream that one. I might actually go to that one. The problem is it's like 7 p.m. here right now, right? So if they're, depending on what time they protest, like it might be outside of my live streaming coverage. But if it is in my live stream coverage hours, then I will go live, and I will go live from the protest as well. So, that is the most Parisian thing that I could do, which is to attend a protest to see how these guys do it, because like we do it differently in America, as you guys know. I feel like a lot of the riot police here don't go as hard. And the protesters, as opposed to the police, go harder in some ways. But yeah. Aside from that, what other personal news do I have? There's so much going on. Are you going to watch the press conference that's going on? Which press conference? There's so much happening in America, obviously. The shutdown happened. Not even sure how that's going to work with me coming back into the country. I got the playlist already, Themasius. Thank you, though. And we're obviously going to be covering that. We also got there's a government shutdown conference happening. Is that what's happening? There's the Sumud Flotila. I know everyone needs to calm down. Okay, I am aware. I love that everyone is just like, don't even cover the government shutdown press conference. You just immediately go to the flotilla. But you have to remember, we're going to do it all. Okay? We're going to do it all. We're going to cover it all. I promise you. What else was I going to say? Code gay ass I talked about. Did you see Newsom's Trump cosplay tweet? Hilarious. Yeah. Mail yourself back like that Malcolm in the Middle episode. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen when I come back into the country. Last time I went to France and then came back, as you guys know, I got detained. Hopefully that won't happen this time around. What did you eat? I've eaten nothing so far. Literally nothing. I just got off the plane, I set this stuff up. Mark set it up. And went shopping to get some creatine and some other essential items, like some water and stuff, because it's one of those hotel rooms where they don't even have a fucking mini bar in here. They don't got no room service in this hotel. It's cooked. It's cooked as hell. So you're gonna call the race with no sleep? Man, how about you worry about your damn self, and then I worry about my damn self, okay? What is this parasocial nonsense? I'm a 34-year-old man, okay? Yeah, no hotel chicken tendies, but I'll figure it out. You're just a baby. I'm just sometimes I'm a 34-year-old man. Other times I'm a baby. I'm a little baby, okay? I'm a wee little baby. And you know, I need guidance. I need guidance from everybody in the chat. So, 34 years old but can't make his own bed. I mean, the bed is actually not that bad. It just looks bad from this angle. But I was like laying in it in a little bit for a little bit. But wee, wah. I'm a widow baby. So, what was I gonna say? All right, well, let's get started. First, we'll cover the government shutdown first and foremost, and then we'll get to. As of 4 minutes ago, another vote to end the government shutdown failed in the Senate, as the Democrats are holding firm on the healthcare demands. We're obviously going to get to all of that in a second. There's a lot there. There's a lot that needs to be discussed there. First, let's blast off before I forget. Okay. Okay. I'm in France. I escaped America and came to France as the government shuts down. Why? How? And will the DEMS cave? Flotilla nears Gaza blockade. Okay. How long is this staying shut down? We talking channel point bets? I don't know yet. I don't think we can do it yet, but hold on. We got major First Amendment protection, landmark 1A protection on Palestinian speech from Reagan judge. I'm just surprised because everyone kept saying I was so stupid and how wrong I was, and that if you're an immigrant, you're not allowed to fucking speak out against America or Israel, as a matter of fact. But it turns out that was wholly unconstitutional. Yeah. JD Vance at the podium at the White House. They're going to use the bully pulpit every day. I know. We'll do that as well. Of course, we're going to be talking about that as well. What else? I escaped America and came to France as the government shuts down. Why? How? And will the Dems cave? Flotilla nears Gaza blockade. Landmark one First Amendment protection from Reagan judge. And so much more. Get in now. Twitch.tv. Do we have a blast off meme? Chatters, do we have a blast off meme? Have I seen Nicki and Cardi going at it? No. I mean, I saw one Cardi B tweet, but that's it. That's it. That's all I saw. And I don't know if I'll have time to cover that. I feel like that's not as important. The girls are fighting, but when are they not? When is the GP Explorer race and what channel is it on? I can't wait to watch Ludwig get absolutely destroyed. Dog, my channel. My channel. I'm here to broadcast the GP Explorer race. Fan cam caught you at the airport? What is this? That's ruthless. That's messed up. Does anyone have a blast off meme for me or not? God damn it. Is it true they don't sell deodorant in France? It's false because I did also purchase deodorant. Okay. That was one of the things I had to purchase alongside creatine. I needed to get deodorant as well. Okay. Okay, that's a ridiculous self-serving blast off meme, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Fuck it. YOLO, let's do it. Deadass, bro, you can't get off Twitter. Yeah, it's been especially bad as of late because everything is awful. Everything is awful, and I just have to pay close attention to it for my job. I don't want to do it, but something going on in the Flotilla live stream. Guys, here's what we're not going to do today, okay? Every little movement, every little tweak that takes place on the Gaza Flotilla live stream does not mean that you have to immediately let me know and that we have to immediately turn our attention over there, okay? Especially considering that there might be terms of service violations that will cause me to get banned. Okay? Like we're not going to do that. We're going to watch it after the fact, okay? We're going to watch it after the fact. We're not going to watch it in real time as it's happening, especially because there are numerous live streams that you can watch, and you can watch it. Okay? You can watch it on your own. But not going to do that at this moment, okay? We're not going to do that at this moment because, like, even if the flotilla was intercepted by the Israeli forces and they started doing, like, violent shit, I can't show that in real time, okay? Most likely Israel will jam up their cameras regardless before they do the violent stuff anyway. But, yes, it does seem as though the Israeli military is already there. Okay, they can basically see the coastline right there. Look. And the expectation is that the Israeli forces are going to intercept, infiltrate. The naval blockade is happening already. And they're going to treat them like criminals as always. It's the scariest aspect of this is that they made it seem, they said ahead of time, they did the classic thing where they said ahead of time that these guys were Hamas. Okay. They went from the selfie yacht to Hamas. And then they did the classic Israeli method of just like making shit up and saying that George Galloway is Hamas. Okay. Everyone is Hamas. Everyone and anyone that has ever said anything mean about Israel or wants to like recognize the humanity of Palestinians, they're all Hamas, okay? They're extra Hamas. They're always Hamas. Always and forever. George Galloway's not even on the flotilla. It doesn't matter. They were using him in photos to make this like false association between the humanitarian efforts. Yeah, okay. They literally just jammed all the fucking cameras. They're jamming the cameras one by one, it seems. But basically, we'll get there. We're going to start with the government shutdown first and foremost, okay? We're going to start with the government shutdown, and then we're going to get to piss real and what they're doing on this flotilla. But let's start
first
here. Let's start here. Okay. We're starting here. First government shutdown in years.
Shut down in nearly 7 years.
I thought he wasn't streaming today. There's never a moment where I say that I'm not fucking streaming. Okay.
Yes, this is happening. It officially began at midnight because lawmakers and President Trump failed to reach a deal. Both sides are now in a bitter fight over spending priorities and blaming the other. According to one estimate, up to 750,000.
Incredible coverage, by the way. Every media outlet, for the most part, has been covering this as though, you know, both sides have the same kinds of demands here. I mean, what are they doing? Can't they all get along and not let the government shut down? And it's been mind-boggling to watch from afar because the framing is so psychotic. Like, the Democrats are shutting down the government or refusing to push another funding bill because they have no other mechanism to defend Americans' health care. Okay, they just don't. And not only that, but then also on top of that, like whenever there's a budget allocation that takes place, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. This is not, guys, this is not the Flotilla live stream, okay? I will be covering that in a little bit. Please, stop. Anytime they hit a fucking wave, you guys have to come in here and be like, dude, you have to tune in right now. Please stop. I know I'm going to get so annoyed about this. Oh my God, today, people are going to be so fucking annoying about it. Okay? Put up a pinned message or something. Dude, what are you talking about? You think that shit matters? Nobody listens to nobody knows how to read. We don't have a literate chat in here. Okay? Chat is illiterate. Listen. Government shutdowns only happen because the American government has to get back together and decide that we're going to keep funding the American government. Okay, it's already a unique predicament. The reason why it's happening this time around is because, well, Trump. It's because of Trump. Because the Republicans have basically pushed through insane bills that cut tax for the wealthy or make them permanent, the previous tax cuts permanent that were supposed to sunset, while simultaneously cutting a tremendous amount of healthcare expenditures by making it more difficult for people to be able to stay on Medicaid. And this is the reason why the Democrats, first and foremost, primarily, this is the reason why Democrats are trying to get assurances from the Republican Party. Okay? Make no mistake. It's because there's $800 billion in cuts coming down for Medicaid. They want to, at least in the interim, continue funding Medicaid in this next spending cycle. There's a bunch of other reasons as well. One of the reasons is because Donald Trump is using what is it called, like a pocket veto. And basically deciding that now that the Supreme Court has given him the power to do so, basically deciding unilaterally that it doesn't really matter what kind of congressional budget assurances are made, because he can just veto them. He can on his own go out there and be like, oh, you guys are spending $5 billion on U.S. aid, for example. Sucks to suck. I'm not letting that happen. And the Supreme Court basically gave him that power to do this, okay? So obviously, this kind of takes away the entire purpose of Congress. It's like the Congress is supposed to be the purse, right? They're supposed to control the purse. And now it turns out that the White House can just say, don't see that. Don't feel that way. Okay? So that's another major point of contention for not just the Democrats, but even Republicans as well. Republicans are also frustrated with this. They're just pussies and they won't say anything about Donald Trump basically shredding what remains of the separation of powers, right? But here we are. There is going to be a major impact, obviously, when the government shuts down. There are almost 1 million people in the federal government that are furloughed. As it stands currently, as of today, all of the federal government workers are technically working without pay. That just means there's no assurance. Obviously, in the next pay period, if they end the shutdown by the next pay period, it doesn't matter. They get paid, right? But right now, there is no guarantee that they might get paid. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the federal government agencies will actually scale back on the people that they are hiring, or definitely scale back on the people that they're hiring, but scale back on the people that are working in real time. Now, of course, one would expect ICE to also get this drawback, except Donald Trump has said ICE is still going to, and Customs and Border Patrol is still going to work full throttle as they have been. Don't know how that's going to work. Don't know how they're going to find money in the bank for that. But yes, fear not, they are legally required to back pay employees. And a lot of people are currently working without pay, technically. That doesn't mean that they're not going to get paid. If the shutdown ends by the next pay cycle, you just get paid as you normally would. Okay?
Workers could be furloughed every day, costing them $400 million in pay every day. Nancy Cordes is at the White House this morning. Nancy, good morning. This is terrible news for workers who are waking up in limbo. Good morning to you. What can you tell us?
It absolutely is, Gail. You know, usually these shutdowns get headed off because one side blinks or there's a last-minute agreement, but this time neither of those things happened. And so as of this morning, the federal government is technically out of cash. How long will it last? No one knows.
After Congress failed to reach a deal last night, tens of thousands of federal workers will be told to stay home today, furloughed without pay. Workers deemed essential, like air traffic controllers and members of the military, will stay on the job, though they won't get paid for now either.
Most TSA officers live paycheck to paycheck.
Aaron Barker works for TSA in Atlanta.
If it gets to that point where officers...
This is also going to absolutely cook travel as well, which is going to be interesting for me when I come back to the United States of America. Okay. Obviously, like, there is going to be a scale back on the employees that they even put out on the security line. So there's that issue too. But you know, everything is going to be busted. Everything is going to suck. Everything already sucked, but it's going to suck even further. Obviously, we want the federal government to work. The federal government is good. It should work well. And the Trump administration has been actively trying to ensure that it doesn't work well at all. They have been undermining the federal government. So this is just a little bit of a taste of what it will look like. This is a little bit of a taste of what it would look like if Donald Trump and his administration got their wishes across.
Can't afford to come in or have to make a decision whether to purchase medication, pay daycare, or put gas in the car to come to work. They're going to have to make that hard decision, and no one really wants to do that.
But they may have to, because late last night, a funding bill did not pass the Senate. It needed 8 Democrats. It got 3.
You know, the only real victim here is the American people. This is so unnecessary and uncalled for.
Dog, you guys are Republicans. You want to victimize the American people. And the entire reason why this shutdown is even happening is because you have been actively victimizing the American population. This is one of the few instances where the Democrats actually got a light lit up under their asses and have put on some semblance of a fight. Make no mistake, this is information warfare, okay? This is going to be, the next couple of days are going to be basically the Democrats and Republicans duking it out. Republicans lying and saying, oh, it's the Democrats want to fund illegal immigrants or whatever. And then the Democrats being like, no, this is because of health care. They're probably going to do not a great job of defending their position, even though their position is totally defensible. And it's going to be important. It's going to be important to communicate exactly why this is taking place. And the Republicans have already started on their messaging campaign by claiming that this is actually $1.5 trillion of money that the Democrats want to give directly to the illegal immigrants. Donald Trump posted that that AI video where he put Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero, called him a Mexican, and then did that AI speech for Chuck Schumer saying all the illegal aliens hate us. Or we want to give them money, and if these illegal aliens were to learn how to speak English, then they would learn to hate us as well. All this shit, okay? And unfortunately, Democrats have a tough job ahead of them because they're, one, deeply uncharismatic, two, not exactly used to fighting back, and three, they already have, everyone has a tough time combating the misinformation, the faucet of misinformation that comes from the Republican Party. The government websites have already been propagandizing the position. Here's the HUD website. The radical left in Congress shut down the government. HUD will use available resources to help Americans in need. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. This is like unheard of. It's unseen. No one has ever done this before. It's pretty crazy shit. Okay, they're just straight up using all of the outlets available to propagandize to the American public. If the Democrats did anything even remotely similar to this, they would get blasted out of orbit by the Republicans. But of course, they're doing it regardless. They're blaming AOC. They're blaming whoever the fuck they can. It doesn't really matter. It's all bullshit. Okay? It's all bullshit. I'm here to tell you what is actually going on. And then also tell you that, there are some downsides to this, especially if the Democrats don't demonstrate messaging discipline and find themselves in a bind and then are seen shouldering the blame, shouldering the responsibility of the shutdown.
Democrats were holding out for an extension of Obamacare premium subsidies and changes to Medicaid.
Our guarantee is to the American people that we're going to fight as hard as we can for their health care.
President Trump is warning his administration might use the funding lapse to push through more mass layoffs. I asked him about that yesterday.
How many federal workers do you plan to lay off?
Well, we may do a lot, and that's only because of the Democrats.
Later in the Oval Office,
this is just posturing. Because like, if you're saying that the government shutdown is bad, then and the Republicans are saying that, then you can't turn around and be like, yeah, I can't wait to fire everybody permanently. It's a lie. Obviously, when push comes to shove, when shit hits the fan, Republicans also recognize the importance of the fucking federal government. Okay? They don't want to shut down. They know it's bad. They know it looks bad for the Republicans. But remember, the most important part of the shutdown is the demands. Okay? If you don't get your demands across in this treacherous information landscape, because the Republicans are so used to bullying the shit out of you, then you're cooked. Then you will be seen as the responsible party for the shutdown, and you won't even be able to achieve the goals of pushing for a shutdown so you can get concessions from the Republicans on protecting people's health care. Okay? This is very important, because that is the reason why the shutdown is happening. But I do not believe that Donald Trump is like, oh, I'm going to fire everybody. I'm going to fire everybody. Bitch, you're still begging for half the people that you fired with Doge to come back to their positions, okay? Are they stupid enough to go along with this and then actually use this as an opportunity to fire a bunch of people? Maybe. But ultimately, that will backfire on this administration as it did already with Doge, okay? You can't continue this race to the bottom. You can't do that. You can't like take advantage of the shutdown to fire more people, because you need those people. You need to hire more people, ironically enough, not fire them. So a decently competent party, which the Democrats are not, would use this opportunity to say, hey, look, we want to protect your health care. These guys already cut it. They want to keep cutting it, and they're behaving like petulant little children, and they're also threatening to fire more government employees. It's ridiculous. It's completely unacceptable. Look at the priorities for either party. Which message resonates better with voters? We want to protect your health care. Republicans, on the other hand, don't want to protect your health care. They already They already destroyed your health care. It's going to happen after the midterm elections. We want to claw back some of those expenditures. The Republican response to this has been, well, we're just going to fire more people.
The ante, claiming that all the workers who lose their jobs will somehow come from one party.
We'd be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected, and they're Democrats. They're going to be Democrats. A lot of good can come down from shutdowns. We can get rid of a lot of things that we didn't want, and they'd be Democrat things.
The uncertainty has left workers like Barker to wonder if their jobs could be on the chopping block.
It's one thing to say, hey, you may not get paid, but then to say you may not get paid forever, we're going to remove you from your job, is a whole nother thing. It's just the worst case scenario.
President Trump continues to taunt Democratic leaders about all this on social media, posting another AI-generated video of House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, which is similar to an earlier one that Jeffries called bigoted. He also posted these photos of their Oval Office meeting on Monday with Trump 2028 hats prominently displayed on his desk.
Oh, God, this fucking thing. It's just so stupid. Like, what do you say to this? What do you do? What do you say? I mean, it's just so... Like, I'm not Mr. Aesthetics. I'm not Mr. Civility. But god damn, dude. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, Donald Trump engages in behavior that would be disqualifying on a daily basis. Not even on a daily basis, like 4 times a day minimum. Like, we're not even doing messaging at this point. Like, Republicans aren't even messaging. They're just trolling, which is so crazy. Like, you're the fucking government, man. You're playing with people's fucking lives. Trump 2028, yes. Yeah, I love this. It's for the dumbest people that you know. Like this guy, okay? He's like, oh, yeah, I love this. Oh, aren't you triggered? Aren't you owned, you fucking libtards? It's like, dude, your healthcare is cooked, okay? You're about to eat poison for meat. And you're over here being like, hell yeah, but we own the fucking libtards, big dog. Good luck, man. Good luck. You're going to be like, what is happening? A natural disaster is going to take place. You're going to be like, I don't know. I wasn't warned. I wonder why. I wonder why you weren't warned. Because these fucking dipshits fired everybody that would give you the proper warning ahead of time. Now your fucking house is underwater and you can't even get a fucking FEMA. You can't even get FEMA assistance. You can't get the proper recovery and you can't even rebuild your home. Why? Because they also cut funding to FEMA. And also said you have to do a loyalty pledge to Israel if you even want the minimum amount of recovery and relief aid. Hell yeah, but you owned those libtards though, man. You really did. You really did. You fucking owned them. You owned them so hard. Lamau. What do you do with people who are too stupid to understand that they're getting fucked over? Like, I'm not a big fan of the Democratic Party. This is not a secret. As a matter of fact, I rail against them quite a bit. I criticized them earlier for not being good at communicating, for example, being bad communicators in general. Having said that, even as someone who is very critical of the Democratic Party, even as someone who has actively at times been combative with the Democratic Party, I still recognize that right now they're fighting for your health care. That fucking dipshit sitting over there that's now worth $7.3 billion, wonder how that happened, is stealing from you and giving all that money back to his wealthy friends and campaign donors. Okay? What will it take for you to comprehend that this dude is fucking you over? Let natural selection take place? That's not how it works. There's no natural selection under capitalism. It's the poor that get shafted. Plenty of poor people who don't deserve this. Nobody really deserves this, but even people who are begging for it, in my estimation, don't actually deserve it.
a nod, Tony, to a potential third term that the law does not allow.
Nancy, thank you very much.
This morning, the government shutting
God damn, that's loud.
down for the first time in nearly 7 years after lawmakers from both parties failed to reach a deal.
Republicans once again rejected Democrats' proposals to avoid a shutdown.
The Democrat caucus here in town, in the Senate, has chosen to shut down the government.
Overnight, senators blocking dueling proposals. Democrats overwhelmingly rejecting a GOP bill to keep the government funded.
The bill upon reconsideration is not passed.
And Republicans blocking a Democratic bill to reverse Medicaid cuts and extend Obamacare subsidies to keep healthcare costs from rising for millions.
How long would you be willing to let a shutdown go on until your demands are met? As long as it takes?
We need to save healthcare. It's so basic and existential for a lot of American families.
With lawmakers deadlocked, the president turning to mocking Democratic leaders, posting another AI-generated video on social media, showing Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries wearing a sombrero and a fake...
Like, this is one of those things where, like, you just have to, you can't get, like, mad about this. You just can't. It's like a child, right? So, under no circumstance can you openly get mad about this shit. You just have to be like, dog, what are we doing? I mean, look at this guy. Like, I want to fucking save your healthcare. He already stole money from your healthcare so we can give it back to his wealthy donors. And look at the kind of silliness he's engaging the serious subject matter with. 750,000 jobs are at risk right now. Americans that live paycheck to fucking paycheck. And that's what the president is doing. Okay? That's what the president is doing. Because you say this makes MAGA hard. Okay. What about all the Trump voters that work in the federal government, Chad? What are you talking about? They're worried about their fucking paycheck. This is what the president's busy with. You're forgetting that this is not like, it's not just Democrats that work for the federal government. Okay? There are people that work in the national parks. You would assume that that's like a very woke job. Except there are plenty of fucking Trump voters that work in the national parks, for example. That's it. Just like Medicaid is not a partisan thing. Okay? Medicaid is not a partisan issue. Republicans are on Medicaid just like Democrats are on Medicaid. So you have to communicate that to the people. You have to make them understand who's actually wishing them harm, who's actually doing them harm. It's that simple.
Mustache.
We need from the President of the United States an individual who actually is focused on doing his job as opposed to engaging in racist or bigoted stereotypes.
The president trying to ramp up the pressure, threatening mass layoffs and cuts to programs.
We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like.
Like, that's such a stupid, like what? Like what, dude? The EPA? Great. The FDA? CDC? Like, what do you mean? National Weather Service? Like, what? This is the federal government. This is not a partisan thing. Oh, my God. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see. I'm going to make sure everyone's getting trichinosis from their meat. You'll see then. Oh, the Democrats will be so owned. We'll own all the libtards when you don't know, when your house is flooded and you didn't know ahead of time and you didn't escape because the National Weather Service is cut because it's woke and gay. Everybody transgender at the woke weather service. Fuck yeah, dude.
Including the idea of cutting benefits without saying which ones.
We can do things medically and other ways, including benefits.
Already, as many as 4 million federal workers are preparing to go without pay, with furloughs hitting the majority of agencies. The Department of Labor seeing 76% of its workforce temporarily reduced. At Health and Human Services, 41% of employees will be furloughed, including 64% of workers at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Members of the military also hit hard, many forced to work without a paycheck. Jamie Billard, whose husband is in the Coast Guard, preparing to...
You think those motherfuckers are all Democrats? You think these guys are all libtards, chat? What are we thinking? Like, how do they feel when they hear their president, the guy that they voted for, turn around and be like, I'm going to cut them. I'm going to cut your jobs. I don't give a shit. Like a petulant child. You think they like that? No, this is an opportunity to explain to people, to show them the truth. This is an opportunity to expose the truth for all of your loved ones who are fucking Trump supporters still at this point. If you have any that you haven't cut contact with. Okay? That's it. Like, this is a perfect opportunity. He is so bad. Like, he is just, I don't know. He's like a kid. He's like a little baby. He's behaving like a little baby. And he's threatening the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of government employees purely to posture from a position of leverage. Yeah. Also, we have the new jobs numbers that came out. The revised jobs numbers actually went from 54,000 down to minus 3,000. In September, the numbers of jobs that were created was minus 32,000. So let's see how that works out. This isn't the unrevised numbers, I think, by the way. We'll only find out what the revised numbers look like and how many more jobs were actually cut by the end of this month, in the month of September, just like we found out that the revised job numbers at the in the month of August, you only find out at the end of September. So it's probably even worse. Are you tired of winning? We're going to win so hard. And by the way, this is the new guy. This is the good guy, the good numbers guy, the guy that Donald Trump brought in. What now? I said this when he fired the previous labor guy, right? When he fired the previous labor guy and then brought in the new labor guy, I was like, well, you can't just you can't really fake it. What do you do when the new guy also finds the exact same problem? When the new guy runs into the same problem. Well, you're fired. You're also fired. You're all fired. Cool. Okay. One of these days, they'll get it right.
Tell kids they'll have to scale back on dinners out and picture day at school.
What do we set as a priority? Your dad's not getting paid right now. That's our sole source of income. You know, I said no because there's bigger things happening here.
And in Fort Worth, Johnny Jones, a TSA officer, and an AFGE union official worried about how he'll make ends meet.
Child care does not take IOUs. Gasoline does not take IOUs. Your house payments do not take IOUs. And sometimes it becomes very difficult to maintain focus on the mission whenever you're trying to figure out how you're going to get to and from work.
Democrats say those threats from the president for mass layoffs are an act of intimidation, showing no signs of backing off their demands.
The president is now threatening these irreversible cuts to the workforce, to programs. Is that a risk that Democrats are willing to take?
It will fall on him, as I said. He's the one doing the firings, not Democrats.
So 2 Democratic senators and 1 independent broke ranks to support the GOP proposal to keep the government funded. Senate Republicans say they plan to bring that bill back to the floor today, but Democrats say they are holding firm. So the big question now, how do lawmakers get out of this shutdown? Exactly who caves? And just how long will it last? Robin, the last one was 35 days.
Those are all big questions that you just asked there, Rachel. Thank you so much for your reporting. We are joined by CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger. Jill, great to have you here on a day like this. How is a shutdown going to wash through the economy?
Well, first of all, we know that the most direct impact are federal workers, in the military, these workers, people who are deemed essential, who have to show up to work and not get paid. I can't put a finer point on this, that the personal financial lives of these people has been upended, and it's intense. So with hundreds of thousands of people being out of work, some being forced to go to work without pay, it could cause a little bit of a dent in the economy. But I don't think that's the issue. I actually think it's a much more personal issue, that these people are going to struggle, and the people that where they shop are going to struggle. And although those wages get paid back usually when the government reopens, that doesn't help you if you're fighting with your landlord. That doesn't help if you need the money right at the second. And I keep thinking about all the people that are making these decisions. They're still getting paid. And all the other people are sitting here going, what? You just heard that.
Is this better? Or is it too dark? I feel like it's too dark, right? Make your bed. Shut up. Don't look behind you. Anyway. The cam is a bit low. I assume it's the laptop cam. No, it's not. It's not a laptop cam. It's propped up on top of the laptop, unfortunately, because everything is computer, everybody transgender, everything is cooked. This is what the Fab Top sees. Scary. Oh, speaking of the Fab Top, I've actually upgraded. It's the Fat Pad now. I have an iPad. I bought an iPad finally. I got an iPad Air. I had never had an iPad before. And honestly, it's excellent. Easier to clean? No, like I'm not actually fapping, chatters. What the fuck? It's not for fapping related reasons, you little freaks. I'm just saying that, like, damn, my head, look at the shadow that my head casts behind there. It looks massive. No, it's for watching shit on when I'm traveling. Did you get the Apple Pencil so you can doodle again? No, I did not. You wish your head was fat, girl? Okay, calm down. Calm down.
To say it's the worst possible scenario. But what about big government programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid? Well, do those stay intact? Totally intact. You'll receive benefits, SNAP programs, food stamps. Those things are actually operating as normal. The one thing I'll say is that if you have an application with one of these programs, that may be a little bit delayed. But you will receive your checks. Don't worry. Just one thing, though, that I want to be clear about with the people also is that you should be communicating with anyone. If you feel like that man who said this is the worst case scenario, you communicate with your landlord, you communicate with your utility company, you say, I could be late. Do not hide, because we really want these people to stay afloat. Do people give you grace during that time? Sometimes, and sometimes not. It depends how long this lasts. I mean, for every week this goes on, people are going to struggle. They're going to dip into their savings. What I hope they don't do is go into credit card debt. Hopefully they have some savings that they can access. Maybe you actually pull some money and borrow it from your retirement plan if you're feeling the pinch. That's something we should consider.
All right. Good advice there from Jill Schlesinger, as always. Thank you very much.
Chuck Schumer saying that the American people are with Democrats when it comes to opposing Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. But where are Americans in terms of...
Okay. I'm going to get so annoyed with the way that they present this stuff in the upcoming days, where they'll say, like, well, a lot of Americans are blaming the Democrats. And I'm worried that, like, the Democrats are going to see that and get scared and get cold feet and not actually and not actually present a strong response. You on vacation? No. Look at me. Do I look like I'm on vacation? I'm doing my job that I do. I'm in France for GP Explorer. I will be the English broadcaster for GP Explorer. Okay? Democrats will cave, give it 1 week. I don't have a lot of confidence. I do not have a lot of confidence in the Democratic Party. I will be honest with you. Having said that, we just have to hope that they can get some concessions from the Republicans, even though that sounds so far out in the distance. It sounds impossible. The reason why, I mean, you know how these motherfuckers work. You know how demonic they are, the Republicans. And I just don't. I don't think they will actually turn around and, yeah, this is what I'm doing. This is the thing that I'm doing, and we'll watch it later. How about you explore some bitches in Paris instead? Will do.
How they feel about this shutdown right now. CNN's Harry Anton is running the numbers on this. What are you seeing?
Yeah, what are we seeing? This is an American public that more so than ever before I've looked at the polling is willing to go to a shutdown. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look. What Americans wanted.
Boom. That's all I needed to hear. That's enough. Holy Toledo. Okay. Holy Toledo. The very fact that there's 49% appetite for stand on principle in 2025 is enough. Okay? This is not supposed to be a popular position. It's like strikes. Work stoppages are controversial. Okay? They're damaging. They're scary. People don't know. People don't know what might happen. There's a lot of instability that comes with it. But this is leverage. This is the only leverage that the Democrats have to fight back against the administration taking money directly out of your pockets, taking money out of your health care. That's why they're doing this. And I really, really hope that the Democrats can stress the importance of that over and over again, because this is an opportunity to stand on a visible platform and say, this is why we're doing it. Nobody wants a shutdown. The Republicans refuse to give assurances and protect people's health care. Okay?
Shutdown. Well, traditionally speaking, I got the 2013 numbers. The majority of Americans want compromise, no shutdown. You go back to 2013, just 33% said stand on principle, even if it means a shutdown. Come to this side of the screen, we see an even split, right? 50% of Americans say they want a compromise, no shutdown. But up like a rocket, standing on principle, we see now 49%, basically an even split on Americans either wanting a shutdown or, in fact, saying they want their side to stand on principle. I think we're hearing a lot of that from Chuck Schumer.
Which group has shifted the most in terms of compromise or not?
You know, it was so interesting to hear those clips of Chuck Schumer being played back from 2013, from all those past shutdowns.
And just from March, right?
Right, potential shutdowns. And what has changed significantly is Republicans have always been willing to basically say, you know, we should shut down the government and stand on principle. But now Democrats, a significantly larger portion of Democrats say, you know what, let's...
Yes, Republicans are always in favor of a government shutdown because that's at the heart of Republican messaging. Okay? Republicans act as though the federal government is irrelevant. The Republicans act as though the federal government is worthy of significant cuts because they're stupid and they don't understand that the federal government is important. It's not only a jobs program, but also on top of that, it needs to exist for people to live their daily lives without fear that, you know, the food that they're purchasing at the grocery store is poisoned, or know exactly when some kind of devastation might take place in the form of a natural disaster. Roads run as they normally would, just like every aspect of our lives. The federal government is there, invisible. Federal government, as I always like to say, is only visible when it's failing. Okay? It's only visible when it's failing. If it's invisible, that means it's doing its fucking job. And the Republicans take advantage of that and regularly act as though they don't give a shit about the federal government. That they did this with Doge already. When it's a Democratic White House and GOP Congress, GOP's happy to shut down the government to hold their line because it's beneficial to them. When it's a GOP White House, they want the same no matter what. They have little motivation to reopen because they're conservative. I don't think so. Because I think that the considering that they control the White House and Congress, considering that they control the White House and Congress right now, this will look like a severe incompetence that will lay squarely on the shoulders of the Republican Party. So if the Democrats message correctly, at this moment, they will be able to actively shift the attention to the ways in which the Republicans are cutting their health care, which is incredibly important. And not only that, but also they will be able to put the blame on the Republican Party and their incompetence and their inability to address this pressing demand. That's the best case scenario. Also, rest in peace to Jane Goodall. She was a legend. She was awesome. Yes, I see your messages in the chat. Obviously, we're not going to talk about that right now. We'll talk about that later. Okay, let's continue.
Principle. What Democrats want a pre-shutdown? You go back to 2013, just 18% of Democrats said stand on principle. The vast majority, 76%, 3 in 4 Democrats said compromise, no shutdown. Look at this side of the screen. Look at this percentage that said stand on principle back in 2013. It was 18%. Now it's 47%, more than double. In fact, nearly triple the percentage of Democrats now say stand on principle as compared to 2013. We see a much more even split among Democrats. The 52% who say compromise, no shutdown, the 47% who say stand on principle. Within the margin of error of each other, what we're seeing is a Democratic Party that is much more so than ever before saying, you know what, let's shut down the government, even if it means no compromise, so that we can stand on principle.
A big question now that it is shut down is how long is this going to last? We keep making the comparison to the longest shutdown, which was in 2018. What's your reference point on how long you would say it is going to last?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You look at these numbers, right? You see that 18 to 47%.
Right.
You see this 33% to 49% stand on principle, and you hit at it, Kate Baldwin. The longest shutdown on record was 35 days back in 2018 to 2019, and we're seeing now a Democratic Party that's much more likely to dig in, and you have that Republican Party that has pretty much always been over the last decade very likely to dig in. I think this is a pretty good reference point. I wouldn't be surprised if we reach this record or go.
Breaking shutdown impacts are starting. Republicans are shutting things down and destroying projects. This is stupid of them, in my opinion. And as they now will own the shutdown side effects like idiots, nearly $8 billion in green new scam funding to fuel the left's climate agenda is being canceled. The projects are in the following states. So dumb. So fucking stupid. That's jobs, man. That's jobs. There's jobs in states, okay, where Republicans will be working as well. I know that these are, for the most part, blue states, and that is by design, for the record. If you noticed, they're not cutting funding or canceling projects that were allocated to jobs in red states, okay? They're such fucking assholes, dude. They're such animals. How do you deal with this shit, dude? How do you deal with a government that has identified half the population as its enemy? And it's ironic because they used to say Joe Biden is doing this when he says that like MAGA Republicans represent a threat to this country, but he never did shit like this. You know what I mean? And he wasn't even wrong when he said that MAGA Republicans are a threat to this goddamn country. It's like low-key, he was correct. It's so crazy that they're just openly waging war on Democratic cities and Democratic states. I just... And it is obvious that they're like so careless about it too. They just don't care. Like they're not thinking about the impact of this. They're not thinking about what this will look like down the line.
Go further, of course, time will tell.
Yes, it will. Thank you so much, Harry. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Democrats, the party of open borders, transgender for everybody.
Oh my Lord, brother, you can't put that in an ad, man. That's so dumb. They're so fucking stupid. Oh my God. Oh my God. What do you say? What do you even fucking say to this shit, bro? Democrats, the party for transgender for everybody.
Party of open borders, transgender for everybody. Lawlessness in our streets are shutting down the government in an effort to appease the radical left. These Democrats are coordinating their strategy with outside leftist groups and are demanding nearly $1.5 trillion in spending for an agenda that includes healthcare for illegal aliens and much, much more. Democrats for years have railed against government shutdowns, claiming a shutdown would mean much chaos and pain and needless heartache for the American people. Democrats are out of control, and you know who it hurts?
You, everyday people, and the most vulnerable. Seniors, veterans, working families, hungry kids, y'all.
Tell Congress to avoid the Democrat-led government shutdown.
Federal workers are being told to blame Democrats for the shutdown. Workers at one agency were given unhinged partisan language to use when setting out of office replies. I mean, what? What do you say to that? Like, this is unheard of. The Hatch Act is for nothing, okay? It doesn't exist, seemingly. Seemingly, it's just, it's nothing. It's fake. They're using, otherwise, like, nonpartisan instruments to directly make partisan appeals for one party over the other in a way that I've never seen before. Writing emails like a North Korean news reporter. Yeah. Just.
Well, thank you, Carolina, and good afternoon to everybody, and good afternoon to everybody who's watching at home. It's a tough act to follow, but let me just say a few things, then I'll take a few questions. Number one, Democrats say that they care a lot about lowering health care costs, and yet, when the president took historic action to work with the drug companies to lower prescription drug prices, the Democrats did nothing to help us. In fact, we would have loved to have the Democrats helping us, but they didn't. They talk about doing something. They don't actually do the hard work of making it happen. What they have done instead is to shut down the government because we won't give billions of dollars to healthcare funding for illegal aliens. That is what has actually happened. To the American people who are watching, the reason your government is shut down at this very minute is because, despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of congressional Republicans and even a few moderate Democrats supported opening the government, the Chuck Schumer AOC wing of the Democratic Party shut down the government because they said to us, we will open the government, but only if you give billions of dollars of funding for health care for illegal aliens. That's a ridiculous proposition. Let me say two other quick things then.
It's also just straight up a lie. How do you answer this bullshit? I mean, you just keep pushing back. You just keep pushing back because it's a straightforward lie. I mean, here there is one. There's the Caitlin Collins interview that comes to mind. Here it is. Caitlin Collins interviewed Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, Michael Penis, where Michael Penis also repeated this lie. Let's take a look.
As a constitutional lawyer, do you think you would be okay if a government shutdown happened under President Biden and he canceled programs unilaterally because of it?
We didn't allow that to happen because I'm more responsible than that. When the Republicans were in the minority, we delivered the votes to keep the government open because we don't want to hurt the American people. Chuck Schumer has made the decision unilaterally. He's the leader of the Democrats in the Senate to keep the government shut down for his own personal reasons. It is extreme.
Okay, hold on. That's not the thing I was looking for. There's another Caitlin Collins video. Does anyone have the video I'm talking about where she just straight up is like, "Hey, you made a claim that there's this unsubstantiated claim, a complete falsehood that like illegal immigrants are getting benefits and that's like the demand that the Democrats are making, but that's not the case." And he was like, "No, that is the case actually." Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here's the video. Hold on. Why isn't it loading? What the hell?
Yeah.
Here.
We're rolling the greatest hits on our social media.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the point about giving people who are here illegally health care is not exactly what is in their proposal.
No, it is 100% what their
immigrants
proposal.
who have legal status,
No,
and you're just
Caitlin, you're
disagreeing
wrong.
on who's eligible.
No,
I
I'm
looked
not.
at it, actually, because I was curious about your argument yesterday.
You should study the CBO's analysis that they just put out a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I saw
and
that, but
It's a fraction too. Like legal migrants that get the benefits are a fraction of the expenditure that we're talking about. And they just are like, no, you don't understand. It's actually illegal immigrants that are getting $1.5 trillion. It's like, you just made that up, man. That's not true. Undocumented immigrants are not eligible for any social expenditures whatsoever. It just doesn't. It's a lie. You're just fucking lying. Just like these dipshits originally lied when they were pushing Build Back Better, or Big Beautiful Bill. Sorry. Fuck. When they were pushing Big Beautiful Bill and Democrats were raising the alarms about $800 billion in Medicaid going away. Okay, $800 billion in Medicaid funding going away. They turned around and said, no, we're just cutting it from undocumented migrants. It was a fucking lie.
1.2 million people. You're basically arguing about who has legal status, people who are seeking refuge here or seeking asylum.
No, I'm making sure that we are making sure in our provisions that we sign into law have ensured that health care benefits go only to eligible U.S. citizens.
Right,
Chuck
as
Schumer's
is federal
proposal.
law.
Federal law was not being enforced. That's the whole point. We had to fine-tune that so that we could strengthen the health care program. That's what we did.
On this,
we're rolling the greatest hits on our social
yeah,
media.
I'm just
Straight up a lie. Guys, what does this mean, by the way? I need to ask you this because I got this. I haven't eaten yet today and I'm hungry. Le Club, poulet, this, whatever this is, and bacon. What does this have in it? What is a poulet, œuf, and bacon? Chicken, eggs, and bacon? Oh. Okay, so there's no fish in this, right? There's no seafood in this. All right, I'm about to rip this and give you a little taste test on the side. Chicken, eggs, and bacon. It's a weird combo, but okay. It was the only thing that didn't have tuna in it. So, and when people in Europe say bacon, they don't mean like bacon in the American style. They mean like like a cured ham or something. I don't understand that either. It's like a strange phenomena. Like when I assume bacon, I don't mean like uncooked bacon. I assume cooked bacon. Anyway, let's continue. Let's get back to JD Vance lying.
And then I'll take some questions. Number one, we all understand that Democrats and Republicans have policy disagreements. The Democrats want to do things. Look, when Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries were in here a couple.
Oh, that's so bad. Oh, I've never done that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, that's not edible. Oh, wow. Oh, now it's in my mouth. Now it's just the taste is in my mouth. Oh, wow. That's not good. Okay. Dude, what the fuck are French people doing? I can't believe dudes unironically eat this. Num, num, num. I mean, French cuisine is delicious. I love going to a boulangerie, but that was not. I mean, that's like a. I got that at a what is it, Extra or something? It's like a basically the gas station egg sandwich equivalent. But let me tell you, those are the prepackaged one was garbanzo. I can't believe 7-Eleven in America is more edible than that.
Days ago, they made some suggestions that the president was more than happy to say, yes, let's sit down and talk about how we can solve the healthcare crisis that we inherited.
Patisserie et boulangerie.
From the Biden administration. But it's one thing to say that we should solve the healthcare crisis for Americans. It's another thing to say that we're going to shut down the government unless we give the Democrats every single thing that they want, which, as Caroline says, includes giving billions of dollars of taxpayer funding for healthcare for illegal migrants. That's ridiculous. You don't have policy disagreements that serve as the basis for a government shutdown. Let's have the conversation about how to fix American healthcare, about how to make healthcare more accessible. As the president showed, he's more than willing to act on behalf of the American people for this very reason. What you don't do is say, unless you do exactly what we want to do.
Why are you saying close the fridge? Shut the fuck up. Bro, on my translate it said chicken, egg, bacon, and death. Well, that is what it tasted like.
As congressional Democrats, we're taken hostage. And the hostage, it turns out, is critical, essential services that the American people need. Caroline talked about some of it. Let me talk about some more. Our troops are not getting paid starting today because of the Chuck Schumer wing of the Democratic Party. We have people who
Great. Then concede. Then make sure that everybody gets health care. There's always two parties to a negotiation like this, okay? There are two parties here. Negotiate. Concede. If the demands from the Democrats are reasonable and just, in this case they certainly are, concede. Or own it. Own that you're like, no, I'm going to keep the government not funded. I'm going to keep the government shut down, and all those people are going to suffer because I don't want to fund healthcare, because we gave massive tax cuts to the super wealthy, and we wanted to ensure that our friends that gave us a lot of money kept receiving tax cuts. And obviously, in an effort to justify said tax cuts, we had to cut funding elsewhere. And the elsewhere is you, the American people. You, the American people, will suffer. Your healthcare will be more costly. Your healthcare is already expensive. It's going to be even more expensive. And you'll get kicked out of coverage as well, because we wanted to do that. Because that's the truth.
Require food assistance, low-income Americans who require food assistance, who will not get it unless we reopen the government, thanks to Chuck Schumer and his wing of the Democratic Party. We have flood insurance as we start hurricane season in the southeastern part of our country. That flood insurance is going to disappear because of Chuck Schumer and the far left of the Democratic Party. We need to reopen the government. Let's fix America's problems. Let's work together to solve them. But let's reopen the government before we have our negotiation about health care policy. That's what the American people demand, and that's certainly what the President of the United States wants. Let me make one final point. I think a lot of Americans are asking themselves, why did this happen? Why did the Democrats shut down the government despite, as Caroline said, voting on the exact same piece of legislation 6 months ago? And there are a lot of different spins that we can put on it, a lot of different answers that we could give, all of them true. One answer I already gave is that they want to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. That is true. They gave us legislative text that would have undone us cutting off health care benefits for illegal aliens.
They're not cutting off health care benefits for illegal aliens. You want to know why? Because there are no health care benefits for illegal aliens. Okay? There are no health care benefits. There's no government-funded health care for undocumented migrants. Okay? They might exist at the state level, like for California and whatnot, but that's a state legislature thing. Okay? There is no federal funded program that directly funds health care for undocumented immigrants. Okay? Undocumented migrants can only, the undocumented migrants and their overall impact on the federal government is only when they go to emergency room visits and they can't pay for it. That's it. And that is marginal. It's like 0.1% of overall expenditure. Okay? Straight up. This is a lie. There is no federal funded initiative to give health care, government funded health care, to undocumented migrants. It is made up. They are making this up, and they're just going along with this made up thing.
That's one of the things that they asked for. But the reality here, and let's be honest about the politics, is that Chuck Schumer is terrified she's going to get a primary challenge from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The reason why the American people's government is shut down is because Chuck Schumer is listening to the far left radicals in his own party because he's terrified of a primary challenge. So I'd invite Chuck Schumer to join the moderate Democrats and 52 Senate Republicans, do the right thing, open up the people's government, and then let's fix health care policy for the American people. Questions?
This is quite literally the Democrats, by force, trying to fix healthcare policy for the American people. Not even fix healthcare policy for the American people, of course, but to simply defend the existing lackluster healthcare policy that you guys have further crippled. That is the entire point. I can't believe that the Democrats have finally arrived at the correct position after months and months of demands coming from the base. I still fear that given the misinformation landscape that exists, especially with the vice president going on this podium and just actively lying without any pushback whatsoever, because who the fuck's going to push back in that press room, right? All of the people that could have asked a couple questions about the veracity of the statements he's making have been removed from the room, and instead they've been replaced with Tim Pool and Laura Loomer and Benny Johnson and people like that. So it's fucking ridiculous. So you're supporting a shutdown? Yes. Yes. It should have happened last time. Okay? Chuck Schumer should have pushed for it last time. For a million different reasons, by the way. Not just for healthcare. Okay. It should have happened last time. And remember, it doesn't have to continue. There's no reason to go to a shutdown. Okay? There's no reason for there to be a shutdown at all. Republicans could just say, you know what, you're right. We actually went a little heavy-handed on the cuts to Medicare and Medicaid, specifically Medicaid. We're actually going to protect Medicaid, and we're going to ensure that people's health care is not taken from them. If they were to say that, then there would be no shutdown. That's it. It's that simple. There are other demands that they could be making here as well, but I'm happy with like the unified messaging on the healthcare front. That's not bad. Okay, that's not bad at all. Obviously, you could demand that the administration follow the Constitution and stop stop sending the American military to American cities simply because the president is fucking bored. A coworker saw me watching you and wanted to let me know you have shitty takes. I'm sure he has fantastic takes. Considering the unifying principle of all my naysayers, I suspect that your coworker probably does not have very good takes and doesn't know his ass from his fucking elbow. Coworker politics. Back at it again.
It's a lot. Matt Boyle.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, there's two key Democrat lies I would like to get your take on and see if you can address. The first is that you're seeing
Two key Democrat lies that I'd like to get your take on and see you address. This is not a journalist. You are a spokesperson for the government, okay? You are a spokesperson, not for the government, but just for Donald Trump, basically. What the fuck is happening? This is not normal. This is abnormal. Please do not assume this is normal. Just, not that it fucking matters at this point, but they are using every aspect of the federal government like a fucking fleshlight, okay? What do you say to this? First question he takes, Mr. Vice President, how do you feel about the loser Democrat Party being fucking losers? And how bad they are and how they want America to fail? That's not a question. You're not asking a fucking question.
top Democrat leaders from Kamala Harris to Chuck Schumer to Hakeem Jeffries claim that it is a Republican shutdown caused by Trump. The second is that they're out there now claiming that they don't want to give health care to illegal aliens. Can you address both of those lies from the Democrat Party?
Yeah, so on the point that it's a Republican shutdown, look, it's obviously a Democratic shutdown. Just look at the vote totals in the House, look at the vote totals in the Senate, and look at the President of the United States' own action and conduct throughout this crisis. Nearly every single House Republican voted to open the government, Matt. Nearly every single Senate Republican voted.
Yeah, that's how it works, man. That's how it works. They have very reasonable demands. You are refusing to entertain those very reasonable demands and instead lying about said very reasonable demands and hitting the transgender immigrant line over and over again. How long? For how long will this work? I do want to know, like, because like there's got to be a point where, you know, even the average Republican turns around and says, okay, you say that every time. You say that about everything, transgender, migrant, everything. It does seem to have a stranglehold over the average Trumpian Republican for sure. They hear transgender, they hear illegal alien, and they get fucking primed. They're like, oh my God, hell, that's right. That's what the Democrats are trying to do. They're trying to transgender my migrants and my children. They want to make my children undocumented and then transgender them or some shit. But like, there's got to be a point where people go, okay, man, like, maybe they're not just trying to transgender the migrants and my children and then undocument them and then allow them to get killed by undocumented migrants. Like there's gonna be, there has to be a point like where they're just chipping away at their base, I hope.
To open the government last night, and even to their credit, a few moderate Democrats voted to open the government. That's not a Republican shutdown when nearly every single Senate Democrat votes to shut it down and every Republican voted to open it up. It's just obviously not true. Now, you can disagree about a number of things, but you can't disagree about the obvious fact that Republicans voted to open the government. The president stands ready to sign that opening of the government. We just need a few more Democrats to join us in that effort to open the government. Your final question.
This is true, by the way. They do need a couple moderate Democrats, and they already have like Fetty Wap, obviously. Uncle Fetty Wap. He is already on board with like funding the government, but they need like what? I don't know the exact number. I think it's like 6. I didn't want to say 6, 7, but I think they need like. I think they need 7 more. Watch Chuck Schumer fold again. It's just like relying on Chuck Schumer here is like hoping that a fucking wet napkin can hold your food, okay? He is just such a malleable little worm-like individual. I am so worried that he's going to cave. I'm so worried that the fate of the constitutional republic is in the hands of a wet dish rag. I just, like, he is so bad at whipping the Senate in general. Fetterman has a net positive approval now in PA because of Republicans. Completely fucking meaningless. They will not vote for him. They will vote for a Republican. Okay? He is a Republican. He might as well run as a Republican. Oh, God. It's not a plus 12. It's a plus 8 approval rating for Fetty Wap. Oh, God, I hate everything. I hate everything so much. Of course, the fucking brain damage made him Republican.
About illegal alien benefits. Look, the text is very clear. And I even saw, I think it was George Stephanopoulos in an interview with Mike Johnson, did a fact check that was totally rooted in baseless claims. It was basically Democrat propaganda. If you look at the legislative text that they gave us, they tried to turn on 2 separate provisions that would give health care benefits to illegal aliens. Number one, if you're an American citizen, you've been to a hospital in the last few years, you probably noticed that wait times are especially large, and very often somebody who's there in the emergency room waiting is an illegal alien, very often a person who can't even speak English. Why do those people get...
The funniest thing about the brain damage thing is that Republicans tell me he got knocked straight, and that's why he makes sense now, whereas it's obvious the brain damage fucked him up. I mean, he quite literally said that after he got brain damage, he straight up became conservative. He said that on Bill Maher. That's what you need. In this country, if you are a conservative person, if you're like a MAGA style Republican, you have maybe a little bit of brain damage, okay? And if you didn't have brain damage prior, but then you got brain damage, you're more likely to be a conservative after that, okay? It's just like, yeah, I got stroked out, and now I have conservative values. I'm racist, and I love Israel. Israel's the most important nation on the planet. It makes sense. Oh, also, senators leaving town until Friday to observe Jewish holidays, so the government will be shut down at least until then, but likely longer. Oh, shit. I have to go grab the food myself because I don't fucking bring it upstairs. I'll be back in a second.
Healthcare benefits at hospitals paid for by American citizens? The answer is a decision made by the Biden administration that the Trump administration, working with congressional Republicans, undid. We turned off that money spigot to healthcare funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats, in their legislative text, want to turn it back on. That's one thing. The second thing, Matt, is we all know that there are various ways in which the Biden administration waved away illegal immigration status. They gave parolees, they gave asylum claims to people who weren't really claiming asylum. And when they waved the magic wand of amnesty, giving millions of people legal status, even though they were in the country illegally, they also gave those people access to health care benefits. So what the Democrats are engaging in is a sleight of hand. They're saying, no, no, no. Those weren't illegal aliens who were getting health care benefits, even though everybody, knows they were in the country illegally. It's a lie told by the Democrats that they're not trying to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. It's a lie that is obviously untrue if you just look at the text that they gave us. And all you have to do is understand that this is about who benefits. We think the American people's government ought to benefit American citizens. The Democrats are willing to shut it down to benefit illegal aliens. The contrast couldn't be more clear. Peter.
Thank you, Vice President Vance. The big holdup is, of course, that you guys say illegal immigrants are getting taxpayer-funded health care. Democrats say you're lying. That makes it feel like it could be a really long shutdown. Is this going to be a long shutdown?
You know, I don't know. I can't predict what congressional Democrats are going to do, Peter, but I actually don't think it's going to be that long of a shutdown. This is a pure guess from the Vice President of the United States because I think you already saw some evidence that moderate Democrats are cracking a little bit. They understand the fundamental illogic of this. Look, for years, every single one of us, we can remember Barack Obama on the White House lawn. We can remember Chuck Schumer. We can remember, Nancy Pelosi for years. In Chuck Schumer's case, for literally decades, we've heard them say, you don't shut the government down over policy disagreement. Okay, Republicans think this thing about health care, that thing about health care. Democrats think this thing about immigration, Republicans disagree. Whatever those disagreements are, you don't shut down the government over it. For the first time since the Democrats have been in politics, they're now saying that unless we get every policy item that we demand, we're going to shut down the people's government. They're trying to take a hostage, and we're not going to let them.
And the administration announced today that $18 billion bound for New York transportation projects is going to be frozen so it can't go to DEI programs there. But the timing of this, does announcing that today mean that you guys are going to squeeze Chuck Schumer's home state until he blinks?
Look, I haven't talked to Russ about this morning, but look, I'm sure that Russ is heartbroken about the fact that he's unable to give certain things to certain constituencies. We want to do everything that we can to help the American people, but when the Democrats shut down the government, we have to actually do a little triage to make sure the most critical and most essential services are provided. The government does a lot of things. Of course, Republicans think that the federal government probably does too much, but there are a lot of critical things the federal government does that absolutely all of us would agree need to do. Our troops need to get paid. Our air traffic controllers need to make sure that people are flying safely and on time. We need low-income people to be able to access the food services that are provided by the federal government. There are critical things that need to be saved. We're going to do everything that we can over the coming weeks, if the shutdown lasts that long, to ensure that people get the essential services that they need, despite the fact that Chuck Schumer has shut down the federal government. It's not going to be perfect because we are in a government shutdown. We are going to have to lay some people off if the shutdown continues. We don't like that. We don't necessarily want to do it.
I got Lebanese food. And they wrote a note. I don't know what this means, but they wrote a note. Merci pour votre commande. Bon appétit et yafa et bientôt. Prenez soin de vous, les Habibis. Thank you for your order. And bon appetit, bon apple tea. And then they said, Habibi. They called me Habibi. Oui, oui. Oh. I got a bunch of stuff. I got a bunch of baklava to test out to see what le Lebanese are doing with le food. Okay. Le pita. Und lokum. Okay. Oui, oui, garlic sauce. Okay. I got lavash. I think some hummus and some labneh as well. Oui. This thing, it's like za'atar, kind of. I don't know. It's like pizza. I don't know what it is. I just got a bunch of stuff to test it out. Tavuk protein bowl. Looks pretty good. Smells good too. All right, good start. This is the most French food you can have. Lebanese. About to fuck this up. First First time I'm having food in the last not 24 hours, but like almost. Will it make you gay though? I hope. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Bone apple tea, everybody.
But we're going to do what we have to keep the American people's essential services continuing to run.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you for being here. Yesterday, President Trump said, as a result of the shutdown, we'll be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected, and the Democrats, they are going to be Democrats. Has the administration asked agencies to target federal workers who they believe to be Democrats in these reductions of forces?
We're not targeting federal agencies based on politics. We're targeting the people's government so that as much as possible of the essential services can continue to function. That is the question the president has asked the entire government is fundamentally, okay, we're in a shutdown. That causes some problems. The troops aren't getting paid. There's nothing that we can do about that while the government is shut down. But there are essential services that we want to make sure as much as possible they still continue to function. That is the principle that's driving us forward during this shutdown. It's going to continue to be the principle that drives us forward. But let's be honest. If this thing drags on for another few days or, God forbid, another few weeks, we are going to have to lay people off. We're going to have to save money in some places so the essential services don't get turned off in other places. That is the reality of the government shutdown that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have foisted upon the administration.
So what did he mean by they're going to be Democrats? He said they're going to be Democrats.
You've laid out a lot of the pain and problems that would come with a Democrat.
Donald Trump literally said we're going to target and fire Democrats. Which, once again, not that it matters, but is highly illegal. Of course, the role that J.D. Vance plays here is to put a more legitimate face to the mania of this administration, and therefore, he has to act like he didn't hear that. A lot of that going on here.
Shutdown, and yet in the Oval Office yesterday, the president said that a lot of good could come from a shutdown. So square that circle. Which is it, a Democratic-caused crisis or a Republican opportunity for reform?
Well, I think all the president is saying, Phil, is that he wants to make sure the American people's government functions as well as it can, despite the fact that we're in a shutdown. We're going to have to make things work. And that means that we're going to have to triage some certain things. That means certain people are going to have to get laid off. And we're going to try to make sure that the American people suffer as little as possible from this shutdown. That's what the president is saying, is that, yes, this is a bad thing. Obviously, the president is trying to reopen the government, but we're going to make things work as well as we possibly can, given the constraints that we have.
And then on those policy differences for the discussion and the negotiations to come later, during the Biden administration, Democrats twice voted to expand these Affordable Care Act tax credits. But those were supposed to be temporary, and they were slated to expire at the end of the year. As you sort of crack the door open to negotiation at a later date, would the party that ran on defunding Obamacare really negotiate about potentially expanding Obamacare?
Well, Phil, what we've said to the Democrats is that we're willing to have a conversation about how to ensure that Americans continue to have access to health care. And frankly, they should have access to better health care at a lower cost. We inherited a mess of a health care system from the Biden administration. It's why the president has worked so hard on the most favored nation status for prescription drugs. It's why we care so much about lowering the cost of prescriptions and why we're doing everything else. We're willing to have that conversation. But I think it's important to bracket the health care policy conversation because it's separate from the government.
If you want to understand the stupidity of the Republican Party and what motivates them to take action in one way or another, understand that back in the day they used to say it's Obamacare. They would just associate healthcare with Obama. And that's how they attacked it. Now they just say, oh, it's undocumented transgenders. that are getting the health care. So this is part of the reason why I don't, this is part of the reason why I always say, like, this is not, like, what we arrived at as, like, as far as American politics goes, didn't happen overnight. They used to do this back in the day as well. They used to lie. They used to say death panels when they were defending the private healthcare industry and did not want the ACA provisions to force healthcare providers to actually offer people coverage regardless of their pre-existing conditions.
Shutdown. We think that we can open the government and then have the conversation about what best healthcare policy to fit the needs of the American people. That's all we're trying to do. That's all we're trying to accomplish. We've got to reopen the government first. Now, Caroline, I don't know how you do this, how you actually choose people, because I don't know 90% of the names in here. Is it just who's the best dressed? Okay, I really like your shirt. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You are president of the Senate. Can you talk about what you're doing, what the administration is doing to try to get other Senate Democrats to vote to open the government?
Yeah, we're talking to a number of our colleagues, Democratic and Republican, in the Senate. I talked to a number of them last night. The president, of course, is talking to them as well. I think there really are two categories of demands that I've seen privately from congressional Democrats. I think on the one hand, those who are negotiating in good faith are saying, look, we just want to make sure that we're able to have a conversation with the administration about some of the critical needs that we see that need to get fixed over the next few months. We recognize it's kind of absurd, and a lot of them will admit in private that it's kind of absurd to shut down the people's government over these disagreements, but just agree to negotiate with us in good faith on these issues. And of course, we're having that conversation with them. Then there's another category, people who say, give us everything.
You want to know what's really funny about this? Or just perhaps gross? Obviously, he's lying, but something that has been endlessly frustrating for even Republicans in Congress that they're too pussy to say anything about is the fact that Donald Trump is now single-handedly capable of overriding the power of the purse that Congress has. So even when there's budget allocations that take place for foreign, for foreign policy related reasons and things like that, Donald Trump now has the mandate from the Supreme Court to say, no, we're not doing that. This has been very frustrating and is yet another incredibly important point of contention in the shutdown conversations. It's so bad that even Chuck Schumer used it as an example to say, what difference does it make whether we actually allocate money in the budget for anything when the president can then turn around and say, we're not doing that anymore? Like, it has eroded the last remaining use of the legislative body. So when he turns around and says, oh, we got to have a conversation in good faith, it's like, you can't have a conversation in good faith with these guys. It's all bad faith.
They want, or we're going to keep the government shut down. We just write those people off because they're not negotiating in good faith. And frankly, we don't need them. We've already got...
Can you say why the immigrant healthcare thing is bullshit? You need to explain it for a MAGA guy? It's just a lie. There's no other way to explain it. It's just a lie. Like, I know that sounds crazy. I understand where you're like, well, that doesn't really answer the question. Like, what do you mean it's just a lie? That's it. It's just a fucking lie. It's not a thing. It is literally not a real thing. Undocumented migrants are not capable of taking advantage of any kind of social expenditure. Okay? They don't take advantage of welfare. They can't get it. They don't get any health care whatsoever from the federal government. It's just completely bullshit. It's made up. The thing that you can maybe tangentially point the finger at is like that there are documented immigrants who also at certain points will get a fraction of the healthcare coverage, or like some of the funding could go to documented immigrants, not undocumented immigrants, just documented immigrants. But even then, that's a marginal part of this much larger amount that is being taken away. And even then, it's also not illegal. It's like literally legal for documented migrants to be able to take advantage of some of the fucking healthcare initiatives the federal government has. What are we doing? These are legal, documented non-citizens, okay? These are not undocumented migrants. These are documented, legal non-citizens. But even then, it is a tiny sliver of the overall expenditure. Okay? Yeah, fact check. Trump falsely claims Democrats want to give free health care to illegal aliens in government shutdown battle. Trump and Vance's assertions are not true. The Democrats are drawing a line in the sand over health care, but it doesn't involve undocumented immigrants. The Democrats are pushing to continue more generous federal subsidies to help Americans afford Obamacare policies and reverse the deep cuts to Medicaid contained in Trump's sweeping domestic policy agenda package. But neither of those changes would provide health care coverage to undocumented immigrants, since they aren't eligible for either program. Undocumented immigrants are not eligible for any of these programs. Democrats' top priority is extending the... Do you see why this is so stupid, by the way? Like, you're asking me something where you're like, hey, how can I convince my MAGA coworker? And I don't have a great answer for you other than it's just a lie, because that's exactly what it is. It just sucks, but they are blatantly lying. They are just straight up making this up. They're lying to dupe your MAGA coworkers into believing that the healthcare cuts that are coming are not actually going to hurt him, but they're going to magically hurt some undocumented migrant instead. It's pretty crazy.
3 more Democrats last night than I thought we would get. And I think it's because they recognize the illogic of the position of taking the entire American economy hostage because they don't get their policy priorities. So 3 moderate Democrats joined 52 Republicans last night. We need 5 more in order to reopen the government. And that's really where we're going to focus, is how to get those 5 additional Democrats.
Thanks, Mr. Vice President. First 2 questions. Are there plans to meet Democratic leaders again in the coming days, or are you planning on plucking off senators one by one?
So that's the whole question?
No, I got a second part.
Okay, go ahead and ask the second question.
So the president's been posting some images of Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer.
I saw.
Recently. You've said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with these leaders, but what message does that send? Is it helpful to post pictures of Leader Jeffries in a sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him?
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith while also poking a little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions.
Can you explain to me what the joke is? He knows that shit ain't funny, bro. He has to sit there and act like this is a sincere thing, that this is a normal thing. His ass knows, bro. What do you mean? Oh, it's just funny. Come on. It's just funny.
And even
what's the joke? That he's Mexican? Like, what is the joke there? Haha. Hakeem Jeffries is Mexican, actually. What's the joke?
Some fun at the...
Also, is it appropriate to be making jokes on the one hand while, like, we're staring down the barrel of a fucking recession? And on top of that, you got 750,000 government employees that are going to be furloughed. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Absurdity of the Democrats themselves. I mean, I'll tell Hakeem Jeffries right now, I make this solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I've talked to the President of the United States about that. Now, to your first question, are we negotiating one-on-one? Are we negotiating in groups? Look, I will go to the U.S. Capitol right now and meet with Chuck Schumer or any Senate Democrat if it helps us reopen the government. Most of the conversations, in my experience at least, have been one-off. We're also, of course, relying on some of our Senate Republican colleagues who...
Yo, low-key, this Lebanese food's been a banger, by the way. Not even low-key. High-key, this Lebanese food's been a banger, dude. Oh, my God.
Have good relationships across the aisle. We're going to do whatever we have to do is the answer. And I think it's tough to predict what shape this negotiation is going to take over the next few months. But I feel good about the fact that Democrats already realize privately the fundamental irrationality of their position. I hope that they're going to publicly acknowledge it and reopen the government. Right in the back, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You responded to a post on X of Chuck Schumer on the House floor back in 1996, railing against illegal immigrants receiving taxpayer-funded benefits. You said Chuck Schumer once recognized that it was disastrous to give illegal aliens rewards for breaking the law. Now he wants to shut down the government unless we reward illegal aliens for breaking the law. Why has Chuck Schumer changed his stance?
You know, that's a good question. Actually, it's a very tough question. Asking me to get in the head of Chuck Schumer is not a place I particularly want to be, but my basic read on it is that the entire Democratic Party, the political leadership, not every Democrat nationwide, but the political leadership of their party has got it into their heads that the only way to be compassionate is to be compassionate to illegal aliens rather than American citizens. If you go back to what Bill Clinton was saying, even Barack Obama in some cases, what he was saying about illegal immigration 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Bro. Just straight up made up, okay? What's frustrating about this conversation is that if you ask me what my honest position is, those guys should get the proper documentation and also take advantage of, in the future, potentially, an expansive free healthcare coverage that we offer to every single person. But we're so far removed from that reality that we're just over here talking about how these guys have created this like fictitious narrative about how undocumented migrants are the only people that the Democrats care about and that they're getting all of the health care that you're not getting. This one is not as good. This is a tar thing. But the Lubna is pretty good.
Ago, you would put them on the MAGA right based purely on their rhetoric around illegal immigration. So I don't know why they've gone so far to the left. I think it's bad for the country. I think it's bad for them politically. But our principle, all I can do is speak for the president that I serve and the country, the administration that I serve right now. We believe that the American people's government exists for the American people. That means the people who have the legal right to be here, and that's why we're fighting to reopen the government. And unfortunately, the Democrats are fighting to shut it down for the benefit of illegal aliens. And I'll take a couple more, and then I'll let Caroline. I'll go back to my day job, so Caroline can go back to hers. All right. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just going back to the sombrero. You said that the president is joking, but Hakeem Jeffries says that these memes were racist. What's your response to that? And just if I may briefly go off topic, Secretary Hegseth yesterday made an edict about no more beardos in the military. Just wondered what.
Sorry, what did he say?
No more beardos.
Beards.
Oh, sorry, that's my accent. Just wondered your response to that.
I didn't see that particular comment. I thought Pete gave a hell of a speech, and a speech that really is just oriented around returning the American.
Yeah, no more fat beardos in the fucking Marines. You know, like J.D. Vance himself. How are they allowed to lie like this on national television? There's no repercussions. At that point, it's fucking free money, you know? Why not take it?
Military to the very high standards that it has had for virtually its entire history until Joe Biden came along and decided to.
Dog, that's so stupid. Joe Biden didn't implement the fucking beard waiver for black active duty service members. It's been around for like 50 years, man. What the fuck's this guy talking about? I already described why it exists. Black people have coarse hair. And if they do a straight razor shave, they end up getting like massive fucking, like it's like a medical issue. What is it? Folliculitis? Because the ingrown hairs just like grow into your face. That's the only reason why there's like an allowance for people to not abide by the same like shave code or grooming standards. That's it.
lower standards. I think it was bad for our military and it was bad for our troops. When I was a young United States Marine, I did not have a beard. I am now the vice president, so I get to do what I want to do. But I think Pete's trying to re-implement high standards, and that's a very good thing. On the sombrero thing, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries said it was racist, and I know that he said that, and I honestly don't even know what that means. Like, is he a Mexican American that is offended by having a sombrero meme? I mean, I saw one of the major TV stations put the meme up and then say, this is AI generated. And he had like the curly animated mustache too. It's like, do you really not realize the American people recognize that he did not actually come to the White House wearing a sombrero and a black curly animation mustache? Like, give the country a little bit of credit. We're all.
First of all, saying that on the same week that Donald Trump posted an AI video of himself is extra funny. So, unfortunately, no, there are plenty of Americans, including the motherfucking president, that can't distinguish between AI videos and real videos, okay? That's Mr. Medved right there. And secondly, that's not the main point of contention, dog. If the punchline of the joke is, haha, you're Mexican and you wear a sombrero, then yeah, that's just racist. What's funny about it? Someone should ask him. What's the joke then? Can you explain it? Because that's the most OP thing you can do. You can have the funniest motherfucker on the planet out there, right? On that podium, and you go, hey, can you explain this joke to me? I'm genuinely trying to understand what's funny about it. It's over. It's impossible. It's impossible to remain humorous in a moment where you're explaining a fucking joke.
All trying to do a very important job for the American people. The President of the United States likes to have a little bit of fun when he's doing it, and I think that's okay. I'll take one more question.
How could it be racist if you're not Hispanic? Great question. Why don't we just do a blackface Donald Trump? How could that be racist? He's not black. Like, what are we talking about, dude? Like, what the fuck? Like, the person doesn't have to be literally Mexican for that joke to be seen as racist. Bro, don't give him any ideas. Oh, I can totally see Trump doing blackface shit. Guarantee it. You know? I mean, is it really that far-fetched? Think about, like, we're talking about grooming standards. Think about the fucking standards we have in the Oval Office. Is it honestly that far-fetched to assume that there will be an N-word fiasco or some kind of incredibly racist moment from this admin? I don't think that's far-fetched at all. And of course, as is the case with this instance, he'll just turn around and be like, I don't understand. The president was just simply, the president is a student of history. And he's a student of the history of comedy, actually. And he was just hearkening back to a time when woke culture hadn't ruined vaudeville. You know? That's what he was doing. He was just like presenting it in a humorous way. You know, before wokes ruined it.
In every previous shutdown, workers have been furloughed, not laid off. So why does the president want to fire some workers and not just furlough them? Why is this shutdown any different?
Well, first of all, we haven't made any final decisions about what we're going to do with certain workers. What we're saying is that we might have to take extraordinary steps, especially the longer this goes on. We're going to have to take extraordinary measures to ensure the people's government operates, again, not perfectly, because it's not going to operate perfectly in the midst of a shutdown, but operate as well as it possibly can. And I think that the Democrats, if they're so worried about the effect this is having on the American people, and they should be, what they should do is reopen the government, not complain about how we respond to the fact that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have shut down the government.
We got baklava, different types of baklava. The roly-poly one. Oh, shit, that's good. That is good as hell, bro. Yes, the global Samud flotilla is being intercepted by the IDF right now as we speak. I know. When we have more updates, I will cover it.
Just a few hours at midnight.
AOC had a pretty good appearance on Chris Hayes.
Tonight, the federal government is expected to shut down. It will be the first government shutdown since the last time Donald Trump was president. A new poll by NPR, PBS, and Marist shows that if the government does shut down tonight, which we fully expect, Americans would blame Republicans more than Democrats, with 38% of respondents blaming Republicans, 27% blaming Democrats, and 31% blaming both parties. Meanwhile, the president today said from the Oval Office that Democrats are to blame, warned that he would use a shutdown to his political advantage.
A lot of good can come down from shutdowns. We can get rid of a lot of things that we didn't want, and they'd be Democrat things.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a Democrat in New York. She's executive board member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and she joins me now. Congresswoman, it does look like we are headed towards a shutdown. What do you see as the Democratic strategy and message here for a government funding bill?
I mean, Chris, we're here to help people. We are here in the midst of this destruction of the federal government, the federal safety net, $1 trillion eviscerated from people's health care, their Medicare, their Medicaid in this country, with prices that are skyrocketing and life becoming completely untenable for the American people. We are here to try to be a backstop and to be that backstop, which is what the American people have elected us to do.
So right now there's this sort of back and forth about the...
Bro. I know people go AOCIA or whatever the fuck, but like, can you imagine this being the main spokesperson for the Democratic Party as opposed to Chuck Schumer, and then far more radical figures like AOC being the Chuck Schumer of the Democratic Party, and then the AOCs of the Democratic Party being far more radical, being closer to Zohran Mamdani, closer to Rashida Tlaib, or even beyond that. Like, imagine a world like that. Because that would be the competent Democratic Party. Okay? That would be the competent Democratic Party. That would be a real, true left flank party. Look at the way she's talking around this. Like, stop teasing me. I will never stop teasing you.
Tax credits. And there's kind of a strange dynamic that I want to get your sense of, right? Because at one level, negotiating over the ACA tax credits is important. I mean, there are people who are going to see their premiums go up 15, 20%. Like, huge amounts are going to spike. Republicans don't like these extenders. Democrats do. They think it's good for people. But that's fully in the lane of, like, normal politics. And then at the same time, like, the president of the United States assembled 800 military commanders to say, I want you're going to have to go to war against your fellow citizens in American cities. And I think people are having a little bit of a hard time of, like, we're going to have a fight on the shutdown about the tax credits, but not about the president wants to declare war on Americans, even though I understand those two are conceptually distinct. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, Chris, but, you know, I think that's something.
I mean, there's so much that the Democrats could wage war against the Republicans over. That's not a bad idea as well. That's not a bad idea to highlight as well. Like, there's so much. Doge cuts. Tax cuts for the wealthy, and then trying to not add to the deficit as much by basically cutting $800 billion in healthcare, something that they're fighting for. Mass kidnappings taking place in every American city. ICE now having more power than they ever have had at any point since its inception in 2001 or 2003. No, 2001, right? What year did the Department of Homeland Security get invented? It was right after 9/11, right? 2002? People forget. They think ICE has been around.
To really set the record straight here on. This is not a fight over tax credits. This is a fight over your ability to go to a pharmacy.
What? Why is the left letting this happening? This is incredibly frustrating. Why is the left not pushing back? What are you talking about? We're literally watching a prominent Democrat push back. Do you mean like what? They are doing that. This is it. Why do you think the government shut down, chatter? That's the reason. We're watching it.
Afford your insulin. We're not talking about just 15 or 20% increases in people's premiums. Tomorrow, healthcare companies and today, healthcare companies are finalizing the premiums that everyday Americans are going to be paying. And we are talking about a doubling of monthly healthcare premiums, not even including your deductible, in terms of what people are going to be paying next year because of $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts that were put together earlier this year. And I don't know about anybody else, but I do not think that this is just about a tax break or a small tax extender. This is about fighting not just on tax breaks, community health centers, and ensuring that we have a stability of the American healthcare system.
Yeah, it's about protecting rural hospitals. Like, rural hospitals overwhelmingly rely on Medicaid for funding. Nursing homes as well overwhelmingly rely on Medicaid for funding because Medicare coverage lapses beyond nursing homes. For like long-term care, nursing home care, you need Medicaid as well. And it's crazy to me that that's the base of support for MAGA. This is, unironically, the Democrats fighting against the MAGA party at the behest of the MAGA base. What are we doing? That's what's so crazy about it. I don't know anyone who acts like you. What? Cares about the future of this fucking country? No matter how much it seems like everyday citizens don't. No matter how much everyday citizens act out against people like myself for caring about the fucking future of this country, regardless of how hostile the average American is to my position. Okay, this is the last one. This is the Lokum Turkish Delight. Bro, everything that I had was bomb. Except for the hummus. The hummus was ass. And the arayas or the za'atar wasn't great either. But everything else was bomb. Where chicken and rice at? I already downed it.
And when Republicans use a legislative mechanism to gut the American healthcare system, we have to use a legislative mechanism in order to restore it and to fight for it. Because at the end of the day, you know, people may talk about tax credits this and tax credits that. What they do understand is when you have insulin and you can't afford it. What they do understand is when your kid has chemotherapy or your spouse gets diagnosed with cancer and you go into a hospital and it doesn't get covered. And you have to choose life and death, what this is about. Now, that does not mean that we ignore the abhorrent violation of law and norms and what is happening with our U.S. cities, but we have a broad spectrum of ways and places that we can fight, including our governors, our attorney generals, and our state and municipal leaders, as you just saw.
So I just want to make sure I understand this just from your perspective here. So, and I think this is generally the view of congressional leadership as well. You can correct me if I'm wrong. If there was bipartisan compromise, right? If everyone came together, the leaders of the parties, the president, and said, yes, these 5 things, we're going to make sure that these premium supports keep going. We're going to fund community health centers, whatever the sort of asks on appropriation around people's affordable health care. If those were met, Democrats would be a yes. Like, that is the box that this is happening in, as opposed to we can't fund a Department of Justice that prosecutes political enemies or whatever else might be out there.
Well, let me tell you, Chris, the mechanism by which that deal is locked is not just about agreeing in concept on tax credits. We need to do it with no tricks, no games, and no backdoors, which includes rescissions. And when we talk about rescissions, that is the mechanism that the federal government is using to gut and destroy rule of law across the board. So we are fighting to ensure that health care is protected.
Like I said, saying the MAGA base is going to be the ones most impacted by defunding healthcare is a bit disingenuous. No, a lot of the wealthy individuals in this country are MAGA because they voted for their capital. Saying this as the son of a retired self-made multimillionaire that is also the son of an immigrant, fuck irony. No, because while there are more wealthy people that vote for the Republican Party as opposed to the Democratic Party, there are still a fuck ton more poor people in this country than there are wealthy people in this country. And that means that the overwhelming majority of the base of support for both parties is always going to be poor people. And if you're living in a red state, you already have a lot of services that have been crippled by austerity. So you're already in a shittier position overall. If you live in a red state, if you live in a rural area, for example, especially important, rural areas already have a crisis with keeping their hospitals open. If you live in a rural area, you are far more likely to vote Republican, okay? The real divide in this country oftentimes is not about like blue states versus red states. It's about rural areas versus urban environments, okay? If you live in an urban area, you're more more than likely to vote Democrat. If you live in a rural area, regardless of whichever state you're in, you're probably voting Republican. And ironically enough, throw the 1% aside. They vote, they vote for either party. They majority vote for the Republicans. Who cares? But when you look at the actual base of support for the Republican Party, that comes from rural areas. And those people are the ones that are getting fucked over the most. Those people are the ones who are going to get harmed even further by this because they already don't have enough hospitals in rural areas and they're slated for closure. And those hospitals already rely on Medicaid to fund itself. Okay? So when they no longer have Medicaid, when rural Medicaid recipients no longer have that Medicaid, they can't go to the hospital and pay for their health care. Then that hospital has to fucking go bankrupt and close. So this quite literally hurts Republicans in rural areas more than anybody else. And that is the fucking base of support that is at the heart of the Republican Party's power. It's so crazy. It's ignorance that makes people vote against their best interests. It's a lack of faith in the opposition party. So I do still blame the Democrats for that make people vote against their best interests. It's racism that makes people vote against their best interests. There are a million different reasons. But right now, the Democrats, as it stands, are the only game in town that is actively trying to defend the MAGA base of support from the MAGA party. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people's opinions are. It doesn't matter what people's politics are. That is the reality. The Republican Party has taken the initiative to hurt its own base. The Democrats are willing to throw bows and force a government to a shutdown in order to protect the MAGA Republicans living in rural areas right now. That is exactly what's going on. And it's obviously not just MAGA Republicans, it's obviously Democrats as well. It's just like the working class Americans. But make no mistake, there is a sad irony to the situation.
Every American. But the way that we do that also means that the only way that you guarantee that is by forcing them to adhere to the rule of law, which means eliminating the rescission loopholes that they put in the CR earlier this year, which the Senate unfortunately had caved on then, and we're ensuring that doesn't happen now.
Yeah, the quick 10-second version for people that haven't followed this is that, you need 60 votes to get the filibuster to appropriate funds for the government, but they can pass a rescission, which is to claw back some of the money already agreed to by 50 votes. So they have this kind of like cake and eat it too model where it's like, oh yeah, we'll come together, we'll pass a bipartisan appropriations bill, and then when we've done that, then we'll go and get rid of the stuff we don't like, which just seems like an insane way to negotiate.
It's no way to negotiate. And again, we don't even have to get into the technicalities of this. But what is important to understand is that the way that you honor an agreement and the way that we honor our fight for health care and to define and to also protect everyday Americans' ability to afford their health care, to cover their kids, to defend Medicaid. Those are the same mechanisms that we use to defend our rule of law, to defend the federal workers that we are trying to protect in this shutdown. Donald Trump is trying to play this bluffing game of, well, maybe what we're going to do is hold all the federal workforce hostage and fire everybody. Donald Trump has been fired.
Something important to consider is that taking away 20% of ACA tax credits from someone can take 10x that person's insurance spending. Some people's subsidies cover enough that they pay $20 a month, but they would end up paying over $200 with reduced subsidy. That person isn't getting chemo because they died not knowing that they had cancer because they don't go to the doctor. It's just pure evil, man. I think paywalling healthcare is one of the most evil things that this administration has actively defended. And it's incredible to me that so many more Americans are not always mad about this shit.
Firing everybody. We saw this with DOJ. We've seen this at the State Department. We've seen this at the Department of Justice. They are firing everybody. They are completely eliminating the federal workforce. And in order for us to stop this madness, we have to put a stop to it, and we have to stop enabling their abuse of power, including their use of rescissions. And when we're fighting on their health care, it forces them to act in ways in accordance with the law in other ways, too.
Let me ask you this. There are some people I have seen who have the following theory of why Senate Democrats have not cut a deal where they give 8 votes and move along. And that is that Chuck Schumer is worried about a primary challenge from you and is worried about the politics to his left flank. And so because of that worry about a primary challenge, he's going to shut down the government. Ergo, it is AOC's fault that the government's shutting down, or that you're somehow the kind of fulcrum of this. And I want to just ask you straight up, like, are you planning to primary challenge him? Do you think that's why he's doing this?
This is...
By the way, that is true. Like, I hate to admit that the Republicans are right on that a little bit. There is no world in which Chuck Schumer would actually fucking do the right thing ever unless he was reasonably worried about maintaining his office. Okay? Everybody hates him, and I'm sure a part of that pressure does come from a much better alternative that will primary him into fucking oblivion. Okay? That's it. I mean, that's one part of it. That's one part of the pressure that's causing Chuck Schumer to finally fucking do any job, really. Do a job. Let's be real. I cannot believe that it took 9 months of people demanding he retire and an active primary threat from a much more nationally popular politician for Chuck Schumer to finally do the right thing for once. And before you say Chris Hayes is a dick for asking this question, I don't think so. I think it's a good question for AOC to answer, and I think her answer was pretty good. Like, her answer could have been more aggressive towards Chuck Schumer to be like, you know, yeah, there is some truth to that. It's not me. I'm simply a way for people to voice their frustrations with the leadership of the party. You see the polls. 62% of Democrats want Hakeem Jeffries to be replaced as well. Obviously, we have a crisis of good leadership in the party. It's not a secret that you know, I was undermined when I was running for head of oversight. Very obvious that this party needs fresh, new talent. There is a lot of demand. There's a lot of appetite for more radical and bold policy fighters. Okay? And the old guard has shown time and time again that they cannot meet the moment. You know, if you were running for Chuck Schumer's seat, that's something you would say. And then you would turn around and say, however, now is not the time for primary conversations, and Chuck Schumer has my full confidence in this moment as long as he continues to stand strong against the Trump administration. Because obviously, that is what matters most. We want to make sure that Americans can continue receiving their health care. They're already suffering. Healthcare is already costly enough as it is, and we should be moving beyond this system. We should be moving beyond to a much more equitable system, one that exists in virtually every other country. Much poorer nations than ours have been able to build and design a socialized healthcare system. We can do it here as well. But in the interim, right now, Chuck Schumer and myself and every other Democrat that stands strong are there for the American population. We are doing this because we want the Republicans to give us assurances to save healthcare.
So not about me in this moment. This is about people being able to insure their children. And I will say, because I saw some senators speculating about this, and I saw some Republican members of Congress saying, oh, well, if we have this shutdown, it's because of AOC. Well, if that's the case, my office is open, and you are free to walk in and negotiate with me directly. Because what I'm not going to do is tolerate...
Okay, Chris. Inappropriate. You're just snorting into the microphone. God damn. Is this how you guys feel when I speak with my mouth full? You can't even say, oh, Sean Hannity doesn't burp into the mic anymore. At least with Chris Hayes, you can hear him sniffling into the microphone. Okay?
4 million uninsured Americans because Donald Trump decided one day that he wants to just make sure that kids are dying because they don't have access to insurance. That's what's not going to happen. And so if those senators think that we're having a shutdown because of me, they're free to enter my office and negotiate, because what we're not going to do is allow all of millions of people in this country to not be able to afford their insulin and their chemotherapy. So come strike a deal with me if that's what they really think is going on.
I know he was laughing.
There is, over the last week, it seems a lot of people, and I include myself among them, feel like a sort of rising sense of alarm about the aggressiveness of the sort of authoritarian aspirations of this government, essentially firing a U.S. attorney to replace him with a patsy who will indict a political enemy. The continued threat of using the military on American citizens, the ordering the troops to Portland and then backing up because it was 5-year-old B-roll. I don't know. Do you feel the same way over this last week or two? Does it feel like continuity to you? Are there conversations in your caucus about what this last week has meant?
I think there's two things that are happening at once, and this is something that's very important for people to understand. One, there absolutely is an unprecedented abuse of power, destruction of norms, erosion of our government and our democracy in order to prop up an authoritarian style of governance. That is happening. However, they are weaker than they look. And it is important that we remember that, because what they rely on is the impression of power, the perception of inevitability, in us giving up in advance to say, oh, what's going to happen if I stand up, et cetera. Nothing's going to happen. They rely on that perception of inevitability and power so that people comply in advance and acquiesce in advance and give up in advance. And at the end of the day, Donald Trump is at record levels of unpopularity in his tenure. The Republican House is at record levels of unpopularity. They are underwater across the board, and they know it.
She stole your whole flow, dog? Dog, why do you think I fucking speak? Why do you think I say these things? I say these things so you repeat them. I hope that politicians will repeat them as well. The fuck do you mean? It's free ball, baby. It's free money. I know, I don't think she got this from myself. I'm sure she also arrived at the same conclusions on her own.
And that is causing them to double down in public, but it is backfiring. That is why, whether it's a shutdown, whether it's all of this, they want us to blink first. And we have too much to save. Protecting people is too important a task for us to give up before anything even starts. So they may want to send people in, but these National Guardsmen do not want to be turned against their fellow Americans. We're seeing this here in Washington, D.C. It is an insult. Donald Trump is insulting the service members of this country by putting them on these silly tasks that they themselves do not want to be enforcing. And so we have to understand that standing up matters, that our voice matters, to not give in to this cynicism, because that is what they rely on in order to perpetuate this idea that they are that they have total immunity from consequence. They will experience the consequences of this, but we have to be the consequence, which is why we have to stand tall right now alongside everyday Americans who want us to be standing up right now as well.
I want final question for you is about a ruling that came from.
Oh, yeah. FBI director cut ties with the ADL. I know I'm going to get to it in a second.
A federal district judge.
By the way, that was a great speech. Obviously, it'd be rather silly of me to say that that's a bad speech, considering it's one that I have delivered as well in the past. But it's great.
Who's been on the bench for decades and who was appointed by Ronald Reagan. It's in the case of Ramesa Oztark and a few other individuals whose alleged that their free speech, First Amendment rights as protected by the Constitution, were violated by ICE grabbing them because of things they said or wrote. And one of the things he gets to is the masking of ICE agents, which is something that we've seen in New York City, here in Chicago and around. He says this court has listened carefully to the reason given by Ozturk's captors for masking up. It rejects this testimony as disingenuous, squalid, and dishonorable. ICE goes mass for a single reason, to terrorize Americans into quiescence. It's a federal judge appointed by Reagan. In all our history, we've never tolerated an armed mass secret police. Carrying on in this fashion, ICE brings indelible obloquy to this administration and everyone who works.
Bro, I can't believe I'm saying this, but how the fuck does a Reagan-era federal judge have a better grip on the situation than literally like 85% of the Democratic Party? Like, there are a handful of Democrats that have so eloquently presented what Donald Trump is doing in his attacks against the First Amendment with immigrant apprehensions as a mechanism of immigration enforcement. Actually, I'd go so far as to say that there's like 3 maximum. I wouldn't even say AOC has actually gone this aggressively on this issue. It's like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, and that's kind of it. This is another thing that I have been screaming about from the rooftops over and over again. And I'm so glad that it took a motherfucking Reagan judge to correctly point this out. Using normal people words to get normal people votes? Wait, what? Use normal people? Man, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not saying you should deploy the term indelible obliquity or however the fuck you say it. Are you stupid? I say it all the time. The Trump administration is cynically framing the conversation against Israel as one that is actually about anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism, and they're doing it from the mechanism of immigration enforcement. They're deporting people for talking shit about Israel. That is unconstitutional. That's unconstitutional. The Constitution protects migrants, both documented and undocumented alike, on U.S. soil. Okay? A lot of people misunderstand what the Constitution is supposed to do. A better way to frame this is as a restriction on the government. Okay? That's what the Constitution is doing. The Constitution is not there to restrict American citizens. It is there to restrict the government from regulating American citizens on certain issues. It protects every single person on U.S. soil unconditionally, okay? Citizens and non-citizens alike. Documented citizens, documented non-citizens, and undocumented non-citizens alike. There's no confusion on this. And yet, for some weird reason, Democrats haven't been saying this. Okay? The whole point of the fucking Constitution is to regulate the government, is to restrict the government. And the Trump administration, as I correctly pointed to early on, even before he actually became president, was going to open up the door to eroding First Amendment protections by starting off with migrants that they thought were more vulnerable because people wouldn't defend them, okay? And also attack the issue starting with anti-Semitism, which has a lot of institutional persuasive power, because there are a lot of advocacy groups on the right and also on the left, on the liberal side especially, that have been tasked with, quote unquote, combating anti-Semitism, which is, simply to stop people from saying shit about Israel. Okay? Yes, on the liberal side as well. Even on the leftist side. There's a reason why there are so many fucking progressive, except for Palestine leftists out there who claim to be leftists, but then, only until recently didn't realize that Israel was a fucking ethno-state doing an apartheid and a genocide. There's a reason, and that is because of the institutional capture of the Zionist lobby and Zionist advocacy groups. That's it. And the Trump administration was very well aware of this, and they realized that that would be the easiest way to open up the door to eroding the First Amendment. This is all laid out, as I have told you time and time again, in Project Esther, which is the First Amendment attack that the Heritage Foundation designed, starting with anti-Semitism, starting with tackling anti-Semitism, which is like anti-Israel sentiment, of course, and then using immigration enforcement, where there's unilateral power in the hands of the fucking state, only to then move on to anti-Christian behavior, for example, or anti-capitalism, as the Trump administration is now designing under new designations as violent rhetoric. Okay? Anti-American, anti-capitalist, anti-Christian rhetoric is now considered violent rhetoric. Where the fuck do you think that goes?
Is it at all bracing to read a Reagan-appointed federal district judge write something like that in finding that Ramesa Ozturk's and others' rights were violated?
Of course. I mean, once, as you said, for a Reagan-appointed judge to be out and out talking about secret police in the United States of America in the year 2025 tells us everything about what's going on. And we get to these extremes through these small erasures and steps when everyone says makes an exception here or makes an exception there. And then before you know it, you have masked agents roaming the streets of this country that do not feel entitled to identify themselves or do not feel like as though they answer to the American people at all. That is dangerous. And it is not without saying, it does not go without saying that the people that they went after first are some of the most vulnerable activists in the United States, which is to say pro-Palestinian organizers and young people, especially those who are on green cards or on visas. Yeah. And the idea that we would allow our freedom of speech to be violated and create exceptions to that for people who are advocating for the lives of Palestinians, it erodes at the very core of American identity, too, because this is the land of the free, but only as long as we defend it and make it so. And so we have a responsibility to ensure that these individuals are protected, including Mahmoud Khalil, who the Trump administration is currently trying to move to deport.
Yes, in fact, trying very, very hard as we speak. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you very much.
We're joined by the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Mr. Speaker, thank you for joining us this morning. The Democratic proposal is designed to prevent millions of Americans from losing their health insurance, losing Medicaid coverage, or paying higher.
We're going to cover the, California newlyweds say feds trick wife into ICE detention. And fear not, we're also going to cover the federal judge and his landmark decision as well in defense of the First Amendment. Guys, please stop sending me the fucking Michael penis grinder shit. I don't like. I know every day there's another update. Every day, is it happening or not? I feel like this guy's just simply farming. Okay, every day there's another fucking update. Show me the penis, man. I just want to see the penis. I want to see Michael penis. Okay. Some of y'all are so ready, so excitable, so easily duped by blue and on shit. Goddamn. Yeah, put the penis in the bag. Fox News discusses whether ladies' man Barron Trump fucks or not and is laying pipe on his new girlfriend. What the fuck? Fox host creepily speculated about whether Barron Trump, 19, had sex on his date. Ew. Ugh. Yeah. By the way, FBI Director Kash Patel's cut ties with the ADL. Elon Musk is apparently also pushing the FBI to cut ties as well, saying the ADL is a hate group. The larger problem with the ADL designated Turning Point USA as a hate group is that the FBI allows the ADL to FBI allows ADL to what? Proving this training to agents? God, what kind of just write normally, man? What? The ADL is deeply embedded within law enforcement. They must be removed immediately. I mean, I'll take it. That's a dub. It's for the dumbest reason possible, but accidentally. Yes, I know the ADL trains FBI agents. I know. The reason is that the ADL listed TPUSA as an extremist hate group within their glossary, and the backlash followed, so they deleted the whole glossary on extremism, which is fucking awesome. Okay? Awesome. Yet another amazing moment of accidental anti-Zionism from the administration. Love that. Many more to come, I hope. Oh. Yep. Broken clock, baby. Also, I have noticed another thing that was also popping on Twitter. Now that they have TikTok, now that TikTok is in the hands of someone who's very openly pro-Israel, now they've finally moved their crosshairs back to Twitter. The anti-Semitism running rampant on Twitter. If only there was one platform where anti-Semitism was always running rampant on. Only after they fucking captured TikTok, they turned their crosshairs back to Twitter. Fucking assholes, dude. Suck my dick. Fucking assholes. Let them fight. Let them fucking fight, dude. Fuck the ADL. James Comey wrote love letters to the ADL and embedded FBI agents with them, a group that ran disgraceful ops spying on Americans. That era is over. This FBI won't partner with political fronts masquerading as watchdogs. Rare do nothing win moment. If you think the do nothing win moments are rare, you haven't been paying attention. I've been getting a lot of those. Yeah, another reason why because ADL is anti-Christian. Yes. This, for the record, is a literal extremist hate group. Christian identity is an unironic. It is an unironic hate group. It's not like people who believe in the Christian identity. Okay? The ADL is not saying anyone who believes in the Christian identity is a part of a hate group. They're saying Christian identity is a fucking hate group. Which is true. It actually is, by the way. It's, Christian identity is a Christian nationalist extremist group. Like Identity Europa is not about the European identity. You know what I mean? It's a fascist front. The group named Christian Identity is a hate group. Ben the Ark. Anti-Semitism doesn't live in a vacuum. It can only be dismantled alongside other forms of oppression in solidarity with all who are threatened by white nationalism. The ADL is abandoning this truth, capitulating to a movement endangering all of us. The ADL has been yielding to the MAGA movement since Trump's inauguration, even egregiously defending Elon Musk's Nazi salute. And for folding to authoritarians in exchange for a false promise of Jewish safety, what does the ADL get in return? Viciously attacked by the same groups they cozied up to. Yeah, because they suck. Okay? They suck. They're getting attacked for some of the only legitimate things that they did. And the only reason why they were trying to establish legitimacy as a real civil rights organization was so they could better serve Israel. So they could come across as like a legitimate civil rights organization and not a fucking Knesset-funded hate group that is simply there to dox and deplatform critics of Israel. And it's not like it's not like they actually maintain this presence either. Why the fuck's the ADL making a statement about how what was it? Oh, Palestinian state recognition. Why is an American civil rights organization that's tasked with combating hate of all sorts making a press release about France recognizing the Palestinian state? Why? Because they only care about defending the apartheid. It is the Apartheid Defense League. That's it. Every other thing that they do, even if they accidentally arrive at like a decent glossary, okay, that is all done at the behest of legitimizing the ADL as a civil rights organization so they can better serve the Israel project. And now, some of the good work that they did in defense of Israel, of course, to legitimize themselves, to have a shred of legitimacy so they can better serve Israel, is biting them in the ass. And yes, Elon has been retweeting open and active neo-Nazis over and over again. He's really close to having to visit Auschwitz again. High-level information equals white people bad. The anti-white monstrosity known as the ADL should be expelled from the United States of America. The vast majority of Jewish people are white, if not peak white, so this really makes no sense. Once again, it's okay to be white, and white lives matter are hate symbols. They are. They are designed to be innocuous, just like the OK signal is. Okay? Contextually, it can come across as a totally innocuous and totally appropriate statement to make, but when deployed by white nationalists, is a way to signify that you are a white nationalist. It is a dog whistle. That's the reason why it's a substitute from the Sig Heil, for example, because everybody understands what the fuck the Sig Heil is. That's the entire purpose of dog whistles, is just to offer plausible deniability. Okay? It's so stupid. They're not saying that anyone that says it's okay to be white or anyone that says white lives matter, even though I can't really think of any other use for either of these terms in a normal conversation. Okay? The OK signal isn't a good thing anymore. Man, stop. No. You're misunderstanding my point. Like, contextually, you can throw up the OK signal when you're saying okay, or like when you do the, when you put it beneath your crotch area so you can get a free punch on your friend. Okay? Yeah, you looked. Yeah, like that. Okay? Classic bit. But if you're like a white supremacist shooter and you throw it up, then it's a signal to other fucking white supremacists. That's it. That's what context is. You know ball, big bro. Yeah, I know. Today, Trump's FBI director even cut the agency's ties with the ADL. Collaborating never keeps you safe. Getting into the good graces of those who want to destroy democracy, attacking our neighbors, and build a country for themselves. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to keep it $1.50. I think Bend the Arc Jewish Action here is speaking to the ADL as though there's any sort of legitimacy. There isn't. From start to finish, the ADL has, I don't know, I can't speak for like its founding, like, but in the fucking 80s and well into the 90s, they were actively spying on American Jews and black people in America for the South African apartheid regime. Okay? So they haven't really been a real advocacy group for Jews for quite a while. I will say, let them fight. Let them fight. Fantastic. They're, one of my ops. So, but it is true. Tracking extremism and hate is important. Except they cynically used their position as like being the premier the premier institution for combating anti-Semitism to openly defend Israel over and over and over again. Yeah. The ADL was also literally started in 1913 to defend a rapist murder by saying that he was convicted because of anti-Semitism. Wait, what? No, the Leo Frank case is not like a fake, dude. The reason why it was started was because the reason why it started was to actually combat anti-Semitism. That's not bullshit. It was also before Israel existed. Right? Or no, was it after Israel existed? Hold on. Yeah, 1913. Yeah. ADL in its modern formation started off with a valid purpose, a decent purpose, to combat anti-Semitic hatred. Okay? We're talking about a time when Jews were actually getting dunked on. Let's be real. What the fuck are you talking about? America literally told Jews to fuck off when they were escaping the Holocaust. Let's be real. I think some of you guys are looking at you're looking at history with today's eyes, okay? It's a little ridiculous. Calm down. In any case, it is pretty funny that people are mad at the ADL for the one correct thing that they did. And the correct thing that they were doing simply to present themselves as a legitimate force, like as a legitimate civil rights organization, just so they can infiltrate like progressive circles and fucking control the conversation against Israel. Fuck the ADL. ADL can suck my dick. Obviously, nothing's going to happen to the ADL because they've fundraised a shit ton more post October 7. And, that's obviously that obviously is an indication that they're not going anywhere anytime soon. But hold on. But having said that, if you're a progressive, if you're at MSNBC, if you're a booker, and you see the ADL doing shit like this in order to cave and capitulate to the Trump administration, as they have done so over and over again, and you still book that bald fuck, Jonathan Greenblatt, to talk about anti-Semitism, and it's not actually talking about anti-Semitism, it's talking about like all the people that are shitting on Israel, you're a fucking corrupt loser, okay? You're an absolute dumbass. This dude defended Elon Musk Sig Heiling at the fucking inauguration, man. What the hell are we doing? And there are still motherfuckers in mainstream news that go to Jonathan Greenblatt to be like, oh, can you talk about the rising crisis of anti-Semitism? Like, the rising crisis of hate in this country? Yeah, they deleted their fucking extremism glossary because the Republicans got mad at them. And you're still treating them seriously? Get the fuck out of here. If you're in mainstream news and your bosses are like, oh, we got to go to Jonathan Greenblatt for this, be like, come on, man. Can we be fucking sincere, please? Anyway. Bro, they about to upload a new list that just says twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Yeah, they also yeah, they got fucking destroyed on Wikipedia first. Anyway, now they had to delete their glossary. So fraudulent. And the FBI still cooking them. Good. Good. They deserve it. All right.
Care premiums. Why are you against that?
That's an absurd statement, what you said there. Let's be clear about what happened last night, George. No, George, let me tell you what happened last night. Everybody can go and review the facts for themselves. 44 Senate Democrats voted to reject a clean, nonpartisan continuing funding resolution to keep the United States government open. The Democrats said instead that they wanted to give health care to illegal aliens instead of keeping critical services provided for the American citizens. That's what happened, plain and simple. Every Democrat in the House, except one, voted against the clean continuing resolution. It was nonpartisan in nature. There are no policy riders on it that Republicans favored. It's exactly what Chuck Schumer and other Democrats voted for in March. But they've changed their tune. They changed their tune because Chuck Schumer is having political problems right now. That's just a simple fact, and everybody knows that. He's trying to outrun the far left portion of his base, so he's decided to inflict pain on the American people. That's the reality of what we're facing.
Here are the facts. The proposal does not provide health care for illegal immigrants.
This is what happens when you fucking capitulate to the Republicans the first time, Chucky boy. Look at that. They use your initial compromise to belittle you. I said it. I said it back then. Don't fucking fund the government. Don't be a bitch. There was plenty to point to even back then to force a shutdown, to force these dipshits to actually compromise on some stuff. Since then, Donald Trump has invaded numerous American cities with the fucking military, Chuck. And now they're using your initial compromise against you to be like, oh, what changed? The Baileys turned on the government.
Illegal immigrants cannot buy health care under the Affordable Care Act. They cannot receive health care subsidies.
No.
Illegal immigrants are ineligible for Medicare, Medicaid, and the Children's Health Program. The Democratic bill does not make them eligible.
It does, actually, because what it does is it unwinds the changes that Republicans put into the big, beautiful bill, the big signature legislation that we passed and signed into law on July 4th. That has been very successful in shoring up Medicaid for the people who are actually eligible to receive it. What we did in the bill, and the CBO just verified this 3 weeks ago, the Congressional Budget Office, the nonpartisan arbiters of everything up here, they said that those provisions have helped to reduce premiums. Why? Because we got ineligible recipients off of Medicaid, illegal aliens, and able-bodied young men who are riding the wagon who are not eligible to be there. Medicaid is intended for specific populations of U.S. citizens. That is young, pregnant women who are down on their luck, the disabled and the elderly. Those resources are being drained from those folks, and so we fix that.
Well, I do actually think about this a bit. Like, what will it take for the average Republican to recognize that these guys are just lying. Anytime they say, oh, it's because Democrats wanted to fund the undocumenteds or the transgenders, like, they're actually just lying. They're taking away your funds. There are no funds going to the undocumented. Okay? They're just lying to you because you're stupid, and they know you're stupid. They know that they can just dupe you. There's no other way to describe this. Like, I want to have a conversation with like hogs who think, nah, you don't understand, brother. It's going to undocumented. It's like, it's going to illegal aliens. It's like, no, man, it's coming out of your pockets. You're fucking stupid. Like, undocumented immigrants can't get Medicaid. They can't get Medicare. They can't get any of the fucking, they can't get any of the social programs. Like, we're not even having a conversation about whether or not they should. It's just not, it's not relevant to this point right now. Democrats are straight up trying to defend your health care from being taken away by the people you voted for.
Reduced fraud, waste, and abuse in the program. Chuck Schumer's counterproposal on the CR would reverse that. That is a simple fact.
The CBO did not say that about illegal immigrants. You've made your point right there. Let me ask you about President Trump. He had another deep fake video overnight. How does that help the cause of getting a deal and opening the government?
Look, the president uses social media for humor. He makes jokes. He does lots of things. What the president did in showing leadership, though, 2 days ago, was he brought in Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries to meet with me and Leader Thune in the Senate to try to work this out. He gave them unlimited time they had in the Oval Office, and they would not come to the table to do exactly, George, what they themselves have said repeatedly over and over and over. We have a highlight reel playing on my social media that shows Chuck Schumer in his own words for the last decades saying that a shutdown would be dangerous and disastrous and reckless.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. A shutdown is dangerous. A shutdown is disastrous. A shutdown is reckless. But you know what's more reckless? Cutting $800 billion in Medicaid, man. That's it. Yeah, I abhor violence. I think violence is wrong. There are a million instances where you can clip me saying, I think violence is completely unacceptable. But obviously, if someone were to fucking break into my house and try to kill me, then yeah, violence would be permissible in that moment. These things are, you have to analyze these statements with what they are seeking to solve, what issues they're seeking to solve. Yeah, if you want to do a fucking brother, you are going to jail. For what? Like, what could that person mean when he says, brother, you're going to jail? Come back on Maine toilet cleaners, Spomenka. Brother, you're going to jail. Brother, you're going to jail. Brother, you're going to... Guys, he's warning me. He's warning me. Why are you banning this guy? He's saying, like, brother, you're going to jail. Don't do it. Because there are 43,000 people in this chat. I know.
And now he is the one leading his party off that cliff. There's one question that Senate Democrats have to ask today. How long are they going to allow Chuck Schumer to do this to them so that he himself can get political cover from the far left corner of his base? He believes he's going to get a challenge for the Senate from AOC. That's what changed his mind. That's what's driving this agenda. And it's harming real American people. You said at the outset how many people will be unpaid. Many people will lose their jobs over this. TSA agents, the troops won't be paid. They have to go to work. They won't be paid because Chuck Schumer wants to play political games with a nonpartisan continuing resolution to keep government.
I'm going to be honest, this is not He's not talking like a man whose Grindr profile is about to be outed. I'm just saying. I looked at it. I'm watching him speak. I'm looking at his mannerisms. It looks like his Grindr profile is not about to be outed at any moment. I'm going to be honest. This doesn't mean he's not gay. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just simply saying he has the confidence of a man who knows that his Grindr profile is going to be secret, is going to be kept a secret. He looks like a Canadian conservator. He does give off Canadian conservative. Finally, here for the terrorist propaganda. People write stuff like this and they're so funny to me. It's like, okay. Like, cool. I'm glad you're here for the terrorism propaganda, I guess. Like, what is that? An own? Is that what you think is you're like, oh man, I'm surely gonna own him now by saying that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, brother, if they call you a terrorist for going against the genocide, then I guess, yeah, we're doing terrorism propaganda over here.
The president also said at the Pentagon yesterday that he wants American cities to be used as training grounds for the American military. Is this the highest and best use of the U.S. military, and is this the right way to train them?
Clipped!
I don't serve in the Pentagon. I run the House of Representatives. And what we need to be talking about today is real harm that the American people are going to feel because of what.
That's going to get clipped and taken out of context, Lamau? No, that's in context. Dog, what are you talking about? The current government has decided that anything that they declare to be anti-capitalist thought, anti-Christian thought, anti-American thought, or even against the moral traditional values of America or the moral traditional family values of Americans is actually terrorist propaganda. That's what the government is saying. The government's also saying if you are an anti-fascist, then you are also a terrorist. It's meaningless.
Schumer is doing. Let me tell you what's going to be.
Well, hold on a second. As Speaker of the House, do you answer the question? As Speaker of the House, do you believe it's appropriate to use American cities as training grounds for the U.S. military, calling those people in the American cities?
Where was this energy, man? Thank you, Stephanopoulos. Holy shit. Dog, you're getting arrested when you go to a U.S. port of entry? Okay. So what? It is what it is.
The enemy within. I'm asking you, as Speaker of the House, do you think that's appropriate?
I'm not going to comment on your characterization of what the president said.
No, that's not his characterization, Michael Penis. That's what he said. Okay, Michael Penis. Those are words that your president said.
Do you think
in front of all the generals? Oh, that's your characterization. It's like, how do you characterize it? What is your characterization of the statements that the president made in front of the generals?
That's appropriate.
I'm not going to comment on your characterization of what the president said.
Those
I didn't get to see that speech because I was a little busy yesterday. Well, you can take his quotes out of context, which you often do, and I don't think that's fair to the president. I'll tell you what he's done, though.
There are instances where everybody gets taken out of context. My big, beautiful president gets taken out of context as well. As someone who is professionally taken out of context, I will tell you, this is not one of those moments. Okay? This is not one of those moments. What context could that exist in? Explain the context then.
He's put National Guard troops here in D.C. and cleaned up the crime problem. People can walk safely to and from work today because the president takes crime seriously. Some of the big mayors in some of these big blue cities are not, and I think that's probably what he was addressing there. But what we need to talk about right now, speaking of troops, is that they won't be paid right now because the Democrats are playing political games.
That's crazy because he didn't even, I mean, we all know that's bullshit anyway, but he didn't even say that. He just straight up said, we're going to use American cities as testing ground for our war fighters. Something along those lines. Hasan, you mean to tell me people clip you out of context? Yeah, I know. Better than anybody else what that's like, okay? It's just he did say that, and he does mean that, and he also is the president, and he has been doing that. So I don't know what we're talking about. Just think gold hits $3,900 for the first time in history. Let's go. Historically always happens when there's about to be a large crash or recession. Rich people know before we do. Let's go, baby. All my gold. The libertarians were right. People searching bankruptcy lawyers has exploded 100-fold. No more new jobs, only job losses. Here's also what Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock, radical liberal Raphael Warnock, was tweeting. So I was sentenced by Georgia this morning. 2025 premiums versus 2026 premiums for someone making $65K a year. Republicans in Washington did this. This is what I'm fighting to stop. This is what's at stake within this shutdown fight. I mean, this is a different program. That's the reason why it's so much more expensive. It's not the same one, I don't think. Right? Is it the same one? Anthem Bronze Blue Value HMO 5000, $0 virtual visits, $0 select drugs, 0 virtual PCP, 0 select drugs. It's a bronze HSA. Wait. HSA HMO versus a bronze HMO. Isn't HSA worse? Also, this is like the cheapest you can get. God damn, it's bad out there, bro. This is literally the worst healthcare. This healthcare is dog shit. God, America is so fucked. Nah, we can't get free healthcare, man. We mustn't. We must not. We must not.
FEMA is not going to be provided. FEMA services will not be provided that the government is now shut down. If you have flood insurance that you need to renew before the hurricanes come on, you can't do that right now. We have people, critical medical services for veterans and their families. I mean, suicide prevention programs. These are really serious issues that are being caused by the government shutdown. And we need the Democrats.
Oh my God. I just saw this on my timeline. It's so funny. Mickey Madison attends a Christian Dior Women's Wear Spring Summer 2026 show. This guy says they're dressing her like a modest Kazakh woman who lives in the UAE and her husband drives a white BMW. It's true. It's true. She is so hot. The movie that she did, the stripper movie that she did, lives in my mind, dude. She has been looking, Honora, yeah. She has been looking extra Kazakh as of late. Respect to this modest Kazakh wife living in Dubai, whose husband has a cryptocurrency scheme and used to be a former fighter and now drives a white BMW. Bro doesn't even remember the name of the multi-award winning movie. Whatever, man. I'm not a fucking film Twitter guy.
To put the politics aside and keep the engines running here, that's critically important for the American people. And it's stunning to me that they're willing to play games like this when they themselves have said, go watch the tape, throughout their entire careers, that this should never be done.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Nothing I said about the president was out of context. Those were direct quotes from the president. But thank you for your time this morning.
Cherry-picked out of a long speech.
Let's turn now to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Cherry picked out of a long speech.
Mr. Leader,
yeah, a long speech where he said a bunch of other dumb shit too. That wasn't the only dumb shit he said in that speech, man. What the fuck are we talking about? Is he not literally the one that locked the doors? All right, let's see what my Sex Panther had to say. I want to see. I want to see the goat talk. You kind of look like the opening of Star Wars right now. Wait, what? What is the opening of Star Wars?
The speaker said there about the president's comments on the enemy within and using American cities to train the military.
What the fuck?
Well, good morning, George. It was a deeply disturbing statement that the president made. We need presidential leadership that brings people together as opposed to tearing us apart. And certainly,
bro, I've had this merch for years. I never saw that until this very moment. That's crazy. You just fucked me up, dude. Why'd you fuck me up? I never realized that that is the same text and the same font in the opening of Star Wars. God damn it, bro. You fucked me, bro. That is crazy. Now I will never look at it the same again. I was like, damn, what a great font. Oh, I thought that was on purpose. No, it wasn't.
It's the case that not a single American should ever be viewed as the enemy within or potentially as target practice for the American.
Oh my God, please, bro, retire, please. Please, bro, you are so bad. How are you so bad at talking, bro? It's just like basic shit. It's basic shit, man. It's just talking. Why are you so sauceless? Oh, my Lord.
Military, which is why the American people have rejected the deployment and occupation of American cities and towns and counties with American military troops. We have the finest military in the world, and they should be used to keep us safe from external enemies.
You also heard the speaker say that the Democrats want to fund health care for illegal aliens, illegal immigrants, by trying to reverse what was in the president's domestic spending bill earlier this year. Your response?
Donald Trump and Republicans have shut the government down because they don't want to provide health care to working class Americans. Federal law prohibits the use of Medicare, Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, and the Affordable Care Act to provide health insurance in any way, shape, or form to undocumented immigrants.
Dollar Store Obama, are you kidding me? Barack Obama is a generational talent as far as like being a fantastic speaker goes. This is like, it's like saying I play basketball and LeBron plays basketball. I'm Dollar Store LeBron. No, man, there are degrees to this shit, okay? Barack Obama is the LeBron of speech. Hakeem Jeffries speaks with a cadence of a kindergartner. How can you put these two things together? It literally, I'm not Mr. That sounds kind of racist, but that is such a ridiculous comparison that low key that's kind of racist to make that statement because they're both black, I guess. Now, Barack Obama has not used his charismatic gift of gab for good ever, really. Fucking can't think of the last time he used it for something good. He just fucked off and now, you know, goes on naked jet ski rides with the guy that owns Virgin, Richard Branson. But, you know. Wait, which Obama? The DJ? What the fuck? Is he DJing now? Shut the fuck up. Ain't no way he's DJing. Is that a joke? That sounds like a New York Post article headline, bro. Barack Obama went DJing as Charlie Kirk, as friends and family of Charlie Kirk mourned. It's not a joke. Shut the fuck up. Show me right now. Show me right now. Nah, it's got to be an AI or something. It's real. What is this? Nah, that's not real. That's AI, bro. Get the fuck out of here. He didn't even look like that. You guys are so stupid. No shot. Oh my God, you cooked me. I literally, for a second in my mind, was thinking like what that would look like. For a second, I was like, when you guys say he was DJing, I was imagining him in the back of like Steven Spielberg's yacht or something, and he's wearing a fucking button-up shirt. Like, ain't no way he's wearing a t-shirt while he's DJing. In my mind, he was wearing like button-up shirt, khakis, and like standing behind turntables or some shit. And then people were, bro, it's fucking real. He did a boiler room. He did a boiler room set. It is real. What? Bro, this is the same image. Yeah, Dylan Francis says, that's me. What are you guys talking about, man? Literally ban. That's trained from a 2008 headshot. Not even a new pick of Obama, obvious AI. Yeah, this doesn't even look like what he looks like now. Can you guys stop? The proof is in the pudding, buddy. I was there. Yeah, I'm the turntables. Y'all are so dumb. Shut the fuck up.
Period, full stop. That's the law. And Democrats aren't trying to change that. What we are trying to do is negotiate a bipartisan agreement that actually brings the two parties together and funds the
HasanAbi thinks trans people would suffer the same if Kamala was president. What the fuck is he on now? When he used to call libs T-words, they mean Hasan, and I can't deny it. He's our dumbest leftist, and he hates the LGBTQ community. He's our worst ally. Sad face. What the fuck's this guy going on about now? What? I don't think this is a pet. Yeah, bro, I'm an enemy. I'm a foe to the LGBT community. This is well established. This is from eReddit. What, like Ethan Klein's subreddit or something? Are the sex pestiny bots back again? Brother, out of context clip wins again. What happened? I feel like these motherfuckers wait for me to say something about Kamala Harris so they can professionally misunderstand it and then go off on a tangent off of this like misunderstanding. Is it actually verbatim from a Reddit post? Why do you guys know that? Is the latest clip chimp on Reddit? What is it? What? Is it because I said the Democrats didn't actually fucking go out to bat for trans people? It's true. And now they're actively talking about writing them off entirely. What happened? It's a clip from an Ezra Klein video? What was the clip? I don't even know what the fuck I said that people misunderstood even. Why is this guy not saying anything else? He just said this and then what? Unfollowed? Is that what happened? Bro, Ta-Nehisi Coates says Joe Biden fucked over trans people. How can libs even deny it at this point? The Democrats actively wrote off trans people and are continuing to do so right now. The problem, however, is that the position of many people in the United States of America is transphobia. What is this? Reddit live stream comments. Hassan Piker doesn't think it would be better for trans people right now under Kamala. Okay, well, right off the jump, I know that that's not what I was saying.
I'm going to tell you.
Let's see how they clipped it.
And by the way, this is a wrong statement that he's going to deliver. But don't you think things would be better for trans people right now if Kamala Harris, after making concessions about transphobia and leaning into anti-trans narrative?
Wait, it's very obvious what I'm saying. I'm saying Ezra Klein is going to make an argument that as long as Democrats are elected, that even if they are actually elected on transphobia, then obviously things will be better for for trans people. That's the argument that he's making. My argument is there's an alternative, which is to get elected on economic issues and get transphobic people on board to vote for the Democratic Party without actually becoming transphobic. Do people just not watch these clips at all? Is that what it is? Like they just go off of like what the headline says? Is that what it is? This has 6,000 upvotes. Oh my God, people are so stupid. Guys, this is out of context. We need this full 6-hour stream to contextualize this. Not really. You could just think critically.
She had won. Don't you think things would be better for trans people as opposed to right now? The reason why this is wrong is twofold. Number one, at that point, all you've done is, once again, concede to the right-wing framing on trans people presenting some outsized harm to the American population. It's not only incorrect, but it's a harmful narrative, and you've leaned into it. And in that process of leaning into it, you have normalized it. You have legitimized the claims of your opponent. Number two, your opponent.
How can people look at this and be like, this guy's obviously transphobic or wrong about this statement? Yes, I'm saying that if you fucking lean into and concede to the false framing that trans people are presenting an outsized harm to American public broadly, then you've legitimized what the Republicans are saying. You've recognized what they're saying, and you will lose. This got boosted by ContraPoints, by the way. Oh my fucking God, dude. Listen, I'm sick and tired of fucking genocide dares having to live with the shame of fucking constantly having to defend Israel, but also feel bad because people think you're a fucking moron. So they just look for any avenue, any alternative, anything that they can say to slander people who made them feel bad. That's it. I don't give a fuck about Hasbara Points' takes on this issue, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh, every fucking person is like, I felt bad one time because of my positions and how wrong and stupid they were or how harmful they were. So I'm going to spend the rest of my fucking life. I'm going to spend the rest of my fucking days making you my number one op, my number one enemy. Oh. They don't watch the clips and analyze the words. They're just preconditioned to hate you and just believe what the headline is true because it fits the narrative to hate you. Yes, dude. Yes. I'm saying that in a world where the Democrats said they are the transphobes now, yes, it would be worse for trans people regardless of whether it was a Democrat doing the transphobia or a Republican doing the transphobia. That's it. That's it. You can insert any issue onto this, not just trans people either, even though I know Democrats love, or liberals love, using trans people as a fucking talking point only, while in the process of actively undermining their existence. Ugh. These people have no convictions. They have no interest in like actually fucking winning power whatsoever. She posted a fucking LSF post. She posted a live stream fails post. Do you know? God. On Blue Sky? God, what a pussy. What a pussy she is. That she just fucking ran away from Twitter. Posting r/live stream fails clips of Hasan makes it seem like you're on Ethan Klein/sex pest in the art, which is quite sad. The weakness and capitulation of the Dems on trans rights is something that will need to be addressed sooner or later. I hate all streamers equally. Be that as it may, while Hasan's point may not have been articulated the best, there's nothing objectionable about it. The fact that the Dems won't actively torture us with their policies, but rather largely ignore us and treat us like a liability is hardly a selling point. They have to do better. Actually, not torturing us is a selling point. I'm always going to vote to not be tortured, but to each their own, I guess. The argument is they're saying we're going to torture you as well, okay? Because seemingly everyone wants to torture trans people. So the Dems are saying we are going to also torture you. That's what they're saying. And at no point did I say don't vote for the Democrats. This is a fantasy narrative that she has established. Piker is 100% right in that clip. Does someone take a chunk of your brain with an ice cream scoop? You don't have to concede plainly untrue things like trans people would be worse off under Kamala Harris than Trump. That's not what I said! You didn't watch it. He never said that in the clip. This is a wrong statement he's going to deliver. If she had won, don't you think things would be better for trans people? I skipped over some of his waffling there, but he's definitely trying to make that point that she would have been just as bad and just not the case. No. The argument is, if she's winning on transphobia, then she's also transphobic. If Kamala, the argument that Ezra is making for the future, not for this past election cycle, but for the future election cycle, is that Democrats should write off trans people and be transphobic. Democrats should literally be transphobic to win elections. If Democrats are being transphobic to win elections, they are not going to win a single fucking vote because transphobes are still going to vote for the Republicans because they will always outflank the Democrats on transphobia. And also on top of that, they will have conceded the framing, the false framing that trans people are somehow representative of a threat to American existence and legitimize that talking point, which then pushes more people that are in the margins to the Republicans because they go, okay, well, if the Democrats are also Democrats are also admitting that trans people are a problem, then I might as well go for the fucking transphobia party. This is for every issue. It happened with immigration. It's happening with trans people right now. That's what this argument is. These people are professional misunderstanders of the argument because I'm sorry, no matter how brilliant you might think they are, they're actually fucking stupid. And yes, that even includes fucking PhD ContraPoints over here, okay? They're just fucking stupid. That's it. There's something that happens in someone's mind when they just literally are like, oh, I think this is the method, okay? I am a firm believer that the Democrats can do no fucking wrong. And if anybody goes against that narrative, they are my enemy. But for ContraPoints to obviously post a LSF fucking point, LSF subreddit post is not because she's stupid, even though she is obviously not the most intelligent person, because if she actually fucking was an intelligent person, she wouldn't have come out and been like, I think the real problem with Israel's genocide is how bad people make me feel about Israel doing a genocide. So they should have never posted about Israel's genocide because it was unproductive. At a time right before basically the entire world decided, oh no, Israel is definitely doing a genocide. Mass famine is happening. And then the unlimited faucet of fuck Israel opinions unleashed upon the marketplace. Talk about the worst fucking timing. You shut the fuck up for like a year and a half about Israel annihilating children, only to come out with your brave take. Only to come out with your brave take right at the precipice of a genuine sea change on this issue. So now she'll just forever lick her wounds on that issue and make me a fucking enemy. And will go to the lengths of like literally posting some of the most transphobic fucking communities. Some of the most transphobic fucking communities posting some of the most transphobic subreddits. Hold on. Oh my God. Klein's desire for a more conservative party speaks to the out-of-touch liberal consulting class, and I would argue that Contra's post was intended to post you in a negative light. Not saying she simply can't be wrong, but I think this is a side-eye takedown in order to bolster her dwindling authority within the political space. Post her takes on Israel. No, that's precisely what it is. Thank you for summarizing it. I was a little bit too emotional to adequately explain exactly what was going on, but that's what it is. Yes, she came out and tarnished what remained of her fucking credibility as a progressive spokesperson. So now she's just forever going to hold on to that grudge. Anyway, the post about what I'm saying there is not that like Kamala Harris is worse on trans issues than Donald Trump is, or Kamala Harris would be the same on trans issues as Donald Trump. What I'm saying is if Kamala Harris were to run again, or whoever the fuck is running again on the Democrat side was also running on transphobia, they would not only lose, but they would also make the entire environment for trans people worse overall by legitimizing the false framing that their opposition is fucking running with. And they wouldn't win a single fucking vote. This is why the Democrats lost the last election. It's so fucking stupid. Oh wow. Only now. On Harris now admitting Gaza was a key issue for swing voters, she lost. Campaign leadership explicitly gaslit us about that. We lost Michigan and Wisconsin because of the genocide in Gaza. Kat Abu-Ghazalek says, voters see Gaza and wonder if the U.S. can fund that. What would it fund against them? ICE has been using weapons and using surveillance tactics where Gaza was a proving ground. Left is always right, but too early. God, I hate this shit so much. We have to not only fucking fight Republicans, fascists, and they're basically one big unit now, obviously. But then also we have to fucking fight against liberals who are just like refusing to see the world with a sense of dignity and honesty. They just won't. They feel like it's a threat to their power. And even if they're not actually liberals in positions of power, even if they're fucking goddamn essay writers on fucking YouTube that put out like 1 8-hour video once every fucking 2 years, they still act as though they're about to get fucking primaried by like their left flank or some shit in their defense of liberalism. What do you have to lose? You don't have to have this opinion. You don't have to defend stupid positions. Hakeem Jeffries kind of does have to defend stupid positions because that's why he was elected and that's why he was elevated into the point in the party that he's elevated to. But you don't have to do that. You're a fucking YouTube essayist that makes one YouTube essay every 2 years. Who gives a shit? Read a fucking book.
In a way that improves the quality of life of the American people.
It doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon. Are you worried the Democrats are going to get blamed for this shutdown and the unity is going to erode? Already, 2 Democratic senators and Angus King, the independent senator from Maine who votes with the Democrats, already voted with the GOP once.
Well, Democrats are united in our resolve to make sure that we cancel the cuts, lower the costs, and save health care for the American people. We're in the midst of an incredible crisis, a health care crisis that Republicans have caused. Already this year, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, triggering the possibility of a $536 billion cut to Medicare as a result of the one big ugly bill that Republicans passed if we don't act by the end of the year. In the next few days, more than 20 million Americans are going to experience notices that will indicate that their premiums and copays and deductibles are about to skyrocket, bankrupting many Americans or preventing them from being.
I don't know. I don't know how. Like I'm listening to someone who I agree with on this issue 100%. Okay? Everything he's saying is right. Every single thing he's saying is correct. What he's doing is the right thing. But because he is so bad at communicating it, I'm like, "Oh my God, please, please, please wrap this up." It's crazy. I'm skipping it. He's right though. The thing is, like, he's 100% right. What they're doing is correct. And their defense of healthcare is not only honest, but it's a good thing. It's the right thing to do. It still blows my mind that he's the one. He's just so incapable of defending this position in the most defensible position of all time. What is this? This is a real video by the Democrats' official YouTube channel. What?
Republican and Democrat kiddies cannot agree on what should be funded. Democrat kiddies want you to have health care. Republican kiddies do not. Republican kiddies control the Senate, House, and the White House, so they're using that to cut your health care and give money to billionaires. Democrat kitty tries to negotiate, but Republican kitty keeps running away. He has a vacation to get to. Uh-oh, suddenly the money you pay for your health insurance has tripled. Thanks, Republicans.
And a federal judge said
I think for a moment there, I saw the light at the end of the tunnel while I was watching that. And it felt like I was about to be the first person who just dies from watching a YouTube video with kitties in it. Like I was going to die from simply watching a YouTube video and then subsequently get banned for dying. It's just like correct message, but delivered in the worst way possible. Once again. Oh my fucking Lord. Oh, also here's the other side. Oh God, I hate American politics so much. What a fucking clown show. What a fucking clown show. White House doubles down. Sombrero videos playing in the briefing room. Fucking awesome, man. That's fantastic. Thank you.
the Trump administration unlawfully.
Anyway, deportation threats against demonstrators violates the First Amendment, judge rules. Which, remember, another HasanAbi victory here for all of my fucking dumbass naysayers who don't understand that the American Constitution protects citizens and non-citizens alike, and that threatening to deport people once they are on U.S. soil for exercising their First Amendment rights is unconstitutional. It turns out this fucking Reagan appointee judge also recognized that reality. Turns out I wasn't alone for saying this. Except if you ask every dumb fuck YouTuber who just simply has a reactionary position and doesn't know anything about American politics or is barely fucking literate, they all consistently talked about how, you understand, immigrants don't have the same rights as Americans do in the Constitution. You know, you're wrong. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. You fucking idiot. They do. So confidently fucking wrong. Remember we were watching the fucking First Amendment, the civil rights lawyer. I think it was like Ari Cohen of fire.org having to duke it out with dumb fucks in his fucking replies being like, excuse me. Sir, do you know what you're talking about? It's like, yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. This is my literal livelihood, okay? This is what I do for a fucking living.
Use the threat of deportation to silence campus demonstrators. The judge ruled that the administration's policy of seeking to deport pro-Palestinian students blatantly violates the First Amendment. The judge also found that the deportations were intended to strike fear and punish political speech. ABC News legal contributor, professor at Hofstra Law, James Sample, joins me now for more. James, the judge says non-citizens lawfully in the United States unequivocally have the same rights as the rest of us. How significant is that? And what does it mean for those arrested in these protests?
It's literally not even significant. It's not supposed to be significant. The only reason why this is seen as a landmark decision is because the administration is violating the First Amendment. It's just the law, okay? It's like saying, how significant is it that the police arrested a rapist murderer? It's not significant at all. Except it would be significant if cops were just letting rapist murderers go all the fucking time for some weird reason, and then one cop on accident actually ended up arresting one. Then you'd be like, wow, how significant? It shouldn't be significant at all. It's just called the fucking law. The significance here is that the federal government is not following the letter of the law and the constitutional restrictions.
Diane, it is significant, and that particular aspect of the opinion is just reinforcing what has long been the case. It's not true in every single context, but the First Amendment does apply to individuals who are in the United States, if they are in the United States legally, and these individuals they were on student visas and in situations like that. And what it basically, this particular opinion boils down to, we're talking about an 84-year-old appointee of Ronald Reagan. This is a dyed-in-the-wool judicial conservative who has been around for a long time, and he says that he has never, in this opinion, seen anything like this in terms of government suppression of viewpoint-based speech on the basis of viewpoint. It is a 160-page opinion. It is a tour de force vis-a-vis the First Amendment, and it includes...
Why don't they extend funding till November and Dems win midterms? Am I dumb? What are you talking about, man? They're literally trying to salvage what remains of Medicaid funding. They're doing this for you. They're doing this for the chuds. The fuck do you mean? Also, they're low-key kind of doing this so they can win the midterms, maybe, because, like, they realize, even the Democrats have recognized that their inaction. Even the Democrats have recognized that their fucking inaction is causing... What is this? Roach talking about permanent residence? Yeah, I mean, I already covered this. I covered this at the time. Yes, this is Asmongold confidently saying something wrong once again, believing that legal permanent residents aren't allowed to. Believes legal permanent residents aren't allowed to live in America. They're not allowed to say whatever the fuck they want to say. They're not protected by the First Amendment.
And he wasn't meeting that
Anyway, I don't want to fucking talk about Asmongold. Okay, who cares?
Some unusually strong language, particularly from somebody who's been on the bench for that long. This is a victory for the First Amendment. It is a loss for Kristi Noem and for Marco Rubio and the Trump administration, but it is only the beginning of this particular story.
This is one of the most blistering rulings since Trump took office. What sort of precedent could this set?
It is absolutely, Diane, a blistering ruling, and certainly one of the most...
Like, in the history of the United States of America, there have been dark periods where the First Amendment has been violated, okay, by the federal government. McCarthyism is a great example of this. The active threats and the infiltration of revolutionary black liberation groups, the assassination of black leaders. Like there has the Red Scare period, obviously, Vietnam War protests. Like there have been plenty of instances, right? And as far as mass surveillance at the domestic level, you have the Patriot Act. Post-Patriot Act, you have all the Muslim population dense areas that the American government openly and very deliberately surveilled, and also engaged in ridiculous detentions. Having said that, up until this moment in American history, it has never been this pervasive and this indefensible, this out in the open. All of those other periods of the erosion of numerous constitutional protections, whether it be search and seizure, whether it be the First Amendment, like all of that has created an opportunity, created an environment for Donald Trump to seize on said opportunity. But the point that we've gotten to now is, I think the point that we've gotten to now is if, and I hope I'm wrong about this, like if Donald Trump gets his wishes across, it will make the Red Scare look like a joke. Okay? And that was completely unacceptable. That was unconstitutional. But like what Donald Trump is trying to do right now, if we don't stop it, will make the Red Scare look like a fucking joke. I don't think this is hyperbole. And I say this as someone who would have been impacted during the Red Scare anyway. You know what I mean? If I was who I am right now back then, I would also still be impacted regardless. And the reason why I'm saying this, this is slated to be worse, is because although that was also unacceptable and horrifying, this is worse because it's just anything and everything that is political dissent. Not even shit that they've designated as like radical forms of speech. Ideas that they think are subversive. Now everything is subversive.
Persuasive, most powerful rebukes of the administration since Trump took office. But it is just a federal district court ruling. The next step involves the discovery process. And the judge said after a 9-day bench trial, he has yet to see evidence that there was any...
Like we're talking about a party that says Chuck Schumer is Antifa. Nancy Pelosi's a communist. Do you understand? Like that's no longer just like thinkers and revolutionary figures, anarchists. Like we're talking a party that says Nancy Pelosi is a threat is going to be a party that will absolutely choose to just shoot and kill people like me. That's just the way I see it. Like if they consider Jimmy Kimmel to be engaging in speech worthy of engaging in any sort of speech worthy of like the FCC kicking in and censoring, is a party that is not even going to do that to me. They're going to do something so much worse to people like myself.
Basis for the administration to do what it did, apart from viewpoint-based discrimination. Essentially, I mean, we're talking about a student at Tufts University, a doctoral student, a woman who wrote an op-ed in the student newspaper at Tufts that took a pro-Palestinian position. If taking that position, whatever one thinks of the position, is problematic to the point of having your visa revoked, the judge says, then that is anathema to everything that the United States stands for. The precedent that this sets will depend on whether or not this ruling is appealed to the First Circuit, and then beyond that to the Supreme Court of the United States. But for now, this is another example of lower courts reining in the Trump administration, even though the Supreme Court has rubber stamped many of the things that he likes to do.
And James, an appeals court is vacating a previous ruling that Trump can't invoke the Alien Enemies Act to deport suspected Trinidad gang members. Now that full court will rehear the case, and it's expected to make it all the way back to the Supreme Court. What are you watching for there?
I think that there's very little question, Diane, that the Supreme Court will have to take this case up again. It took it up on a shadow docket emergency appeal basis earlier in the year and basically punted. It said that individuals are entitled to due process, but the Supreme Court stopped well short of demanding any particular action be taken in an immediate sense. The question of whether the government can simply declare that someone is an alien for purposes of the Alien Enemy Act without due process is about as fundamental to due process as you can get.
All right, ABC News legal contributor James Sample, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we are going to talk about the global Samud flotilla vessels. When I first started the broadcast 4 hours and 22 minutes ago, they were right about to be intercepted by the Israeli naval blockade. 4 hours later, Greta Thunberg has been arrested and apprehended, and they are deploying water cannons on some of the
not
vessels.
for fame, but rather to keep all eyes on Gaza, which has been the message from this flotilla right from the beginning. Its whole purpose is to draw the world's attention to Gaza, for people to speak about Gaza.
Here's the Novara media.
And to remind their governments that the danger.
Where are you at? I'm in
that
France.
those on board the flotilla are putting themselves in is nothing compared to the danger that Palestinians living in Gaza.
So the military escorts were all a trick. I think with the exception of the Spanish one, but I guess the Spanish one is also not doing shit. I covered the, I mean, I didn't cover it, but I posted about it yesterday, but basically it was just PR. The Greek vessels only allowed safe passage for the humanitarian flotilla through Greek territorial waters. The Turkish drones that were overseeing the Sumud flotilla basically returned yesterday. They left. The Italian one was the most egregious. The Italian vessels actually made one more demand at the last point. One last demand with Giorgia Meloni coming out and saying some of the most insane, one of the most insane things I've ever heard. Okay. Meloni came out and initially said, let's take the humanitarian aid from you and we'll deliver it. Okay. Then they said, go to Cyprus, redirect their ship to Cyprus. The Italians on board said, fuck you. We're going to Gaza. Okay. Then they tried one last time yesterday to say, oh, let's redirect to Ashkelon. Okay. Let's redirect the ship to Ashkelon, the Israeli port, and then we'll deliver the aid that way. And then they all departed. And the only country that I thought could potentially go through with it and allow the humanitarian aid ship to go all the way in to the Gaza boundary was Spain. But the Spanish government has announced that its ship, the Fuhrer, will no longer escort the humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza. In its statement, Spain expressed respect for the humanitarian mission, but strongly recommends that the flotilla not attempt to breach the Israeli naval blockade for safety reasons. Showcasing once again that ordinary citizens of good conscience are braver than the navies of numerous European governments. Think about that. These are people on dinghies. These are people on boats with baby formula on their fucking boats. And naval vessels are afraid of Israel's intensity and Israel's unlimited violence. But yeah, Meloni's statement was the most insane. Italy's Meloni says Gaza flotilla risks escalation, could blow up potential ceasefire deal.
The left was all in.
Israeli foreign minister calls flotilla dangerous provocation intended to inflame tensions and undermine ongoing diplomatic efforts. First of all, the ongoing diplomatic efforts are bullshit. In a lot of plazas in Italy, people are blocking everything now. Read my last message. People will react to this in Italy. Yeah. I think the promises from Spain, Italy, and Turkey have been a bit overstated in the press and on social media. So just to say that no naval vessel from any country is officially with us after 150 miles from Gaza, we will be on our own, says Alex Colston, who is the story editor and journalist from Dropsite News, who's also on the Samud flotilla. They are violating their international obligation. The Houthis are more worthy for meeting their obligations in their attempts to stop the genocide. Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. France is the same. People are reacting right now in Paris as well as in other cities. That's the direct U.S. line so far on the flotilla. She's falling in line with Trump's international fascist project. I mean, that's not surprising. She's a fucking fascist. The entire reason as to why these countries even said that they would send naval vessels was because of the incredible response from the respective populations. Okay? Work stoppages, general strikes like like what we saw in Italy, protests all over the fucking streets. That is the only reason why these countries even offered a symbolic state recognition to Palestine as a pressure valve. And that is the only reason why they would even entertain sending some kind of assistance as a protection measure. But it was exactly, it was for nothing. It was just all optics. It was completely fucking meaningless. These nations did not get together and violate the Israeli blockade as Israel is conducting its genocide. And put their naval vessels on the line and their own militaries on the line to force Israel to stand down. And here we are.
You are instructed to change your course. Any further attempts to sail toward Gaza endangers your safety and places you within an active war zone. If you continue on your route and attempt to breach the naval blockade, we will stop your vessel and act to confiscate it through legal proceedings in court.
Now, let's just bring you up to date on our top story this evening. The flotilla, roughly a 42-vessel convoy. And you can see the images of that flotilla on our screens right now. Some of the vessels that have been intercepted.
There's audio recordings from the Global Samud Flotilla and is addressed to the IOF. Thiago puts an IOF soldier on the spot.
An attempt to breach the naval blockade, we will stop your vessel and act to confiscate it through legal proceedings in court. You bear full responsibility for your actions.
Say that we are entering an active war zone. You're saying that we are entering a place where we are committing war crimes. This is against international law. Once again, the International Court of Justice made a provisional ruling that any attempt to hinder a humanitarian mission to Gaza is prohibited by international law and is complying with the request to make you accountable for the crime of genocide. The International Criminal Court has your Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, under an arrest warrant for the crime of starving children and starving people to death using starvation and famine as a weapon of war. Therefore, it's our moral duty to continue sailing. It's our moral duty to refuse any attempt of an occupying force to control humanitarian aid for the Palestinian people in Gaza who have the right of their sovereignty, who have the right of their self-determination, and to control their own borders. Therefore, we do not recognize you as a legitimate agent to control any attempt to bring aid to the Palestinian people in Gaza. We request you to stand down, to do not commit another war crime among so many that you've been committing, and to stand down. Do not engage with our peaceful, non-violent, humanitarian solidarity mission for the Palestinian people in Gaza. I advise you again.
Also, here's a funny thing from Israel, of course. The Israeli Navy has released a video of one of their lieutenants calling the Samud flotilla to surrender its aid. In keeping with recent IDF policy to avoid foreign tribunals over Gaza, she faces away from the camera.
You are approaching a blockaded zone. If you wish to deliver aid to Gaza, you may do so through the established channels. Please change your course toward the port of Ashdod, where the aid will undergo a security inspection and then be transferred into the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, they can't show their faces, by the way. Shouts out to the Hind Rajab Foundation for actively documenting all of the Israeli occupational forces terrorists who have foolishly documented themselves engaging in fucking war crimes. But this is the new IDF policy. This is the official IDF policy for like the past half of a year now. Where whenever they show like their brave warriors and whatnot, whenever they show their brave warriors, they do this thing where they shoot the back of their head. Why can't the Dems do this? Gather the Place de la République in Paris. We demand the immediate release of the crews in the global Sumud flotilla. Bro, what the hell? They're already... What the fuck? Bro, no way. Hold on now. God damn, these motherfuckers mobilize so fast, bro. The one shitty thing is that I'm not... My fucking... I brought my IRL backpack. The one shitty thing is my OBS is busted right now, so I would have to most likely go offline and then online again. Do you see this? Like it doesn't show bit rate and it's not connecting. So even if I were to go to this, I would have to go offline and then online again. But I don't even know how I would go offline. Hold on. March is waking up. You know what? I think it's worth it. I think this would be very cool for us to cover. Let's see. I'm also tired as fuck, but... No, after the stream has been great. Yeah. Let me reach out to my Twitch person to see if we can do something without actually going fully offline. When is that from? Oh, this is just forming. Hold on. Don't go. You don't even speak French. I was supposed to go tomorrow night. I was supposed to go to the tomorrow night's protest. That's the one that they told me was happening. But I guess because they got intercepted tonight, they might be doing something right now. Hold on. Dude, the French love their fucking protest, man. It's crazy. If you want to go, Place de République, I would say go tomorrow. Today will not go for so long because of the train situation at night. What do you mean? You could kill OBS via task manager to get the not like this screen so you won't go fully offline. Yeah, the problem is Wait, is this a fucking protest? No, this is not. This is Al Jazeera. You're sending me Al Jazeera. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Listen. We'll see. It's pertinent on a couple different things. 2 a.m. The metro is closed and it's midnight. Okay, bro. It's not 2 a.m. yet. It's 11:30. We are too soft in France nowadays. We need to be more tough. I know there's a huge protest in France tomorrow, which I was going to go to. Video on the ground. %, il y va vraiment tout le monde. En solidarité. Yeah, I mean, this isn't the big one. The big one's tomorrow. Anyway, let's continue.
In international waters, the Israeli Foreign Ministry has said that they are in an active combat zone. Those on board say they are in international waters and what they're doing is absolutely legal. But we've got an update now from the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They say that, and this is a quote from an ex-post that they've put up, they've said, already several vessels of the Hamas Sumud flotilla have been safely stopped and their passengers are being transferred to an Israeli port. Greta and her friends are safe and healthy. And you remember Greta Thunberg was detained and then deported a few months ago. There are roughly about 500 people from around the world, part of this flotilla, about 42 vessels full of aid, things like baby formula, based on what they were telling me. I was speaking earlier to David Adler, a flotilla crew member, on the phone, and they were saying they were basically waiting now and expecting the Israeli authorities, the military, to board the vessels and detain or take them off the vessels. Of course, there are some 42 of these vessels in that convoy, the largest that they've ever had, with roughly about 500 people on board, as I said, from around the world, trying to make their way towards Gaza. Partly symbolic, because this situation...
Dude, we all know why they said they're Hamas, okay? It's to justify what comes next. That's it. And I think the fact that they said this time, like, oh, they're actually funded by Hamas or some shit, makes me feel like they'll apprehend some and then might do something worse to others if they haven't stopped every single boat so far.
Was totally predicted based on the previous flotillas that we've seen, whether it was in 2010 or in different times in the past couple of years. They've been intercepted and deported. There was a violent escalation in 2010 where almost 10 people were killed, but there were assurances given by the Israeli Foreign Ministry to the Italian Foreign Minister that there would be no violence used to prevent them, but they would eventually be intercepted, which is exactly what's happened. Now, those on board the flotilla probably knew this would be the outcome, and yet they wanted to do it because they say they wanted to highlight the plight of the Palestinian people. The Israeli Foreign Ministry says that this was just performative and that they should have given the aid they wanted to deliver into Gaza to the right authorities. But of course, we know from the past almost year, the last 9 months, 8 months or so, that no aid, sufficient aid, has not been getting into Gaza. There was a blockade earlier in the year, and now...
Can't see the video you're watching? This is the video. I don't know why. They just like paused on this fucking image.
Just over 100 trucks are managing to get into Gaza. Many are concerned about the number of trucks. Famine has been declared in parts of Gaza City. So this particular flotilla, attempting to highlight the issue in Gaza, the Israeli Foreign Ministry accusing them of being Hamas-backed and say that they are...
Now, this is the...
Yeah, I mean, it's complete and utter bullshit, by the way, the whole, like, Hamas statement. They didn't even do a good enough job. Not to say that they do a good job in other instances, but like it's just like they straight up had one of the most low effort, like, this person is Hamas baits I've seen. And now at the point of apprehension, it seems like mass mobilization is taking place. Here is a scene from Spain. Here, I'll show you.
نحن أمام زخم ربما قد يفاجئ حتى الحسابات الإسرائيلية وبالتالي ماذا عن هذه الصورة عن الحسابات
Of
الإسرائيلية.
course, it's the Arabic channels that are covering all of the fucking protests. Not sure if America is covering these protests. Obviously, they don't give a shit. Here is Berlin. Remember, these countries also are worse than some other places. Like in Germany, like, you're liable for arrest. Reports of protests in Berlin and all over Turkey. There's also been a steady stream of condemnation, but who cares? Here's Rome. From Al Jazeera Arabic, but this is Rome. Yeah, you want to see how fucking stupid this is? This was the Israel Foreign Ministry exposed. Official Hamas documents found at the Gaza Strip now reveal for the first time proof Hamas's direct involvement in the funding and execution of the Samud flotilla to Gaza. Okay? It's fucking George Galloway. Okay? This is George fucking Galloway. I don't even know if that's George Galloway. This is a random dude. Not even George Galloway. Okay? They are showing George Galloway next to Ismail Haniyeh, who is dead. Okay? Who was killed by Israel. This is a different person and not even George Galloway. Okay? And they're claiming that George Galloway is Hamas, I guess. And they're saying that the Palestinian Conference for Palestinians Abroad was established in 2018 and functions as Hamas's representative body abroad. Bullshit. Okay, not even true. One, that is George Galloway, a British politician, not Hamas. Two, this is just Israel still trying to create a public justification for a violent attack against a humanitarian mission. The other guy's Palestinian Chuck Schumer. Yeah, this is Chuck Schumer after he heard Donald Trump call him a Palestinian. Except, no, I think he's like some Pakistani politician or something. So he's not even George Galloway. He's just a Pakistani unk. It's so crazy, man. Israel could just say anyone is Hamas, and like European governments will literally follow through on it, and they will arrest you. There's a protest in Berlin. At the Central Station. We should all sell seats to the flotilla to celebrities like Katy Perry went to outer space. Yeah, Katy Perry ain't going on a fucking flotilla to Gaza. Let's be real. There are demonstrations in Rome. There's demonstrations in Brussels, Turkey. Gustavo Petro has announced the cancellation of the free trade agreement with Israel and kicks Israeli diplomats out of Colombia. And CGIL in Italy has called for a general strike on Friday. Maybe Jennifer Lawrence would? Fuck no, bro. Jennifer Lawrence was like talking big shit, defending fucking Amy Schumer after October 7. okay? Up until like April of 2024, Jennifer Lawrence was like, Amy Schumer is so brave for speaking her truth. It's a big fuck you to the rest of the world. Meanwhile, what was her truth? Just being fucking annoying. Yeah, J-Law recently changed their mind. Anyway. But yeah, Italy's largest union with over 5.5 million workers has called for a general strike on Friday in solidarity with the global cement flotilla. And smaller Italian unions have said they will join CGIL's general strike. Goats. Fucking awesome. Fucking amazing. Can you summarize what happened with the government shutdown? No. There's a rewind function now if you're a subscriber, okay? The Piker Broadcasting Service now offers a rewind function as long as you are a subscriber. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Okay? There's no ad breaks, but if you subscribe, your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime allows you to use a bunch of cool emotes all around the website, all around the broadcast, clip the broadcast if you choose to do so. And now it will allow you to, as long as you're watching on a desktop, rewind the stream. Also, the gifted sub, 35% off ended. September, unfortunately, ended. But does the Piker Broadcasting Service approve of massive natural granons? What is that, like granny cannons? Disgusting capitalist. This is true. It's capitalism when I do a call for people to subscribe to an otherwise free broadcast that I don't even fucking run ads on or take any sponsorships on, and literally tell you that you don't even have to subscribe. That's what capitalism is. Famously, that's how it works. Like when you go to a ice cream shop, you can just get it for free, right? You can just get the ice cream for free, but the owner of the ice cream shop says, hey, you can pay if you want. You don't have to. It's free. But if you want to, you can pay. And then you donate voluntarily. And that's capitalism. All right, let's get back to the article.
Israeli naval forces issued a warning to activists on board one of the flotilla boats. You'll see the response of one of those activists, Tiago Avila.
This is the Israeli Navy. You are approaching a
war criminal
blockaded zone. If you wish to deliver aid to Gaza, you may do so through the established channels. Please change your course toward the port of Ashdod, where the aid will undergo a security inspection and then be transferred into the Gaza Strip.
We advise you that we are a humanitarian, non-violent solidarity mission to break the illegal siege imposed by Israel 18 years ago against the Palestinian people in Gaza and to create a humanitarian corridor. We carry only food, aid, we carry water filters, we carry crutches, we carry baby formula for the people that you've been starving to death. I repeat, you've been committing genocide for 8 decades and ethnic cleansing against the Palestinian people, and that is absolutely against international law. Once again, we are in international waters, which is not your jurisdiction. We are heading to Palestinian territorial waters, which is not your jurisdiction, despite the fact that you think you can occupy that land. But all of this is completely illegal. The highest judicial authority in the world, the International Court of Justice, in their provisional rulings on the case opened by South Africa against you for the crime of genocide, clearly stated that you are prohibited to hinder any humanitarian mission to get to Gaza. Once again, in a planet of 8 billion people, people despise you, starving children to death, bombing hospitals, schools, and shelters. We are here with the conscience of the world, moving peacefully in a non-violent humanitarian mission to take this aid.
Israel's defense minister today said Gaza City was nearly fully encircled, the last chance for civilians to get out. On the coast road, those able to flee on foot, afford the cost of transport, of somewhere to sleep at the other end, were doing so as the city behind them continued to be pounded.
Everything's being fired at us. Everything's destroyed. There are explosions everywhere. There's nothing left for us.
Another reason for this renewed scramble, Israel's warning that this road would soon be partially blocked. The Israeli military said the checkpoint would be placed on the intersection of the Al-Rashid coastal road and what Israel calls the Netzarim corridor. Civilians would still be allowed south with inspections, but travel north back towards Gaza City would be prohibited. But this afternoon, no checkpoint, instead reports of approaching tanks and gunfire from the air. A patch of land meters away, repeatedly strafed. On one of the donkey carts, a teenager nursing what looks at first like an injured arm, but in reality is barely that. His left hand connected to his body by little more than bone. Injured by shelling that killed a woman and 2 young children as they too headed towards supposed safety.
When we got
to the Netzarim crossing, we found out that there was bombing going on and tanks firing and quadcopters and people dead on the road. The ground incursion into Gaza City remains slow. The Israeli army releasing these images today of its soldiers clearing ruined streets and buildings. From the air, the campaign is relentless. This still image, all we can show of a strike near a water truck, leaving bodies scattered. The IDF yet to respond to our request for a comment. The International Committee of the Red Cross today suspending its operations in Gaza City because of the dangers.
In the history of Doctors Without Borders, I don't think Doctors Without Borders has ever fucking left an area due to significant harm to the doctors until Gaza City, I believe. They officially left Gaza City, saying that they could no longer operate because their doctors are direct targets. The only other time is Kunduz. And they hadn't withdrawn from Kunduz. Barack Obama lasered it, the hospital in Kunduz, and killed 2 Doctors Without Borders doctors at the time. And I'm sure like other doctors have been killed, but they hadn't like officially withdrawn from an area. Yeah, Doctors Without Borders suspending medical work in Gaza City due to Israel's violence, including airstrikes and tanks less than 1 kilometer from their facilities. Comes same day as Netanyahu uses UN speech to scold dozens of nations for accusing him of committing war crimes. The entire point of Doctors Without Borders is that they literally operate in conflict zones, and they're supposed to be like a white human shield. So there are still
PTSD. Well,
I guess there are still some ships that are on the flotilla that haven't been intercepted yet.
Yesterday, Donald Trump gave Hamas 3 to 4 days to respond to his peace plan, which would see.
Weren't Italy, Colombia, and Turkey going to help them? I already covered it. They withdrew at the last second. Even Spain. Spain was the only one that I thought maybe would keep their naval carrier, their naval vessel, to push through the blockade. And 150 miles off the coastline, they all withdrew.
It release all Israeli hostages and commit to permanent disarmament. Conflicting reports today on the early signals coming from Hamas leaders in Doha. Worth remembering that while the world has watched in real time Gaza's descent into horror, its people have been...
Yeah, a couple days ago, there was a nurse that was directly shot with a fucking quadcopter, by the way, in the head. A nurse working in a hospital was shot in the head by a quadcopter. A quadcopter sniped him in the head. He's in like full fucking nurse gear in the hallways of a fucking hospital on camera. Just listen to the new TrueAnon about the story of the saboteur on the flotilla. Wait, what the fuck? Someone leaked that to... I didn't know that was public knowledge. Yeah. There was yeah. I mean, I've been talking to some people on the fucking ships as well. I thought that it wasn't. I thought that they didn't like leak it, but I guess someone leaked it. Yeah, there was a saboteur. A little correction, that might not be the former Pakistani senator in the photo that Israel lied about. It's definitely not George Galloway, but I was wrong in my assumption. The two individuals look so similar. I mean, it's not George Galloway, certainly, as Israel is claiming. Also, George Galloway is not Hamas.
Inching the world's response, perhaps never more closely than now.
The choices are difficult for Hamas, but I believe reason and the demands of the Palestinian people will make them agree to Trump's plan, regardless of its details. They have to say yes or no. At this stage, they can't maneuver.
Approaching Gaza's coastline, meanwhile, the dozens of boats making up the Sumud, or Steadfastness Flotilla. The activists have refused Greek and Italian calls to offload and donate the aid.
I don't know what happened with the saboteur, man. I don't know. I don't have any additional details, okay? I didn't know that that was like the public knowledge. That's all I'm saying.
They're carrying for Gaza, saying they want to highlight what they call an illegal blockade. Overnight, they say Israeli naval vessels approached and jammed their communications and navigation systems. Today, the former mayor of Barcelona, Ada Colau, saying they were prepared to be attacked and detained. Israel has warned the boats to turn back and has been preparing for what would be a complex multiple interception. In the last hour, activists have declared an emergency, saying they expect soon to be confronted by the Israeli Navy.
Well, earlier I spoke to James Elder from UNICEF, who's in Gaza, and I asked him what conditions were currently like there.
Well, I was in Gaza City yesterday, Christian. You're talking about 1,000 airstrikes in the space of a few weeks. I heard many in the small space time I was there. There is a level of panic among people, and there's also a level of deprivation. I was by a water truck and just seeing hundreds of people rush to it because they have not seen water in days. And time and again, people would ask me, are we safe in the south? Now, of course, the reality is, no, they're not safe in the south. I was at a hospital earlier today. Many children, Christian, who were in tents at night time, and there was an airstrike in a nearby tent. You can imagine how quickly shrapnel rips through a tent. So children who are paralyzed, children with head injuries, children with amputations, all in these so-called safe zones.
And what are the conditions and the supplies like in the hospitals?
Horrific. I was in Nasser just a few hours ago, Christian, and for the first time I'm seeing now corridors, hospital hallways, absolutely full of mums and newborns, babies who are premature. Now, In the first 6 months of this year, 1/3 of all births, 1/3 of all births were either premature or underweight, or they went straight to the ICU. So I'm meeting a little baby who was in ICU for 21 days and is now in a hospital hallway. These are first-rate hospitals, but they're just absolutely overrun. I've not seen this before, where we are literally talking about scores.
How is this guy in Gaza? Dog, he's UNICEF. It's like these are the people that Israel has to literally let into the Strip. Like, it's literally UNICEF, man. The fuck? This man might be Hamas. Be careful how you speak. Yeah, I can tell from his accent he's Hamas. UNICEF. UNICEF.
Babies. I've met women who've had miscarriages fleeing to the south. I met a mum in a tent 2 days ago in New.
Or else what? They don't care about the consequences? Honestly, you're not wrong. Like, what the fuck would the world do if they wouldn't even let UNICEF into the Gaza Strip, I guess? Who's going to say no to Israel, man? It's not going to be us. It's not going to be the American government.
Who should be eating for 3 because she's 9 months pregnant, Christian, with twins. She's barely eating for 1. She spoke about, with her first child, the cravings that mums have. Her cravings are just for food. So the situation for mums, for newborns, is absolutely the worst it's ever been after.
You sound like a cuck. Probably never seen a war zone with a name like that. Doing a lot of comment on stream. Go protest and make an actual difference. What are parents? I'm an orphan. The most easily triggered generation. Triggered. Dude, you're so fucking sick. You're so fucking cool, man. Everybody that read your comment knows you're now the king of the chat. You're fucking cool, dude. Yeah, these dumb libtards, they get triggered so easily. Ha. Brother, you're 50. Go start a family. What are you doing in this chat? What the hell are you doing in the chat, man? 50-year-old man talking about triggered.
2 years of this.
So do you have any sense of what that means for, what they call excess deaths? This is, not people killed by bombing or starvation, but people who are dying because of the conditions there now?
We don't. I mean, the one woman who had a miscarriage as she tried to walk from Gaza City to the south, and I spoke to a doctor in Nasser Hospital about this. He said he had 6 cases like that in the space of a day. I mean, Christian, on my very first day back here, and this is my 6th mission back to Gaza City, and I was committed to try and get to a hospital because I'd heard that there were actually some, volunteers going around to try and bring a little bit of energy and happiness, childhood back to children. I wanted to see that. I wanted to share that because there is an immense community spirit here. There's an immense spirit from parents, doctors, nurses. But at the hospital, Christian, within 30 minutes, I was in a tent outside. There were 4 children, all having been shot by quadcopters. In the hospital, there was a teenage boy who'd been down to one of these Gaza humanitarian funds and had been shot and was lying bleeding on the floor because there were no beds, no beds whatsoever for patients. Then a little girl came in, a little 5-year-old girl who'd been pulled from the rubble. Now, she survived, didn't even have any broken bones. But this little girl, Sham, was not yet aware that her sister and her mother died in that strike. And then I was in ICU, Christian, and it's a makeshift ICU, and looking at a little girl, a 6-year-old girl, Aya, looking at the care, the love she'd had. She had these little bobs in her hair and clean fingernails, but she'd been in an airstrike. And as the doctor explained to me the severity of her situation, she died. She died in front of us. That's 30 minutes in a hospital, and that's a hospital getting the overflow from those people under attack in the north.
So, I mean, that's interesting what you say about quadcopters. We're not hearing a lot about deaths at these Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid distribution points at the moment. Is that still going on? Are people being shot still trying to get food?
Yeah, I haven't been to any of the most people end up in field hospitals, and I've not been to those in the south. In Al-Aqsa, in the middle area, yeah, there's an entire room of people who have injuries and gunshot wounds or shrapnel wounds, who all say that these occurred whilst they were trying to seek aid at these sites.
James Elder, thank you very much.
Thanks, Christian.
For the last
Do you think Israel's bullshit is what eventually is going to break up NATO? No. I mean, look at all the fucking NATO nations, dude. Are you kidding me? They're all dogs to American empire. And yeah, countries can make strong condemnations, but that doesn't mean anything. Like, do you think Turkey doesn't have the naval capacity to offer protection to its own citizens that are on the fucking Sumud flotilla? It does. They just don't want the smoke. They don't want to piss off America. That's it. Yeah, there's mad Turkish citizens on board. Yes, I know they've been intercepting. I have been looking at the flotilla. I know.
Madeleine got to around, I think, 100 nautical miles away.
This is Meteg.
The handler got closer, or maybe it's the other way around. I mean, 50 nautical miles away is the closest that anyone's come on a boat in recent years.
That's the Irish guy, isn't
they're
it?
About that now, I believe. So perhaps I didn't expect them to get quite this far. 100 was where the 2010 flotilla was intercepted. 100 was where I think the handler was intercepted.
No, not Liam.
50,
The
or
Irish
maybe
comedian
70,
guy.
The Madeleine. So, it may be that they have actually come the furthest. So
I don't know how to
take it
say
back.
his name. Is it Tag? The Meteg is surrounded, and I can hear the Israeli occupying force screaming at them to turn their engine off. The crew is ignoring their commands. This is the latest. Tig? Thig? Or Tyga? Tyga. This is a stupid question, but why don't they keep sailing forwards? I mean, because Israel will fucking kill them. Like, that's why. Yeah, just ignore the genocidal entity that has been fucking doing, that has been just melting children with zero repercussions for the past 23 months. Yeah, you guys do realize that, like, the OG was Mavi Marmara in 2010, and Israel literally fucking sent commandos in helicopters and slaughtered a bunch of human rights workers on the fucking ship. The OG, like, blockade, the OG humanitarian flotilla was Mavi Marmara, and they slaughtered 10 people. They just straight up fucking dropship commandos from helicopters and just murdered them. Don't forget that the Gaza flotilla volunteers are ordinary people actually risking their lives. Yes, Israel's killed activists before while world leaders did nothing. Yeah. Ankara calls the incident unacceptable as 10 members of the aid convoy are killed during storming of Turkish ship in international waters. And then they said they were Hamas, of course. And they said the ship had weapons. And then they did the fake they did the fake message famously where they were like they made it seem like the Turkish vessel, the captain of the Turkish vessel said, "Remember 9/11. Hey, fuck off. Remember 9/11. Go back to Auschwitz." They hit the dude. Hasbara has not evolved from 2010. Okay, you need to understand. Like, there was a reason why so many people who are like aware of Israel's tricks. There was a reason why so many people were like, "Oh, here we go again." When like they did that thing after Al Ahly, where they blew up the Al Ahly courtyard, and then they were like, "It was actually Hamas," and then they were like, "It was actually Palestinian Islamic Jihad." And then they revealed a intercepted phone conversation where it was like, "Oh, ya Allah, I am from Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and I hate Israel, but also I'm so bad. I'm a bad guy. And oh no, we accidentally killed our own people." And then everyone was like, "See, Israel would never bomb a hospital. It's so crazy. We bomb ourselves. Oh no." That stuff's not new. That's been around. Israel was doing that. Israel was doing that for a minute. What are the odds that they find a copy of Mein Kampf on the flotilla? Oh, high. They already called them Hamas, so they'll probably do like they'll probably say that there was like Hamas documents or something, or like a Hamas banner on there or some shit like that. Put some AKs and say they're smuggling weapons to Hamas? No, they don't even do that shit, bro. I'm telling you, with Mavi Marmara, they said the boat was carrying weapons, and they didn't even actually place weapons on the ship. They just showed a bunch of like kitchen knives and were like, "You see? Look at all these weapons that they had on the ship. That's why we had to shoot them with automatic machine guns from a fucking helicopter." Nowadays, they don't even need to do that. They could just say, "Oh, this guy's Hamas. Look, here's a photo of George Galloway, who's also Hamas." Yeah, this is what they said. This is why they were like, "Look at all the weapons that they had. We had to kill them. We had no other option." There are EU politicians on board. Isn't that a big enough shield? No. Are they letting them go? What is this? Wait, they're celebrating. Genuine question. Why do this at night, lol? Brother, do you think they just materialized on the Gaza coastline one night? They've been sailing for weeks. The fuck are you talking about? Also, Israel is the one that decides when to implement the blockade. That's the reason why they're doing it at night.
Okay, you can come up, careful. Tranquilo, tranquilo. Stop the motor.
Why didn't they fast travel? Big L for the flotilla. Yeah, they hadn't unlocked the Gaza fucking checkpoint. That's why they can't fast travel yet. This is literally what they're trying to do. They're trying to unlock the Gaza checkpoint so they can consistently fast travel to Gaza with ease going forward. Everybody knows that.
Somebody give me a light.
Does Israel not care about even trying to launder their reputation?
That was the Matek. We had the audio there. You heard the idea.
Even if they're faking it, why take so many L's? Because at a certain point, you have to realize, like, their only goal is a genocide. And if no one is stopping them from conducting this genocide, then they don't feel the need to try to PR wash it. Like, at most, the PR laundering, the reputation laundering for the genocide comes with, like, the whole Gaza peace plan, right? Like, that's what they were trying to present as, like, a way to continue the genocide while making it seem as though they're invested in some sort of, like, peaceful alternative when they had no ambitions for peace whatsoever, obviously.
Continuous protests in, I believe it was in Lisbon. Was that right, Darius? In Brussels. Sorry, it was in Brussels.
Yeah, they already called the fucking flotilla Hamas.
2 years away from
Anyway, let's watch this. Will Israel be banned from Eurovision? I fucking hope so. Jesus Christ.
Eurovision has attracted scenes like these. While there's over half a year to go until the next contest, already countries are poised to vote. The issue in contention being whether Israel should be allowed to enter.
You can't avoid politics. If Israel is there, we won't be there.
As the world waits to see what happens with the negotiations over Donald Trump's Gaza peace plan, within the cultural world, there's no let-up in the increasing isolation of Israel. Slovenia, alongside broadcasters from Spain, the Netherlands, Ireland and Iceland, all threatening to boycott over the country's continued military action. Unless there's a sudden breakthrough, jolted into action by the controversy, the European Broadcasting Union, which runs the contest, has said it plans to hold a vote on Israel's participation, which will take place at an extraordinary meeting of the EBU's General Assembly, to be held online early next month.
The decision on whether to allow Israel into the contest by a popular vote is really unprecedented, and I think the situation is made even more complicated by the fact that the organisers themselves have allowed certain countries to, in a sense, get away with breaking the rules or deeming them to have not broken the rules sufficiently to allow participation.
In 2023, Israel was represented by their equivalent of Britney Spears, Noah Kirel, a major star.
Their equivalent of Britney Spears. Boo. Dude, this is so shit. I really thought this would be better. So shit. It's not marshmallows. They're what is it called? It's meringue. It tastes like dookie.
She came third, and while the singer gets that a lot has changed politically since then, she says it's unfair to punish the Israeli people for the actions of their government.
The voters understand that
What is it? Is it unfair to punish the Russian people for the actions of their government?
Politics has no connection to this competition. So I hope
It absolutely does. Yeah, politics has no connection to this competition. That's why Israel cheats every year by botting the fucking telephone votes.
fully that people will understand that and respect that and could see the good side of it and not the bad side.
Regardless of the outcome of next.
Like, the reality of the matter is this. If you're an anti-Zionist Jew in Israel, and I've met many, they are more honest about why this must be done than many other people in America that consider themselves to be fucking anti-Zionist or at least critical of Israel. They understand that Israeli society is so invested in the continuation of this ethnic cleansing campaign that the only way to swing societal attitudes against this genocide is by punishing Israel as a whole by not allowing them to participate in shit like this, so that they recognize their pariah status and selfishly decide to stop the genocide. It's that simple. And it's not just this, it's FIFA, it's UEFA, it's sanctions, it's boycotts, it's economic punishments, it's anything and everything you can do to make regular Israelis feel as though the rest of the world fucking despises them for this crime, the crime of all crimes, so that all of the other, and anti-Zionist Jews in Israel would say this first and foremost, all of their fucking neighbors who are selfishly refusing to see the humanity of the Palestinians won't magically, automatically, overnight become aware of the humanity of Palestinians, but at least they'll recognize that there is a punishment for continuing to do this genocide and reconsider their support for it.
Vote, Ireland, Iceland and Slovenia have all said their plan to boycott will stand as long as Israel's still at war.
We are all somehow prisoner of German guilt. The people who are in the country, like leading the public service media in the countries, and they don't do anything, I think they will regret.
Yeah. South Africa only destroyed apartheid to maintain the white community's power. That's it. Because right now, Israelis don't think that there's like any severe penalties for this genocide. Keeping Israel out of Eurovision is one of the most effective sanctions Europe can wield on Israel. Well, I can think of some more effective sanctions, but you know. It is hard to explain to outsiders how vital that competition is culturally as a part of the Israeli identity, as a villa in the jungle or a Western outpost in the Middle East. The other important plank of that participation in UEFA soccer events, Israel should be removed from both. That's it. In apartheid South Africa, they didn't actually abolish the apartheid because they magically recognized the humanity of black people. They abolished it because they were forced to, due to steady boycott sanctions and punishments that made the white South Africans become pariahs worldwide. Now, of course, in Israel, it's a little bit different because Israel as a nation state is, unfortunately, through Zionism, so closely tied to Jewish identity and so closely tied to real oppression, unlike what the Boers could claim, unlike what the white Afrikaners could claim, but like thousands of years of death and destruction done to Jews on the basis of being Jewish. So I think they dig their heels in a little bit harder, I suspect. But even then, it would not be fucking 80% looking the other way. Because there are plenty of, especially liberal Zionists in positions of power, that still seem to appreciate that Israel is seen as like a Western outpost. And if they no longer got that benefit, if they no longer got that, then they'd be forced to reconsider.
Press that doesn't want it to be seen. I mean, that's an extremely positive feature of social media, right?
Well, it is, and there's a reason why, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu has overtly talked about the information space. They've overtly talked about the front line of the future of this conflict is in the media, information space, social media. They're getting involved now with TikTok. David Ellison, Larry Ellison's son, very briefly the wealthiest man on earth, is involved in, has huge media interests, Paramount, etc. But now,
Israel's public broadcaster Kan has said its potential disqualification could have wide-ranging implications for the competition and the values for which the...
Bro, Israel is so funny. Because, like, you could be a fucking grocery store chain in Israel, and, like, at the first sign of pushback, you start speaking like you're Adolf Hitler. Like, what is this ominous shit? Like, you could literally be like, hey, this Israeli grocery store we no longer want in our neighborhood due to its support for, like, I don't know, the West Bank settlers, West Bank settlements, right? And they would release a statement being like, you have done the gravest crime of all humanity, and may your children suffer 1,000 punishments for generations to come. What you have done is a major disgrace to the standards of international human rights. You have brought a great blight upon, a plague upon your home and the homes of all of your neighbors. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up, dude. You're Khan. You're the Israel Broadcasting Corporation. Why are you talking like you have... Why are you talking like you have nukes armed directly at Eurovision? That's all it takes. You tell an Israeli no one time, they start Sephiroth posting, dude. They get all fucking biblical with it. It's strange. It's strange as fuck. Like, what do you mean? Could have any such move could have wide-ranging implications for the competition and the values for which the EBU stands.
stands. Pop bangers and power ballads aside, the criticism of the EBU has become deafeningly loud. The world waiting and watching for political decisions and cultural ones too. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Sky News revealed last week there was a growing clamour amongst European football leaders to suspend Israeli teams over the war in Gaza. But now I've learned that that push for a vote on a ban is on hold. That's while Donald Trump pursues this peace plan for Gaza.
Fucking pussies, dude. They're all cowards. They're all cowards. They're all pussies. They're all so scared to do the bare minimum right thing. Makes me so mad.
I'm told that European football leaders don't want to seem to be imposing sporting sanctions while there's a hope of ending this 2-year-old war. The ruling body of FIFA, their council...
Oh, yeah, no, totally. Totally, man. They were just about to end it. This war, by the way. This would be an impediment to peace. You should do it anyway. Okay? What the fuck do you mean? You should do it as a punishment regardless. Like, I'm so serious right now. If Israel was like, my bad, sorry about the genocide, we're going to stop now, tomorrow, they still shouldn't be a part of FIFA, and they still shouldn't be a part of Eurovision. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, what kind of stupid shit is this? Yes, bro, you don't get to do a genocide and then go back to business as usual the day after. Yeah, fuck these guys, okay? Yeah, you shouldn't be a part of FIFA. You shouldn't be a part of UEFA. You should not be a part of Eurovision. And you should get sanctions regardless. What are we talking about? Oh, we don't want to be an impediment to peace. It's like, there is no peace, first and foremost. But also, even if there was fucking peace, they should still be punished until they offer reparations.
Does meet in Zurich on Thursday, and ahead of that meeting,
And then fucking denazify themselves, denazify Israeli society. That's the other thing. I could not believe it. I thought some things were changing at the New York Times, so I thought the editorial board wouldn't be so callous as to suggest that the Gaza peace plan, which is fake, was good. And that, I mean, I knew that they were going to say it was good, but they would have the audacity to say, this authority should create a program in schools, the media, and elsewhere to remove Hamas's pervasive radicalizing influence over Gazan society. Like, what level of indecency are we at now? This is just pure Islamophobia through and through. The notion that a Palestinian child is actually radicalizing against Israel because they read a book controlled by Hamas or something is so stupid. Palestinians, in spite of the metric ton of unimaginable violence, uncontrolled violence that Israel subjected to them, while calling themselves the Jewish state, while claiming that they're doing this violence for Judaism, are literally, in spite of all of that, less anti-Semitic than like some fucking average televangelist in the fucking deep south. And they should be way more anti-Semitic. What are we talking about? If the only association that you have with Judaism is some fucking asshole blowing up your school and then putting fucking menorahs up in what used to be your fucking schoolyard, yeah, of course you're going to be fucking anti-Semitic. You're going to be like, this is demon shit. These guys are fucking demonic. They must be the spawn of Satan. That's what you would normally think. And those dudes still don't even demonstrate that level of anti-Semitism. And these fucking assholes still go, oh, they're radicalized by Hamas. No, man. No, they're not radicalized by fucking Hamas. They're radicalized by the fact that Israel blew up the school. Israel's violence is so crazy. People in the Western world are actually getting radicalized against Israel. What are we talking about? People who are not even directly related to the issue. People who literally think Muslims are scary. Okay? People in the Western world who think Islam is a scary religion that is here to destroy the Western civilization have unironically become radicalized against Israel. That's how fucking arrogant Israel is. That's how much violence Israel subjected people to while seemingly demanding more and more support in return. It makes no fucking sense. Yeah, dude. It was the shit that kids are reading at school and not the fact that the school is blown up by Israel that makes these kids radicalized against Israel, to take up arms against Israel. Oh.
I've been hearing from FIFA Vice President Victor Montagliani. He's the first person to go on camera to discuss this attempt to ban Israel.
I'm sure people have opinions, and But the reality is that issue is the jurisdiction of UEFA first and foremost. It's their member, and they have a process. I think they've been public about their process and the timelines around it. So we need to respect that, and so I think it's important that we respect that it's UEFA's decision. Obviously, UEFA and FIFA will be having whatever discussions they need to, no different than any other confederation would on any other member. Obviously,
I don't respect it. Y'all are some bitches, bro. Jesus Christ. Y'all are some whole ass bitches.
It's an issue that changes from a geopolitics standpoint almost on a daily basis, as we saw with the last proposal of a peace plan. And so, there's a lot of moving parts with respect to that issue.
Victor Montagliani speaking to me exclusively here, as well as being a FIFA vice president. He is president of the CONCACAF football region covering North America, where the World Cup is being co-hosted by...
I really thought that Qatar would have some motion here after Israel blew up their capital. You know what I mean? I really thought Qatar would be the country that forces the hand of this organization with all the fucking money that they dump into this shit. Way more than Israel. Like, come on. Qatar is a vassal state? No. Yes, but like, they also have a decent amount of fucking motion here.
By US, Mexico, and Canada next year. It was last week I revealed the US State Department would intervene to stop FIFA banning Israel if they did progress on that course. What changed the dynamic for some in Europe was a UN Commission of Inquiry saying that Israel is...
Qatar has no motion. They aren't in UEFA, and they only got the World Cup one time because of bribery in 2011. Everyone laughs at them in FIFA. Dude, we're talking about FIFA. The only thing that matters is money. No shit. That's why I'm saying they have motion, because they have money. Also, Qatar owns like major teams. What are you talking about? Anyway, what the fuck is happening here?
Somewhat harder. So this is logistically very, very complex.
So Maria Cristina has an idea vessel in view. People have been asking, what are you doing in France? This is what I'm doing in France. JP Explorer, okay? They couldn't shoot for the promo. That's so funny. Yeah, so that was Ludwig and Michael Reeves are representing Team America in GP Explorer 3. Okay, this is Formula 4 vehicles that are going to be racing in the Le Mans track. Very famous city for racing. I unfortunately didn't fit in the Formula 4 vehicles originally, so I was not allowed to race, but I will be the American broadcaster. This event is going to be broadcasted in Spanish, in French, and in English as well. Me and Pokemon are going to be broadcasting it for the English language side. That's why I'm here. It's my friend Lucas's event, and it will be, you can watch it on my channel. These are all the different teams. And for those of you who don't know, these are all like content creators and stuff from, and this year they have, do you know anything about cars? Nepo, Moment, KK? No. These are not like actual... Chatter, do you think these are like actual race car drivers? Is that what you think? No, the entire event is fucking influencers, dumbass. The entire event is influencers. Is it safe to have non-trained F1 drivers? No, these guys have been training for a year now. These guys have been training for a year. Ludwig and Michael Reeves have been training for a year.
Pessimiste comme optimiste, j'arrive en star comme Optimus Prime. Évidemment, je remplis ce stade, cherche une line comme Jesse Pinkman. Je lisse comme Hitman, Estepona, yo I can, ça fait vrum vrum comme a Culiacan. Gasolina, gasolina, Portofino, Testarossa. Gasolina, gasolina,
So that's Squeezie. Yes, on the 4th and 5th of October, they are going to be racing. And those are all the teams that you just saw. And I am here to broadcast it. Okay? That's why I am here. This is the, I think this is the 3rd year of it. That's why it's GB Explorer 3 and potentially the last year. And the thing is, it's a major event. It's a major event. Like millions of people tune in live, but us here in the United States of America have no fucking clue because we're oblivious to the shit that goes on in Europe. And but this year, in an effort to broaden the horizon here, Lucas wanted to add an American team as well. And also broadcast it for the American audience as well. It's a huge thing. eBay is also broadcasting it for the Spanish audience.
3 is the biggest live stream event in France. It gets millions of viewers online and tens of thousands of people to show up in person. And Michael and I are somehow the first ever Americans to compete. So what is GP Explorer 3? Well, it's a Formula 4 race filled with creators, musicians, and celebrities. And it happens at one of the most historic tracks ever, Le Mans.
Le Mans.
The problem is that me and Michael have never driven an F4 car before. But that all changes today.
You okay? I'm good. I've just been drinking, is all. All right, good morning. We're here. Today's day 1 of driving in Le Mans.
Day 1, we're driving in Le Mans, and
Yep.
we're doing day 1 of training.
Yep. I think I'm gonna spin out.
I'm gonna fucking die, bro. What are you in France for? Dog, I'm literally showing you what I'm in France for. Why do you think I'm covering this video right now? This is why I'm here in France. I am going to be the American broadcaster for this race. Okay? On October 4th and October 5th, for those 2 days on the HasanAbi broadcast, you will only be watching racing. Okay? I have explained it so many fucking times. I don't understand why people don't get it.
My first, like I feel.
Yeah, but like why? What the fuck do you mean why? Because it's my fucking friend's event. Okay? And originally I was supposed to race, but I was too fucking big. I was too wide to fit in the fucking cars. What the hell, man? So now I'm just hosting it. Like I'm broadcasting it on my fucking channel. I'm crashing out because I've addressed this perhaps 17,000 times. And I have like brought it up on numerous occasions for the past, like, because this has been a thing that's been going on for a year and a half at this point. It's like this was planned out for like a year and a half. So I kept periodically explaining it to my audience to the best of my ability. Like, this is what I'm doing. I'm going to be in France in October. I'm going to be in France in October. I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to be hosting this thing. And motherfuckers still, I've explained it so many times and people still don't know. Oh. Stop lying about the reason. What is the lying about the reason? What? Why didn't you fit? I don't know. Look at my fucking shoulders, dude. I went and got measured. And from this point to this point, it doesn't fucking fit in the car.
So strong because I'm gonna be stressed about people behind me, and then also I forget how to drive.
It is a little harder than than you'd think.
Yes.
A little harder than you think, but remember, as long as you're doing something, as long as you're braking or accelerating, is what Coach said.
All right. Now, this wasn't our first practice session. We did learn how to drive F4 cars on a different track, but this is our first time driving on the actual track where the actual race is going to take place. For reference, this is some people's third time competing at this event, so they're very experienced driving this track because it's been the same track every single time. So the average time for the faster group is sitting around 1 minute and 45 seconds, and the fastest individual time anyone ever has gotten is about 1 minute and 42 seconds. And I can't even get into the 140s. So I made it my simple goal to get below 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Damn, bro. All the cars
look
already.
awesome. Damn, that's so many fucking cars, yeah.
They look like go-karts the way they're painted. They look like more like play toys. This is what the hood popped off.
That's the alternator.
That's alternator?
No, that guy. And then that's, I don't know. I'm not really good at cars.
I have a change.
Do not cut. Do not cut. Don't you?
Did you get it? It's so loud when I jump. I checked with the French people to see if they have any word like clanker here. They don't have it. I said sucker of gas. They just laughed. But it's not a thing here. Look at their fucking setup, bro. Look at that guy. No, bro, our shots are gonna look. Bro! What do we got? Oh my, we might as well use a fucking iPad. Like, what are we doing? Get a 3DS out. We're looking at a picture of the track before we drive through it, and it seems to have like the craziest, like, you have to go so slow.
Dual hairpin, triple hairpin.
Insane slow.
And then there's the Mario Kart skip, if you're good enough, and you have a mushroom you can slide on.
Yeah, you can jump over across straight.
We just finished our little tour. Now we're gonna hop in the car, see how it fits. Yeah. Okay, son of a bitch. Oh, fuck my old ass body. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, it's me.
Yeah, do you understand? Does that perhaps give you a little bit of does that help you understand? Do you get it now? Do you get it? Yeah, it's because my head's too small, chat. That's right. They were like, we don't have helmets that size for your tiny fucking head. Yeah, that's what it was. You got it.
All right, I'm in. This is my mechanic, Bruno.
Oh my God.
And don't spin out.
Good luck, man.
I'm not gonna aid much where I'm going, man. Thanks, though. I appreciate that. It was nice knowing you, Bill.
I am the master of this car.
It wasn't the
I
height.
will not spin out.
It was the width.
My plan was to follow someone's line and like just figure it out that way, but the problem is Ludwig is in front of me. And he also doesn't know his line.
Oh my god, I'm nervous. Nice and smooth start. I am the master of my car. I forget everything. I locked up the wheels. Nice. I'm so ass. Oh no, I'm so ass.
Oh!
Oh my god. I spun out. I spun out. That was quick. I won't even front, that was quick.
Cam? Cam, where are you? It was Lud. Lud spun out. Dude, I spun out too, but I spun out in a place where I could restart. I was actually right behind him for the spin. And I looked at the car and then I went, I wonder who that was, and then I looked at the number and I was like, ah, shit, man.
Dude.
Oh, son of a bitch, bro. Did I end the session for everybody? No. No. Stab me in the fucking heart with this skewer. And we're back. Cam, where you at? Cam, I spun out lap 1. They're checking. I got rocks everywhere. I went into the gravel. They're checking my tires. I got 7 men around me. I think they're all just calling me a pussy in French. Dude, it must have been a problem with the brakes. And by the brakes, I mean me pressing them too hard and then fucking spinning out. Okay. How do I fucking change a gear? Why the fuck are they trusting me with this? I'll never know. I'm gonna kill myself. Really impressive start. I will not crash my car twice. Once is good for me.
Bro, this is terrifying.
How did I almost spin out again? Dude, what the fuck is this track? Holy shit, it's so hard. I have no idea where I'm going. I finally caught up. Yay!
Oh!
No, it's Michael. No, it's Michael. So many people spun out. I just passed like 3 spin outs. Oh, buddy.
What a shit show, bro. I spun out first. I opened the floodgates. Maybe 4 people spun out the lap after me. That was fucked. Dude, this track's hard. Like the last time we did this, they had like cones. Gas here, brake here. This is the gear you're in. This time we did 1 drive-through in a van, and I'm just fucking guessing.
I spun out twice.
Oh, did you spun out in the gravel?
No, I managed to keep it on the track.
How do you feel about commentating? Do you know what an apex is? Track limits, grading? Did they give you a bit of training? No, but I do know, yes, I do know that from doing track. I'm not like a car guy at all, but I do know a little bit. But the commentary is not supposed to be professional chatter. It's you know, it's supposed to be color commentary. Do you think that this is supposed to be a professional commentary? Guys, I need you to understand something. These are not professional drivers. This is Ludwig. He's been in multiple car and motorcycle accidents just this past year. He is barely competent at driving a normal civilian vehicle. Okay? Understand, he is not a Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula 4, whatever, however formulas there are out there, including the baby formula. He is not a professional driver. Okay? And neither is Michael Reeves. These are influencers. Okay? We're talking about a guy who crashed a Vespa. Do you understand? Them shits don't go above 35 miles an hour. And my commentary will reflect that. Think of it like the commentary of a guy, not a professional Formula 1, a former race car driver who's giving like professional commentary on a real race, but my commentary will be tuned in to the level of a guy who will crash a Vespa. Okay? Twice. Not once, twice. So not an expert on the subject of professional race car driving, but certainly an expert on the subject of yapping.
The
first session to spin, spin straight into the gravel.
Yeah, I went straight into the gravel. It was awesome.
So yeah, that's when you went out. Actually, you're not arriving very fast, but braking quite late. I see I'm too fast or I locked up or something. You release the brake pressure in order to like avoid continuing locking up.
Yeah, instead I put the brake at max.
Think about your braking efficiency. And if I'm too slow, okay, next lap, I brake a bit later.
All right, thank you, coach.
No worries.
I feel like they threw us into the fucking fire. They gave us no cones, and he's like, hey, your
no
braking
cones,
point's wrong, your turning point's
no
wrong, your
bitches.
apex is wrong, your eyes are
Your
wrong.
brakings are, yeah.
And I'm like, coach, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing out
Dude,
there.
my coach said, I'm too slow here. I'm like, yeah.
I'm sick of being slow. I'm gonna spin out if I go slow anyway, so I might as well spin out going fast. Amen. All I need is a couple good lap times to show coach.
Get him off my fucking ass.
Get him off my dick. Coach, get off my dick. Don't. All right, okay. Oh, I hate getting in this bitch. I'm so fat.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm visualizing. I exit here, and I get real aggressive. In my left wheel kisser, I'm gonna go real deep. And then I go in, and that's the big one. Gas that bitch, gas that bitch, gas that bitch, gas that bitch.
So I don't know exactly which level of training this is, but I think it's recent. I think they start off with like go-karts and stuff, and I know they did it in America as well, but I'm pretty sure this is recent. Or maybe it's not. I hope it's not. So, yeah, I think this is from August, right? Yeah, 8/25, the vid said. Yeah, so this is, like, since then they've trained a lot more as well, but this is after they had already done... This is after they had already trained, for the record. But, like, not on the cars, I don't think.
Brake. And then I go, ooh, ooh. Oh, okay. Tell me to shut the fuck up in French. Wait. Clean start.
Yeah, see, it says 8/25. Yeah, it's August 25th, 2025. Yeah, you can get a reward for GP Explorer 3. I literally made parts of that car here in Italy, lol. We made all the racing cars in our company. Amazing to see my job and my favorite streamer, lol. Hell yeah, Hakeem the Dream.
Hell yeah.
Okay, we're almost through Tutorial Island. Like, I'm getting close to learning what the fuck's going on. I'm not there yet, mind you, but I'm closer.
My PB last session was 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
I'm hoping I have a sub 2, which I think I do.
And now we can start refining.
Okay, I saw the time.
We're faster, bro.
153. It's way faster, but also, my last coach was like, you always have to be giving your car an action. You can't just sit idle. And he's like, let it sit idle. What are you doing? You're always gassing after braking. Maybe it's one of those rules. It's not an always rule, it's a sometimes rule, but they teach it as an always rule so that you really drill it. Like washing hands after peeing. It's like at the start for sure, but once you get good at it. Do you remember Seb saying?
Yeah.
To be giving your car command?
Always, yeah. He's
Gassing
always.
and braking.
Yeah.
This guy's like, after you brake, you keep gassing. What is that? And I'm like, I'm giving my car commands. He's like, why? Just let it roll for
Are you fucking kidding
I know. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Why do you do that?
153 is the new HasanAbi, yeah. Which I think should be pretty easy, to be honest. I think you should be able to get 1.4x. Usually what happens is you have a little breakthrough. So now I'm gonna try implementing this don't do anything and see if I have a breakthrough.
This is 1-4X, you better see it. Okay, a little bit of a stall. It happens. It happens to fucking everybody.
Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Whoa, so close. Almost under 150. Damn, Michael cooked him.
If you think about it this way, what if I got a 149.8? We still need to improve it tomorrow. Like, it's not like job is done if I hit that. So today's a cursed day and tomorrow will be brighter. I think it's actually cloudier, but like metaphorically brighter, and we'll for sure make it happen.
This was a bad day. Though I did get my PB on this day
You did?
somehow. Yeah, like 148 and change.
Sheesh.
I mean, like a lot of change, but still.
Still?
Yeah.
148.
So what I think was happening is we get red flagged, and everyone would go back to the pit, and then they would like kind of get antsy, and they'd be like, I want to fucking go and get my best time, and then they'd go try to get their best time on cold tires, and red flag the rest.
Hasan is farming PewDiePie's audience right now. Who is PewDiePie's audience?
Of us.
Yeah.
And we just did that to each other.
What?
The other Frenchies were complaining about it. They were like, group 2? I was like, yeah. They're like, those red fucking flags, eh?
Those red, yeah. Hey, yeah.
I was like, yep. Secretly in the back of my head, I was like, well, I was the first red flag today. Kill yourself.
Dude, frick yeah.
All right, I'm showering.
Can I have the mic?
Dude, stop talking to me.
See you later, bro.
See you guys.
We could just see you.
See you guys.
It's 9. Hey, Lud. It's 9 p.m. And look where everyone is.
Why are your people doing this?
It's not. These are your fucking people. People are American burger eating. Stop eating your bread angry.
So it's 9/11 now. She's like, your table's gotta be full to order. Now, if you look around, our table's not full. And in fact, we were the first people sitting here, and people chose us to sit elsewhere, which is fine.
Yeah.
So when the lady came around, I said, sorry, I hate to bother you. Could we maybe order early? And she went, the kitchen will be confused. You need to fill some seats. And then she looks at that table and she goes, oh, they have 3 seats. I'll ask. And she goes over and she goes, hey, can I sit here? And they went, we're waiting on someone. Okay, we finished our awesome dinner. Got here at 8:45. But focus on French people. That's crazy, 2 hours for dinner. So I might get McDonald's tomorrow. But
This gotta hurt fucking Lud extra hard because he always larps as though he's a Frenchman. You know what I mean?
But for tonight.
Meanwhile, for all the other French competitors are basically like, you fucking Americans. Oh, that's so funny.
Time we have to wake up in like 9 hours and get faster. So that's it.
Remember, all those people know one another, and they've even like raced one another. They're friends with one another. Ain't nobody wants to sit with Ludwig, dude.
We are back. It's day 2 at Le Mans. We are going to drive better today.
I think we'll drive better and faster and stronger.
Do you have goals?
Maybe shave a second off. Maybe shave a couple seconds off.
The girl next to us at dinner was saying that 147
she had a 147
is like the group 1 times, which seems wrong.
I think that might be like the slow
worst.
end of
Yes.
group 1. Yeah.
The smallest fish in the biggest pond.
You're right. I'm worried about passing.
No one has told us how to pass a car.
Not whatsoever. And we've been in situations where we've had to try and pass a car. No one has said anything about it.
All they have told us is that if you see a blue flag, slow down.
Yeah.
And so occasionally we pass because somebody listens to the flag.
Yeah.
But in the race, there's not a blue flag.
No, and sometimes they don't listen to the blue flag, and I can't pass those fuckers. And I just don't want. I'm
And
afraid.
then what do you do in the race?
I'm not doing it because we're practicing.
Is
and
it
I'd be a
my
dickhead.
fault if I fucking drive into someone and kill us both because I wasn't taught how to
Because he
pass?
doesn't know. Because he doesn't know, and it wouldn't be your fault at all.
Are you excited? Are you nervous? I was excited 14 minutes into this video, I'm so nervous. If you noticed, I've been fucking chewing down my cuticles and my nails because I'm so nervous because I don't know if they're playing it up for camera, but oh my God, what the fuck, dude? Oh God, I don't want to say it.
I feel like a baby bird in a nest, and they just went poof.
Yeah, that's what the race is gonna be like, and that's what the last thing that person is gonna feel.
All right, that's all. We're going on the track. We're actually here right now.
You said, bro, nervous
Alright.
for what?
Coach
You see an
Jason.
accident every day in LA? Dog, I know these people. That's a little different, don't you think?
Advice? He said, I'm behind. So we started off.
Behind what?
The others.
Yeah.
He didn't specify the group.
I mean, yeah, though.
He made it seem across the board. So then he said, yeah, though. It's only been a day, but don't
Also, America's reputation around the world is lower than dirt right now. So we really need a W here, okay? Remember, Mélenchon was confused when he heard an American white boy say the things that I was saying. He literally titled it on their own YouTube page. He titled it "The Most Fascinating American Man I've Ever Met." Okay? Like, these guys don't really, let's just say, for French people, they don't really have a very positive attitude about Americans. It's almost like, you know how we look at Israelis? Yeah, the rest of the world looks at us in the same exact way as they do Israelis. For them, Israelis are like the desert version of us. So the same kind of like distaste, disdain, just anger, resentment, that hostility even they harbor for us Americans. And we are not dissimilar to Israelis in that same regard, and we do kind of deserve it. So I was thinking maybe these guys could do a good job being cultural ambassadors for America.
He says I'm doing too much.
Day one. Oh, okay. He said like fundamentals.
I'm trying to improve too many aspects too quick, as opposed to reproducing.
And it makes like so nothing gets improved.
Yeah, kind of like
talking to some people about their
kind of like sports washing. Basically, this is the reason why Israel wants to stay in UEFA, right? Like it's sports washing. So that's what we're doing here as American cultural ambassadors. We're trying to make America look a little bit better, a little bit kinder on the international stage.
Times, I might be one of 3 people left in the 150s. So we're about to do an orientation, and then I'm breaking that 1.4x.
Nearly 30% less than Group 1 because of all the red flags and everything. Take your time to warm the tires and everything because a lot of spin happen actually in the out lap or first flying lap.
They were saying that Group 2 had 30% less track time than Group 1 yesterday because we had so many spin outs and red flags.
Did I do that? Was that me? Oops.
Who could that have been? So he's asked for a 0 spin day.
I don't know if I can give it to him.
I don't know if I want to give him that. The track's cold. That's part of the issue. It's a cold-ass track today.
It took like 10 laps to get it warmed up.
He said 6 to 7.
Can I hold back for 6 to 7 laps?
I don't know how to hold back is what I realized too.
Yeah, me too, because it's like I'm used to going in the corners fast. But
Oh my God. For a brief moment, I thought maybe chat wouldn't get to it. 6'7", 6'7". Y'all are 30, okay? Y'all are 30. Start a family. Start a family right now. Where's your 401ks? Where's your Roth IRAs? Okay. 6'7".
And I panic when it's slower because I'm not used to it. And then sometimes I just spin when I'm going.
I'm on some My Hero Academia shit.
Exactly.
I don't have the ability to hold back. So you missed it, but they said we're going to do one Group 2, and then all 21 of us, because there's 21 of us, are going to be racing at the same time. Honestly, it's not that stressful for me because I'm just getting passed. But that's where we're at.
It would be so funny if I just drove right into the gravel like on purpose.
It's also going to be on the opposite time, for the record, I'm pretty sure it's going to be on opposite time for American. This is for the Euro audience. For the Americans, like, it's going to be during the day, I'm pretty sure. So, like, y'all are... maybe late at night.
To push it.
Spin it. I want to go. I want to see your fastest lap time and my fastest.
I want to see your fastest lap time, or I want to see you in the gravel. You get to choose, buddy.
That's what he said. That's what Pierre said to me. I choose gravel.
I'm gonna be live
Game
at.
time, baby. Tires are cold. Touch them. That shit freezing, bro. No spins. Good lines. Don't care if I get a 150. Don't care if I get a 205.
Last races start at 4 or 5 p.m. French time. Like right now, it's 4 p.m. in Los Angeles, right? Because my laptop is LA time. But here in Paris, France, okay, you think if I weren't plinking around at a janitorial job, I'd have time to watch this? It's 1 a.m. here. It's 1 a.m. in Vive la France.
Dude, so many people don't know how to start a manual car here. It's crazy. I stalled. It's fucking embarrassing. All right, we're nice and slow today. Gotta warm up these fucking tires.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was not me.
Well, did not make it too far into our morning session. The goal of don't red flag has been lost within 30 seconds of track time.
You know, group 2 isn't supposed to necessarily be the bad group, but we are the bad group. After several meetings, and even the last second, Pierre came up to me in every car to say, be careful on the first lap. Somebody spun out on the first lap. And it was one of them spin outs that you have to shut down the track. You got to get a car out there to bring them back. So we're losing some track time here. It's okay. I can't complain. I've been the one in that spot. It's okay. Are the tires warmer?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
A little, not much though.
Yeah, obviously not much because we.
Did you cover the flotilla being apprehended? What's the flotilla? What's an apprehension? I'll bite.
$70 kilometers an hour, but it's all right. It's okay. It's okay.
Why are you in France? Ask me that again. Ask me what I'm doing in France again.
Ooh. I fucked up. Dude, the last thing I said to Pierre, who is everyone's coach, is I'm going to spin out. And then he said, no. And then I spun out.
That had to be the worst session imaginable. The amount of spin outs was insane, bro. I red flagged after fucking swearing I damned wouldn't. At the end, it didn't even have a checkered flag. It just screamed pit. There was just a thing that was just like pit, 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 pit.
I think I got my fastest time.
No.
Have you looked?
Yeah, I downloaded the data and you were in 50 something.
Apparently the last accident was our most severe of the day.
In this group 1?
Yeah.
What happened? No.
Somebody went strong enough to touch the wall.
This is recent?
Yeah, like.
Ay, ya, be.
Recent? Yeah.
It was the best driver, which just goes to show what we're dealing with here.
Someone in our group almost did that. They were like back turned to the wall, like at the wall.
How was your last sesh?
Horrible.
Yeah, I saw you in the grab.
Actually, everyone did. It was like right at the end before the turn.
Need to get ready.
Okay.
Okay. All right, this is maybe gonna be disaster incoming.
People are gonna forget 9/11 after this session.
It's possible, because we're gonna do all 21 racers at the same time, which we've never done. I'll be fucking shocked if we go without a red flag. I mean, I'm gonna do my thing. I'm not worried about me spinning out. It ain't gonna happen. But like, for reference, I did a 155 last time. The other group is averaging 145.
If I had to guess, we're going to make it 2 laps.
I bet you 10 euros that before the last car go out, red flag.
All right, 10 euros.
It's cold. Yep. That's freezing fucking cold.
Are you able to stay awake until the protest tomorrow? Dog, the protest will be at this time tomorrow or earlier than this time tomorrow. So yes, If I'm awake right now, what makes you think I won't be awake tomorrow over the protest? It is tomorrow already for me. It's already October 2nd. I'm in le futur. The weather here is 54 degrees right now. Bro, these chatters are so funny. The protest is at 2 p.m. Place de l'Italie. Please don't miss it, please. Dog. What are you talking about? I love that the French chatters have they exhibit the exact same parasocial tendencies of the motherfucking chatters in LA. Whenever I say I'm going to go to an event, they do the exact same thing, bro. I swear to God. The exact same thing. They're like, oh, when are you leaving? Come on. When are you leaving? What's going on? I'm still watching. You're still at home. It's going to take you approximately 35 minutes and 15 seconds to get to the location if you leave right now. Stop chewing your fingers, please. No. Never.
Okay, not bad. I won $10.
I also think I got my best time, and I think it was 140. And then somebody spun out. They're in the gravel. Tell him he owes you $10.
What says you owe him $10? I do. I owe him €10. I think people were safer because there were less people on the track, or there were more people on the track. I was very nice and just let all the good people pass, and then tried to follow out what they were doing. There's some fast fuckers. There's some like demons.
I'm pushing a little bit every lap. 154, 153, 152 and a half, 152, and I think I snuck in a 149. I think. Racers, start your engines.
All right, baby. I got this shit.
That's alright. That's alright.
I think I got my best time. He said it was faster than what I did before.
And then you spread him, and you spread him, and then we keel haul him between the two of our cars.
We did an interview with French national TV, like their PBS, and I lied. I said they were like, do you have any experience? I was like, we used to be professional motorcycle drivers. We were very good in Japan. And then Michael went, yeah, we were very good racists.
I hope they leave it in.
So we're hoping that when French TV airs this segment, it goes, Michael and Ludwig, professional racists from America. All right, my guess, because I think I got my fastest lap.
Okay, that's how you become a good cultural ambassador in France, I feel like. Le raciste.
Give me 149.013. I'm going 149.13. So wait, what was my best time this session?
51.
I didn't get it, bro.
You didn't get what?
I didn't get fucking 140, dude.
But didn't he tell you it was your best one?
He said that was your best one.
Yeah.
And then I looked, and it looked ugly as fuck. That means I only have one more chance. All right, we in this, John. We're opening up our helmets. Everybody got some helmets for the event. They're made by this cool artist. He's the same guy who does a helmet for Yuki
Shinoda.
Yuki Shinoda. So anyway, let's see what he made. You want to go first?
Originally, I did say I wanted Minecraft, but then they said that would conflict with the sponsor, and I said, that does make sense. So then I sent him a picture of a volcano and a motorcycle and a flame, and then I said 5'1" on it, and then the equivalent in centimeters as well. So this is what he cooked up. That's actually fucking awesome.
That's actually fire.
That's actually fucking sick. 55 centimeter. 5'1".
Damn, what's it say on the top?
Okay.
Okay,
This is epic. Okay.
Okay, this is happening.
Okay.
That actually came out so much
That came
nicer
out.
than I
Let's say in the
thought.
back. Like when you pass people, what do they see?
When I pass people, 5'1".
5'1", baby.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I went a more basic route. You know, I wanted something to shout out my French heritage and me being a Red Bull athlete. So it's kind of like the tip-to-tip one. But
Whoa! That's so beautiful.
yeah, I like it. I got the Eiffel Tower. We got a little French flag.
Dog, you're literally in France, surrounded by French people who are actually French. This is so funny. Oh my God. You are so lame. That is ridiculous, dude. He is a Francophile. He is a weeb for France, bro. Representing Team America, by the way.
Beauty.
It's funny because everyone here is French.
Yeah.
And I'm one of the few non-French people, and I made a French helmet.
It's like they came to America and said, give me a picture of LA on my fucking
To be
helmet.
fair, if you look at their hats, they all do rock Dodgers, Yankees, and Patriots hats. And I said, do you like the Dodgers? And the guy said, who?
Oh, it's so nice. And
It's nice in here. It has anti-fog technology.
Dog, that is a much more understandable thing to wear in France. Okay? It's like you wearing a French team in America makes sense. You're in France representing America wearing the Eiffel Tower on your head as the only guy who's one of the only people participating that's not a fucking French person.
All right, side by side. Fuck you, Cam, in particular. Whose helmet is that? Mine. You're sponsored by Lo-Fi Girl? Yeah. I fucking hate Lo-Fi Girl. She stays live 24/7. She always beats me in live viewership on YouTube because she never goes offline.
She never goes to sleep.
She never has to sleep. No. Whoa, this is cool.
Literally, bro, I mean, come on. I have it right here. Like I have it right here in my bookmarks. That's my GOAT. How many views does she have right now? 16,000. Get mogged. Double the viewership. Not a big deal. Fucking got him.
Yeah,
Whoa.
J'ai copié
Qui?
Van Gogh.
Stormy Night. Starry Night. It's Star Wars, no?
Yeah.
T'as volé? You stole it a bit?
Well, I just finished watching Andor, and I was like hyped. I didn't know what to put here. I say Rebel.
You just said
Rebel. Yeah, I like Star Wars and space.
Okay.
That looks sick as hell.
That is
Looks like-
cool.
Yeah, of course.
The faux see-through.
Yeah, that's neat.
Wow. We got a simple colorway of a gradient, if you will. The Oral B. I was like, what's that crunchy shit? It was a B. Check it out. Check it out. I'll show you. There's another one in here.
You didn't stain your mouth?
Ate the shit. I felt a crunch. I was like, at first I thought someone put a cigarette inside. Is my tongue getting puffy? I can't move it. I can't move it too much. Did it look big in my mouth? It feels heavy. Does it look pink?
Yeah, it always does.
I figured out some anti-bee technology. Anti-bee tech. They try to fly in. So we're gonna come back. You're gonna see. This is fucking smart. I'm fucking smart right now.
I'm going back out. This is my best chance.
Bro, that's like Ludwig is a disgrace in New Hampshire. Okay, you're pushing it. It's fucking New Hampshire. Okay, like, come on, man. Ludwig's a disgrace to Connecticut. Like, all right, dude, calm down.
My last chance.
He is the perfect representative of New Hampshire. Okay, known for absolutely nothing.
My best chance because it's just group 2, smaller group, and I think I'm ready, bro. I think I'm gonna come back here, and it's not gonna be 149. It's not gonna be 148, bro. So we're talking 147s. If I put the pieces together, what?
That's what, bro. That's why he has the fucking larb as a Frenchman. Even when he's in France, what's he supposed to do? Put fucking New Hampshire on his helmet?
It's our world.
Hey, check this out. See this?
That's my fucking name, bitch. Don't you ever forget that. Don't you ever forget who rides this car.
It's Mikkel Reeves.
Don't you ever forget the name Mikkel Reeves.
It's Mikkel Reeves. Let me go early.
New Hampshire, the most libertarian state in America.
I was visualizing driving to your mom's house. I got there really fast.
Comedy is legal now. Yeah. Comedy. At least they're flying out.
Okay, not bad. I didn't get a banger sesh. I kept fucking up my two demons, my daemons, which is this first section here and then the T6. I might have gotten a 140, but I cheated. I went way outside where you're supposed to be. So it would be an infraction, probably not count if I hit it, but that's why right now I'm about to hit it. All right, engines, start your riders. I'm the king of bound car.
Oh no, I didn't brake.
My fallen soldier. My boy. It was Lud. It was Lud. My fallen soldier, my boy.
At least we got Michael Reeves to carry us, I feel like.
Dude, I spun out maybe 2 turns in. So yeah, basically I fucking panicked because I was getting passed by like 15 people. I went wide and I spun out.
All right, they told us we're going back for 3 or 4 laps. First lap doesn't count. Last lap doesn't count. So really, this second lap, hopefully there's no flags, and that's when I can. That's our PB. Last chance. Do you believe in miracles?
I'm literally not gonna have fucking fingernails by the end of this, and I feel like if I'm this nervous watching a YouTube VOD, how the fuck am I gonna be watching this motherfucker roam around the laps, bro? I'm just so.
That's right, I'm the king of the car, baby.
I'm gonna have no fingers left. Okay, okay. Decent positioning. Oh, this is a tough one. All right, he takes it. Here's a big boy right here. Will he spin out? Okay, good control, good control. Not bad at all, not bad at all. The absolute mad lad. He's hitting the apex. The apex. And he gets a little bit out of the line there. But he's back at it again. All right. Quick recovery. Expeditious recovery. Very nice. Hitting the tight turns right here. Okay. Still off the track limits. Apex. Picking up some good speed here. Way to decelerate. Take the foot off the gas. Still hitting the limits, but he's doing a great job. Oh, a bit of a close call there, but he's back in control. Very nice. Okay. Tough turn here. Bit of a roundabout. And he does it. He finally achieves sub 150.
Time I had? It's like 8-9.
It's a 14898.
So, all right. You enjoyed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Oh my God, bro. His coach is so done with him, bro. His coach said, enjoyed? I don't know if it's because he's French or if he's just, I don't know if he's done with him because he's French and that's just how he is, or if he is just so unimpressed with his driving. That's crazy.
And we skipped 149, bro. I was telling y'all.
You skipped right past that shit. You went 148 point.
Wasn't even close to 149, bro.
Down.
Fast, bro.
I was cheaping off on this one. That felt really great. And
I got 148 for sure.
I think I'll kill myself if it's not
you were
PB.
hot on my ass. There was a guy behind me the whole time. I'm like, motherfucker. And so I was trying to race away from them. I never got the blue flag, but there was things they were doing way better than me. And then there's things that I was a little faster than them that I would be able to be far enough to not get a blue flag. And it was only when I fucking pit did I realize it was Michael the whole time, just on my ass.
I was sniffing your ass.
You were sniffing that shit, bro. I was worried my PB was gonna be the lap where I just cheated, and then he was gonna be like, well, this doesn't count. It was literally like, missed the 2. I was like, fuck it.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it's like, I don't want to stop. I want to fucking go.
Well, we did it. We did it, man. Fuck. How's it feel? I guess it feels good, you know? It's like hard work pays off type shit.
Yeah. I don't have to kill myself.
It's a
Holy fuck.
147.
Oh my God.
147.8.
There's more time. Fuck. It's freaking
He
sweet.
beat me by a full second.
We just crushed this though.
He went crazy. Check this out. How's this look? Is it like a cool pose? Do I look cool?
Hi guys. Hey guys.
Do I look cool?
Why is he sounding like?
He looks fucking cool though. I don't know.
Why is he fucking heavy and breathing?
I'm in the 140s club. My boy Michael's quick out there. He's crushing 147s. 147.
147s.
Yet to see. All right, but we'll get
Saving
there.
it for race day. Actually, let's skip it. Let's skip
Saving it for race
Let's
day.
skip it.
But anyway, fuck, man, that's it.
Wait.
That we only do one.
Michael's running. He's running.
Hey.
Motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Pussy.
All right. Now you know why I'm in France. This is, like I said, an event thrown by Squeezie, my friend, Lucas, and it's very exciting. And I will be filming, I will be broadcasting and hosting the English language stream for GP3. Shouldn't you be sleeping right now, bro? I should be, which is why I'm going to sleep, as a matter of fact. That is all I got for today. 6 hours, not bad for coming right off of a flight. I gave it my all here, chat. And we did it. And tomorrow we'll have more. And also, tomorrow I will do a broadcast out on the protest too. So That's all I got, everybody. Love you all. And let's see, what should I end it with? I'm like looking for a song to end it with. You know? All right, this is good. Bye, everybody.